Good evening, welcome. We are going to start the second day of our. What happened? Is there something? Oh, okay, of our budget meeting. Tonight's agenda calls for us to hear from our Section 8 department that will come to us virtually, personnel, building and planning, lastly, DPW, water sewer. So we are going to get started. Is Marilyn on or coming on? Great.
Marilyn, do you want to unmute?
Oh,
Good evening, everyone. How's everyone?
good,
Can you
thank
hear me
you.
good?
How are you?
Very good, thanks.
You hear us okay? Maybe not. Marilyn, can you hear us?
Yes, yes. Hi, how's everyone?
You-
Okay,
thank you.
so with the Section 8 program, we didn't do many changes. We continue with making progress, utilizing as much as we can with the HUD fundings. Dale knows everything else.
Yes, basically
Oh,
for
Dale, microphone.
the Section 8 budget, it remained relatively flat. Of course, most of the expenditures and the corresponding revenues are driven by the federal funding that's given to the village for the voucher program. So page 1 and 2 encompasses the personnel expenses for the employees in the Section 8 department. Those are contractual obligations, so those increase accordingly. Page 3 gets us into equipment. So we have a small amount in for one new computer for Section 8 in 2024. Page 4 brings us over into the operating expenses like telephone, printing and postage, which we did increase for 2024 from 2023. Amount of 5,000, we increased it to 7,000 in accordance with the postage rate increases that we've seen. Office and supplies expense will remain the same, as well as equipment and leases. Our Happy software, which is now called something else, I believe, Marilyn, that amount remains the same for that software annual payment. And then we follow down into our payments to landlords, which we actually decreased in 2023. It was 3,137,304. For 2024, we're projecting $2,907,330. Marilyn, do you want to touch on that?
Yes, unfortunately, we do have a carry-on from COVID. We're losing some vouchers. We're doing our best to replace those. As soon as we get those vouchers, Lisa, these amounts will go up again.
Marilyn, how are we doing?
Hi, how are you?
Can I ask you a couple quick questions in regards to the training?
Training. Yes, go ahead.
So you have an amount that was budget in 2022 and also 2023 for $1,500. But based on in-service training, you have gone over that particular budget line. Is there a particular? It's not that much. I was just curious to see what kind of training you guys are getting.
Yes, we are getting training, especially this year, because starting next year in October, the inspections part of Section 8 is changing. HUD changes all those regulations. And also starting January 2025, we also have to be changing the way we do the whole system of the Section 8 programs. It's a big change coming up. So we're trying to do the training so we could update the admin plan and then implement everything the new way that we're going to be doing inspection and the new way that we're going to be doing the regular Section 8 voucher with the new implementations.
Could you give me a quick example of what is the big change or big difference between the way you guys have done in the past inspections to what it looks like or what the future of those inspections may be?
Yes, the new way is called Inspire, which is, I don't know the abbreviation right now, but the way that HUD is trying to do is focus more in the inside of the unit rather than the outside. Instead of doing pass and fail, they had to go through 3 different modes, high, low, or moderate. Anything that's scored low, we don't have to do a reinspection. We just send a letter to the landlord, they have to fix it. Anything that is a high, then it's something that they have to fix it like they do it now, 30 days, or life threatened, which is 24 hours. But what HUD is trying to do is to eliminate things that we have to be honest. Sometimes the landlords don't want to take Section 8 because there's too many regulations and things to follow. So they're trying to narrow it down to benefit the tenant that, okay, we're going to focus the inspection more or however it is inside rather than the outside. So it's a little weird, but it's all to the best for the tenants.
So thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, at some point, I would love to kind of understand a little bit that the marking of that better. So I guess my other question is either probably to Karen or Maddie, because we do have code enforcements that they do Section 8 inspections. Part of this training that is being accounted on this budget line, is that part of the training for our officers as well, or that's a total different training that they have to go through, or different points of view of how they're doing the inspections?
Do
I
you-
believe it's different.
It's,
go ahead.
it is 2 different trainings though, because the training for Maryland staff is going to be different than the code enforcement training, but it would overlap with the types of training and things that would be funded out of the code enforcement training budget.
And is that happening now, or when the expectation will that be, if any?
Marilyn, when is all this going into effect? Is it 2024?
Yes, October 2024, it will be
October
implemented.
2024. So we have plenty
Yes,
of time. Okay.
Yes, we do. All of this, we had to do it through the board. There's gonna be posted like around June, July, when we finish implementing everything. To be honest, HUD hasn't really have a final date. They postponed everything. It was supposed to be now January 1st, and it postponed to October because there's more things that they keep adding with the inspections. As long as we know it, and then we will tell the inspector, this is what you need to follow. It's going to be a report that they're going to have to follow that report as well, line by line, until they get used to. So similar to what we're using now, a report that they follow is the same way. It's going to be a report that now they're just going to judge moderate, low, or life-threatening.
All right, thank you. So I do have another question to a different line. When you talk about, maybe that can help me with that one, is payments to landlords, which is 8615-532. So we have allocated always pretty much, it seems like besides 2019, we've been, the number is $5,000, but we haven't been using that line for the past 3 years.
We keep that line in because it's for the port-ins. So Marilyn, do you want to explain port-ins?
Yes, that line we use it, we have to keep it just in case if someone moves from out of state to our program. And for example, if we don't have a voucher available, we have to take that person and have that money to pay for it just in case. We haven't done that because we have vouchers available, and when someone ports in, we just absorb them and not have the need to that. But if it happens, we need to be available that fund to pay for it.
Okay, all right.
There's a corresponding revenue that matches
Yeah,
it because we eventually get
We get
reimbursed.
reimbursed for that.
But we do have to.
Yes,
Thanks.
No problem. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Okay, and page 6 into 7 leads us into the benefits to be paid, workers' comp, health insurance, like in Medicare.
Changes throughout the rest of the payments.
Just on the revenue side, the HAP funding matches the HAP expenses to round out the budget, and there is a transfer in from the general fund for the budget gap of $60,993.
The gap, I'm sorry.
What?
What's the gap? I'm sorry.
$60,993
Okay, so how does that get filled?
of the general fund. So on the general fund budget, there's a transfer to section. On the section 8 side of it, it's shown as a revenue.
Okay. What was it last year?
It was 24,749.
Right, so why? What's happened this year?
We are not receiving as much admin funding as we had previously due to reduced vouchers. Right, Marilyn, that's contingent on the.
That is correct. Yes, we have lost some vouchers and been having a very difficult time to lease them up. We get funding based on how many vouchers we have active. And that part has been down, but it's something that is happening everywhere, and HUD is trying to help assist all the agency as us too, but if we don't have apartments available, we can. And I've been calling people left and right. We've been issuing voucher the whole year, and it's very hard to get people in to find apartments in here and use those vouchers.
Okay. All right,
I see.
it's just,
Okay.
is this a trend going forward? Are the members of the community going to keep having to fill a gap for this issue as we go forward?
There's always, historically, there's always been a portion of the Section 8 budget that the village has funded, going back to probably the conception of the program. So I believe we've narrowed that gap significantly, because if I remember correctly from my days at IFCA, it was significantly higher than it is now.
In 2019, it was actually $63,490.
But we budgeted 85,000.
Right.
Yeah, but the actual.
Right.
So
So it's pretty steady, so it's actually not changing.
It's been lower the last, 2022, it was lower, 4,000, 2020 was 30, almost 37,000. And also we had COVID.
Yeah, that was,
that
I'm
that
totally
was,
not even looking at
offset,
that.
In 2022, as well as a little bit in 2021. And also part of, for recovery, so if, those revenue pieces are down as well. More of a gap in.
Okay, so if you look at about 10 years, it's like a seesaw, but basically a straight line, more one year, less another, but basically
Right.
it stays.
Yeah.
So that's, I think, a more accurate answer. Okay.
So Bill, on, for 23, the 41, the 42,000, is that the actual?
That is the actual to date. Every month I do. a
But not to the
reconciliation.
end of the year.
Right,
Okay,
not to the end of the year.
got it.
Yeah. We do have, some fund balance in section 8 though, so that we can cover within,
Yeah, we will.
giving you that
Got it.
overage.
Yeah.
That.
Because it looks like it's already
Right. We're
more than
already-
half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we do have fund balance, so we're not going to have to transfer more money from the general fund in 2023
Got
to.
it. Cover that. All right.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions? Okay, Marilyn, as always, thank you. Thank you for, thankfully we have Zoom, so very helpful. Keep up the good work. Tough times in housing, so you're doing a yeoman's job of being an active participant and making sure everybody that needs housing, when it's available, gets it. Appreciate it. My final question is just overall trends for the next 5 years. Are you seeing any major changes, or it stays about the same where demand totally outstrips supply? A continuous challenge for the tri-state area and many other areas in the country. But aside from that obvious statement, is there anything we should know about specific to Section 8 that's different this year than maybe the past couple of years? And it's a little bit hard because it was COVID, but is there anything that we need to know about that's different?
Not actually, it's like the changes are coming. it's more for good for the tenants, for the participant, more for benefits for them. Hopefully us as the program administrator, yes, there's gonna be some more fundings, because it's something that's happening to everyone. HUD is into it, and they're looking forward for the next couple of years that help is coming to many agencies and many other participants as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn.
Thank you, Marilyn.
Thanks a lot. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hello. I think we have the next Barnes personnel. Fabulous. How are you? You need to speak into the microphone, make sure the green light is on, that it's on, and pretend you're, you gotta speak right into it. Okay,
I see the green light.
great. Fabulous. It'll fall.
Not super stable.
You notice how the rest of the folks have their mics in that position. Mine seems to be fine.
All right.
But just Jesse will tell you if we can't hear you. There are a couple of people on Zoom, so we just want to make sure that they can hear what's going on in the meeting as well. And when it gets recorded, it would be nice if people could hear what's going on. How are you?
Okay, well, thank you.
Great. This is your second,
My second, yeah,
so we have very high expectations.
that's right.
No excuses. Honeymoon is over.
I probably understand.
Sorry, is the mic on?
Is the green light on?
It's flashing? green?
Ah, flashing.
Oh,
You didn't say flashing.
oh.
All right. And we'll put that in the battery. Recharger. Thank you.
You bet.
Great.
Yeah.
So there you are. I'm gonna start fresh. Let me just get the right PDF up here. Bam. Everybody's gone so efficient. I think next year we're gonna be able to do this meetings in like one day.
All right.
Inshallah, one day.
Oh, here it is. Sorry. Okay.
I prepared a few words.
All right.
You could do a few words. It's okay.
Okay,
No
I
rush.
typed myself. I don't think it's too fast.
It's
or
not a
too
race,
slow
not to
or-
worry,
Okay.
not a race. We're actually happy because we've been talking about how it's been really great that these presentations are getting more efficient because they're so well prepared. So this is all good. So let's hear your words.
Okay,
Words of
fabulous.
wisdom, I assume.
Thank you. So as I was preparing for this year's budget meeting, it's hard not to reflect on last year's meeting, which, as you just mentioned, was my first. As you may remember, I was hired in December, so I was approaching my first year working for the village, and I had just taken my civil service exam. As I now prepare to finish my second year working for the village, I'm nervous to sit here since I don't have the opportunity to do it very often. But I'm also feeling very proud of what I've learned and accomplished and the relationships I've built and solidified. I'd like to thank you for the support you've shown the personnel office and me as I have navigated this with you. I know it's not always easy, and sometimes, especially in the role of HR, as I'm trying to advise on how best to reduce risk for the village and sometimes play devil's advocate or ask certain questions or make sure that we're looking at the various angles and arguments or trying to maintain the appropriate levels of confidentiality. I know it can be frustrating. Karen, Maddie, Dale, and Liz know that I too am often frustrated at the pace, and they know I would like to be able to move faster and do more things. I am confident this is only going to get better as I continue in this role and continue to learn how things work. There's so many ideas and projects that I would like to do, and I want to do them all now. In 2023, we continue to build on the comprehensive safety training programs for our village employees, and we're able to get caught up on some additional trainings that hadn't been offered, even though we did get the majority of training up during my first year in 2022. In addition to last year's offerings, we also included work zone safety and flagger training, bucket and forklift training, and CDL training. In partnership with OVAC, we were also able to offer training on CPR and AED so that our village employees would be comfortable in an emergency using our new AED machines that the village recently invested in. We also conducted a safety walkthrough with our insurance broker to help ensure our buildings and maintenance programs are up to speed. Where possible, we were able to use our existing relationships. And so many of these additional opportunities were able to be offered at no cost to the village or no additional cost. As I think you know, but since many of you work in the private sector like I did, I feel it is worth reviewing. Our office serves not only the village employees, but also their families who often call and stop by with questions, as well as retirees who are still on our medical and who we need to correspond with for various reasons, as well as the interested candidates and visitors to 16 Croton. We have an open door and are often trying to help answer questions, resolve issues, and generally help our guests. This past year, I have been a sounding board and advice giver to both department heads and union employees. I've handled sensitive employee issues, many that I have been able to handle discreetly, and we were able to move forward without further escalation or your involvement. In addition to being a trusted confidant and advisor, I have continued to focus on working within the Westchester HR civil service laws and canvassing and hiring, which is a tedious and time-consuming process. In 2023, we hired 17 full-time employees, and that doesn't count all the paperwork or time spent for our part-time and seasonal staff. This past summer, we saw record numbers of approximately 120 seasonal employees, which came from our camp and youth bureau programs. We did this all and much more while we were down a person midway through the year, which we made up for with focused hard work and a lot of long days and weekend work. Since I don't often have the opportunity to share what we are working on, I hope that quick overview is helpful. And with that, I'm happy to review and answer any questions you have about the 2024 budget for personnel.
Thank you. All right, Uh,
Before we start, can I ask a quick question? So on your introduction, I'm gonna call it, to the budget, you said you were part of 17 new employees that were hired on the village. More or less, which department, the percentage? I don't want to know numbers, just the percentage. What was the percentage on the department that you hired the most?
I'd have to go back and look at the numbers to be sure, but it would either be DPW or the building department.
Or police.
Oh, police, of course. Yeah, sorry. I kind of keep them separate, but yes, police, of
Okay.
course. Yeah. It's
Yeah,
police, yeah, police.
Unfortunately, more police, because it's the bigger department.
Yeah, we hired, so far it's been 8 this year.
He left, so it doesn't.
Yes, now it's on the new mic, so-
but she's,
Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't keep police separate, but police, it was
But so
included in the
that
number.
was included in the 17 new
Yes.
employees?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
how many exit interviews did you do?
Well, exit interviews are interesting. I did not complete any exit interviews.
Okay,
Is that required?
The police have their own process for exit interviews. I have tried to start some exit interviews, and some of the people who have exited have left before, like they left early, or there were different circumstances, so I was unable to complete the exit interview, but that's on our checklist as people are leaving to complete an exit interview.
okay.
Okay.
So separately from the exit, well, it's not mandated, it's not, people who leave are not required any place to do. It's nice to do, people like to do that. But I guess, so those are 17 new, and how many people have we lost? Because you also manage the people that resign, retire and all that,
I
right?
didn't,
Or transfer?
yeah, I can get those numbers for you.
Oh,
I didn't-
okay.
Yeah, I didn't bring that scorecard in terms of separation.
Okay.
It'd just be interesting for me, Mayor mentioned, we had 17, we know we have some vacancies on our police department. It'd just be interesting to see overall within the whole village, what is that number? What is the percentage? So,
Yeah.
so I'll be curious to see that, at least myself,
Yeah.
I'd be curious to see that.
I have shared with Karen that I would like in 2024, but I can pull the separation numbers, but to do like a scorecard for HR to show, to track, right, what are.
It doesn't have to be anything fancy for
No.
me.
It's not, it's just not that
so-
difficult. So it's the net, right? You have the gross, the people that come in, the people that leave for whatever reason,
Right.
retirement, whatever. People that do travel, and that's net. So so your department was involved in hiring 17 new full-time people. That's a data point. Another data point is that we may have lost 19. It would be a net loss of, let's say, 2. But it doesn't matter whether we have a net loss or net gain, that's informational data points.
Right.
Which we would find interesting.
Sure.
Nevertheless, you still interviewed, processed, et cetera, and made those people fill out that loosely binder of paper that we all have to sign.
Yeah.
Which, you know, needs a lot of explanation. It doesn't take 5 minutes. Some people need a lot of information, right? And so you process 17 new people. So so the data points are all valid, they're all good, but I think we'd like to just see the fuller picture because I think, you know, all of that takes work,
It does.
you
certainly.
know, so very interesting. And then, you know, once you do this often enough, we start seeing change from year to year to
Right.
year. Because we just see net numbers.
Yep.
And- Great.
All right. So, Marissa's budget, like most of the
Mhm.
budgets we've been reviewing, starts out with the personnel line for your office staff. Do you want to touch on that, Marissa?
Sure. So for 2024, I'm asking that we, for an administrative assistant. So this was previously the personnel clerk in job group 11. You know, as we anticipate Nancy's retirement in December, we've spent a lot of time thinking about how best to staff the personnel office. Ultimately, I think it would best serve the village to have 3 full-time staff members. I think having a full-time administrative assistant, which is considered to be a more elevated position in Westchester County civil service titles. I think that would really help to set us up for success. Someone in this role of administrative assistant is able to have some more independence, which is really something that's crucial in our department. It's a very fast pace, although the work sometimes seems slow, and some of our results seem a little bit slower than we'd like. It's actually, the days are incredibly fast paced with lots of interruptions and visitors. They go by so fast. I've never been in a role where I've wanted the days just to slow down, just, you know, a little bit more. And so I think, because I have had opportunities to, we've canvassed a lot of different lists and I've been able to interview candidates who've been on some of the other lists. I believe that the administrative assistant title would really be crucial and would again set us up for success. You know, as we prepare for Nancy's retirement.
What's her title?
Her title is personnel clerk.
Okay, I don't know what that is, so, all right. Whatever, that's fine.
Yeah.
No, I'm sure.
Right, and so, that probably covers the major changes that we have because and obviously there'll be a savings due to the attrition factor because Nancy's going to be leaving and will fill, Nancy's been here a long time, but more importantly, getting somebody who's qualified to do this because we are going off civil service list. So I think we'll be in good stead there. I mean, Dale, maybe you can go through some of the finer points and talking about the other line items.
Sure. So there is funding in there for a part-time office assistant as well. So that's on page 2.
So that's 2 people. Well, one is an exchange.
One
One is
is
an
a-
exchange.
And we typically do a part-time person in personnel.
Yeah,
We've
yeah.
been doing that historically, so that's not really a change. It's just
Right.
a continuation.
Okay.
All of our summer.
All right.
And I forgot to mention at the beginning of this, like finance, the personnel budget is also split across general water and sewer as well.
Mhm.
One recommended one computer for personnel this year, so that is budgeted on page 2 in the 211 item code. And contractual amounts stay the same. Office and supplies expense, we increased slightly from 2,500 to 2,725. Professional dues and meetings,
Just started now. Out of
Yeah.
curiosity, I guess, maybe Marissa as well. Page 3, sure, the office supplies, we budget 2,500, but we only use one hundred.
I know, we never use them. Well, they did
I'm just-
1,500.
I'm just curious to see, is there something missing from that to the end of the year? Again,
This is
so
like-
minor stuff.
This
that
is so minor. I think.
I'm
you-
just curious to see if like,
Right.
You know, Manny, you know what I'd like to see is at the end of all this, for Dale to look at every single department, they're all over budgeted on the same exact 2 line items, because they're just not using them as much. Sometimes like this, it's 200 and sometimes a couple of thousand. I'm suggesting that when we complete this, Dale goes through every department and reduces them to what's the actuals or closer to. Rather, because it'll add up to probably $5,000-6,000.
I mean, but I don't disagree with you, but again, going back even to the pandemic, sure.
Yeah, they
some of
never
the
used all of it.
numbers, but at 21, it was used, I want to say double that, sure.
Yeah.
22, it was a little bit higher, not as much. So I'm just curious to see that. Again, seems that they don't want to look at those numbers, so I'm gonna ask you, Dale, to kind of look into that.
Yeah.
I can talk to you about that and just kind of go over that stuff, so.
I mean, we reuse a lot of stuff, in terms of, but the toner cartridges are very expensive. I don't know that that's right, that number. I think
It-
that's right.
It's Dale knows, like you have to go, look, this is numbers and it's a budget, so, and they're all off. By a little bit here and a little bit there. The other thing is, when everyone shouldn't just be, somebody shouldn't just be looking at the computers. They should also be looking at the printers that are now being used, because you're right, toners are expensive, but many places have switched to black and white and not color. It's an automatic, et cetera, pass policies that no personal stuff can be printed out, use double-sided. There's policies about which fonts to use, because certain fonts use less ink than others. But again, these are all cost savings on the margin, but I think you could do it village-wide to everybody. And look at that, not just department by department. Obviously, the budget is department by
I
department.
forgot my color.
Yeah, because I bet you there's almost no reason for, no, you set all the printers to black and white. You don't have to give up color printers.
Actually, you're right, because it's the same thing. Yeah, no, it is. It's true, because in my office, you cannot print anything in color.
Yeah, same with mine, by the
know,
way.
yeah.
Yeah,
They-
it's- yeah, it's
It's all set to black and white. You have to actually do a code to get color.
set to double
Yeah.
sided.
Double-sided, yeah.
Special code to-
Yeah,
Yeah.
because people print out MapQuest stuff because they have to go somewhere on 4 pages of color, like, and it just, you're right, the toner is amazingly, because it's oil-based, right? So all ink is oil-based, the oil prices go up, they go up, and they're terrible
So
for the
can I
environment.
ask a question in regards to training then? So
Oh,
we budget,
You
so
know,
can
they're
I,
the same, I was just gonna ask that question, what's
So-
that, we're sitting too close to each other. Go ahead, go for it.
so 19,000, we haven't used anything, but I think Marissa, you talked about training and a lot of the stuff that happens. Is
Yeah.
this particular line is just referred to your department or?
No, this is. You're right, so. We are proposing to decrease because we've been able to utilize. Our insurance broker, and we hope to utilize some additional resources through EAP. This is really for customer service.
But that's
So this is
village-wide.
For harassment, yes.
Right.
That's
no,
village-wide.
Workplace
Yeah,
village wide.
yeah.
Yeah, this is not. for our
Workplace
department.
violence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't do those trainings until the end of.
Right, and that we do.
So
through-
that's
but-
when you're gonna see the reflection of maybe the $6,000 that we
Right.
use or
And we
$6,500
had
we
an
used last time.
extra amount there as well for additional customer service training,
Oh, yeah.
which has now been reduced for 2020.
Okay,
Right,
Yes.
got it.
because again, we've been able to utilize, but I think we would like to be able to, in case there's some. Opportunities that we see as more valuable for next year, but it's possible that. The next year we may, not reduce that if we realize it's not necessary.
I'm sorry.
No, I said, okay.
What uniforms does personnel use?
Oh, this is not for, I'm also, it's the safety, so it's for DPW. It's not it comes out of my budget.
This isn't part of the
But it's-
uniform.
I bought this.
And you're over, and it's actually doubled in 2 years and so it gets put into your budget, not DPW's, even like that's
That's the personnel department now,
Right.
right? And we haven't moved into the safety department yet, which is on page 4.
okay.
I think what Rika's talking about is like, this is the personnel budget, no matter what, sure.
It's controlled by the
Yeah.
personnel office, but it's the safety department.
We have a safety department.
So, so
So you have safe.
So
Okay.
a large function of personnel in civil service is safety training. Passion OSHA compliance, that all comes under
Okay.
the,
Geez, I don't think I ever really asked that
because
question
it's really a
before.
personnel function of making sure that
People are safe. It's not
Yes,
like
like-
DPW function that their
it's,
people are
it's
safe.
predominantly, well, it's agency wide. So it really depends on, like for, there's a lot of things that we are encouraged or mandated to do across the agency for safety, workplace safety. Obviously, for administrative roles, it's less intensive, but for our outdoor workers, for public work, public works, you have confinement training, like a lot of things. And Marissa is the one or the personnel director is the one responsible for making sure that those are implemented and that there's
Okay.
compliance overall. So it's really an oversight function, like
Alright.
a distinct oversight function of that safety that's separate from the department heads.
Okay, I'm not gonna ask why it's doubled in 2 years. I'll just let that go. What else?
Can I go back to 409,
Oh,
the dues and meetings?
what page are you on, sir?
Page 3.
Page
Right
3.
in the middle.
Thank you. Got it?
So 19, 20, 21, 22 was 250, a substantial jump in 22. And then more than double in 23.
So-
And what is that, what contributes to that?
When I look at those, like the 250 numbers, I believe that's membership for the Society for Human Resource Management, which is something I'm a member of and provides really great, resources and templates, ongoing education
So if you join
Um,
more,
as part of the membership.
you
and then-
join more.
Well, I don't, it looks to me
The
like.
Nikon.
Nikon.
Yeah, if they didn't attend conferences,
much-
it's not included.
How much are we paying for Nikon? I mean, I'm now seeing it in multiple areas. How's Nikon work?
Do you want this?
Yeah.
So you have a basic membership.
I saw that.
Well, you have a basic membership
I saw
fee.
that yesterday, but. then
So
I
you
see
have a
it
basic
here.
membership fee, but then for the training, so there's training specific in NIPOM, as you know, some are very, tailored to elected officials, some are tailored to personnel, some are tailored to finance, and some are tailored to DPW. So across the departments, typically, the departments participate in one of those trainings specific to their department a year. And, sometimes not every year, but that's the ongoing cost of and those trainings, that's usually the travel cost and the conference fee is embedded in that, in addition to the membership fee that we have for Nikon that's spread.
So how much did we spend total in Nikon for
Village wise, I
2022?
guess,
Yeah,
village wise.
23 was 3,600.
No.
no,
Oh,
more than that.
total, like, oh, total.
I would think Nikon total would be, I wouldn't want to give a total, but it would be more than that because it's
Of course it's more.
four departments that probably participate in it.
About 15,000.
3 conferences a year, several people at each.
Yeah.
It just was,
I'm
Yeah,
looking-
but I'm curious.
I'm looking.
She can look it up. She could just look it up by vendor.
This past summer, I was able to attend the NISPERLA conference, which is the New York State. I had to write it down because it's it's a long acronym,
Acronym.
but New York State Public Employer Labor Relations Association. So that was really focused on personnel matters, the entire conference. And it was a really great experience for me in terms of learning some best practices. I have a lot of thoughts in terms of some like wellness initiatives that different peers have had some success with. I find it really helpful to just sort of realize that there is like this network of people that you can bounce ideas off of and, see what worked and what didn't work. And it was a very valuable experience.
Great.
So this included two, and that's it. I mean, you know, from time to time, Karen sends, you know, they do offer lots of different, you know, these organizations or some other ones, you know, some additional HR specific training. You know, in this role, there's a lot more mandated reporting that's, you know, that will require that I've never in my, you know, 14, 15-year experience in human resources have never been required to do myself. You know, there's lots of different courses like that. I haven't taken advantage of those. Because I've been trying to be sort of frugal and figure things out on my own, but perhaps that would be something to, you know, in this budget that, you know, next year, as we get a new person, you know, if they need some additional help. We would
Great.
look to this.
So to date, we've spent in 2023, $8,070.
Okay,
And part of that is the annual membership fees.
right, which
as
is a
well.
big part of that. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else?
On page 3, at the bottom of page 3, which goes over onto page 4, would you like to talk in terms of your onboarding software that you're looking at, Marissa?
Right, so this is something that we'll have to have another conversation with the board about. But in 2024, in one of my goals is to, Mayor, you mentioned the packet of, you know, practically a binder of
Mhm.
received paper that
Right.
we need to review and have filled out. So there is, you know, some of our current vendors as well as there's some other vendors that we're looking at and that I've had some conversations with. Who, you know, have onboarding software. I don't know if your current employer has that now, but you know, it can take you all the way from the applicant flow to then the onboarding process. Everything is done on the computer, which of course reduces risk for, you know, compliance risk and makes sure that everything's uniform and everything's filled out properly. It would so help with the part-time and seasonal hiring in the summertime. You know, we could even probably have our, like, you know, drug testing and background checks as a part of this process. It would really improve efficiency. I think not just in the personnel office, but also as we, you know, our systems work with finance and payroll. You know, the goal is that it would be an integrated, very professional system that, you know, most companies utilize.
Where are you storing all these years? Where have you been storing all that paper? I'm just curious.
You know, it's paper, it's.
Where is it stored,
So
all
we
this?
have our active personnel files in our offices. We have some files, you know, upstairs in the attic. You know, we
Okay.
follow the record retention policy.
All right, so
yeah,
I'm
so
assuming
it-
this helps with storage as
It
well.
definitely helps us. I mean, there's so many efficiencies that it will help with. But
Okay.
right now, we're just in the process of getting more information. So this is really, you know, a placeholder.
Sure. Can I,
Great.
so regarding this placeholder, because it's, I want to say $14,000 more or less. Is that gonna be an annual fee that you're looking to be, that's gonna be the $14,000 is gonna be part of the budget going forward?
Yeah, they have, it's a cost that would continue. yes.
Okay, so I'd be curious to learn a little
And
bit
go
more
up,
because it is always more, sure.
yeah.
Is no, yeah, we need the software, but now we need to store that
Yeah.
information, and now it's the cloud system, and then it's all this computer stuff.
And then
and
there's the
then
merger
it's-
from another company in the
so-
middle of
and
it
all
all.
these other stuff, so I'd be curious to see if I can at least, for me, again, I don't know what the rest of it, but
Yeah.
it's always more. I've been software, the department software, you know, finances software, you know, it is always more. Not that I'm against that, I think technology is great, but at the same time, my concern is, you know, it's not gonna be $14,000.
Right.
You know,
This is being budgeted. We haven't approved this, have we?
no,
It's in the tentative budget.
It's in the tentative, right?
There's a piece in general fund water and sewer fund for it, so it's a little more than.
I mean, I'm sorry, when you said a piece, you mean in additional to that?
It's split, right, it's split across general water. and sewer.
So I think this falls under one of the things that we're of investigating now. If we deem that it's beneficial, so whatever cost that we would spend on it based on what we're doing in terms of fueling greater efficiency and time management too, because our current system is incredibly onerous and difficult. It would be brought to the board. We would discuss at a work session and we would go from there. So it's another way of, yes, there's a cost, but there's probably a comparable saving on the time for employees, management, the time management, as well as the fact that we don't have to, then save thousands of pieces of paper. So it really is an efficiency tool, and we certainly would bring that to the board, discuss it, discuss comparable options and the way we would any other software implementation going forward. We're just not there yet.
Okay, so I'm gonna say one thing, and it's probably maybe not part of this conversation, and I'm gonna have an opportunity to say that at another time, but I'm gonna say thank you, Nancy, for all the work, because as I go through this budget, I see how essential she has been all these years for the personnel office. Because, we're trying to replace one person with two people, more or less, and computer systems and all this other stuff. So Nancy, whenever you watch this, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. I really appreciate all the hard work that you have done for not just for the personnel office, but for the whole entire village. Because I know it's a lot, and I'm gonna miss you. But we'll have another chance to talk about her. But all right, thank you.
We're talking about somebody that is leaving, but I didn't know that she handed in her.
Thanks.
What happened? Did she actually put something in writing that she is retiring? Because we've now mentioned her name and talked about her retirement.
I mean,
Yeah, her paperwork's in
she
and
has not put in.
Oh, she
paperwork,
hasn't
but
put it in?
But she has communicated. this.
Okay, so I
Believe me, it's
So, okay, so I'm gonna take that back. She's not leaving. Nancy, you're not leaving.
This was likely going to come up as we talked about the budget, so.
So she's not.
it's
so
somewhat common
you lost the
knowledge.
paperwork somewhere along the lines. All right, so we're good. All right. Yeah.
Yes,
But
we
yes,
were,
Thank you for saying. that.
Well, I'm just gonna push back a little bit. We can't do this because there's like a lot of issues about talking about people. They could tell you 100 times a day. If they don't have it in writing and the paperwork hasn't been done, we have had in other departments where people go, oh, change my mind. Need the money. You misunderstood me. We're like literally talking about it at a public meeting. So I'm just gonna say going forward, you gotta paperwork isn't in, it's person X and there are opportunities.
correct.
So because there are people listening to this and this is video recorded. So let's just be clear. And yes, Nancy will hear it.
All
and
right, great.
just
So I'm gonna
explain
take
why
it back.
Everybody has
All right,
mentioned
so I'm
earlier
gonna
that
take it
really we
back.
Shouldn't be doing it this way.
So
Okay,
she's not
what else?
retiring. That's what we said. All right. so
No, we're
Nancy,
saying
you're not
that the paperwork has not been put in and therefore we should not be discussing it that way. Okay, Dale, what else we got?
Okay.
Or where's that? What else? I mean, what should we be looking for? What changes are going on? What are you asking for?
I think.
I got
that's it.
people, I got technology, I've got some increases in budgets. Got a couple of decreases, but they're bupkis, they're little pennies. What else?
In the personnel budget is also housed the workers' comp.
Right.
As well as health insurance, the workers' comp, actually went down slightly. From 2023 to 2024.
Oh, interesting.
Which is always a nice.
Always nice. Very nice.
Our health insurance, did not replicate that, it did, increase.
So cute, Dale. And by how much percentage?
It's a 7.40% increase.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
For 2024. Again, this is portioned off of first general warrants work as well as workers.
Okay.
There is a slight revenue side increase for stop loss recoveries. That is also included in the revenue accounts.
Okay.
Which starts page
18. That's the last page.
That's the last,
Okay.
so that's where the revenue.
All right.
As I'm looking at it, I don't know that I tagged it to your department, so I apologize for that. I think they might be tagged to, no, they are. No, well,
You talking to yourself now?
Yeah, insurance recovery, but only the general fund. Okay,
Okay,
I'll fix that. There is a water and sewer portion as well, that should be
Okay.
added. To Mercer's budget.
and the town has, we don't have any relationship on the personnel or safety, I should say personnel and safety departments to the town, is that right?
That's-
Okay,
Mhm.
what else we got, people? Guys, something happening?
No.
Oh, it's just conversation, okay. Anyone? Commentary, questions?
Anything you'd
I'd like, oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, Dana. I
I'm
didn't
up
look.
here, remember me? Here I am.
No, I actually was gonna mention publicly that you are coming to us remote. Thank you. You had a question or comment?
No, I just wanted to say thank you, Marissa, for all the great work you're doing. It's not an easy job. It's a very complicated, a lot of paperwork, a lot of red tape, a lot of bureaucracy, and you're doing a great job. So thanks.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for us? Marissa, not Dana, I'm looking at you.
Oh, okay.
Looks like I'm looking at Dana, but I'm looking at you.
I don't have any questions, no.
Okay, fabulous.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Marissa.
What's the matter? You guys are having a little sidebar or?
This is official from Nancy Con.
Having a sidebar?
This is officially,
I feel very left out.
officially from Nancy Conklin just in. I will be officially retiring on 12/29/23.
What time?
She has she
426.
4:26.
Texted me also. Thank you, Nancy. I just wanted to stay professional. You know me, Nancy, gotta we've been around the block a few times, so thank you. So
Yes,
now,
you-
say thank you for your service, Nancy. Thanks. Okay,
All right, thank you for your time. And
sure.
I'll thank you, get the information at last.
Great. Next time, bring a picture of the fam, the dog, the kids, because I want to see how much they've grown.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marissa.
Have a good one.
Joe, welcome.
You're early,
I want all these people wearing the official uniforms going forward, because if we're gonna pay $16,000 or $12,000 for uniforms, I want to see people in
Hold on,
uniforms.
hey,
here.
hold on.
Ah,
There we go.
there he goes. There, oh, wow, all right. Yeah, the camera's over there. Let's see if it captures it. Okay,
Nice touch.
That was well.
always see, he's always prepared.
It's coming, yes.
Always prepared, always prepared. Let me just get your department up here. What's your department, Joe?
That would be building.
That's your first test question.
Planning?
Okay, it's up and running. How are you?
I'm okay. How's everyone?
I think really well, thank you.
I'll let you know when we're done.
Nah.
I
Okay.
heard it was going very quickly and very well, so I came early.
You're welcome.
Great. Good evening, Joe Augustinelli, building inspector. Nice to have you here.
Thank you.
Page one, as we've now become very familiar with, is the salary lines for the building department. Currently, there are 2 vacancies, is that correct?
Yes. Yes, one is an office assistant, looking for office assistant bilingual. And we have one more code enforcement officer position that's still available.
Okay. Oh, couldn't hear you. I'm sorry, Bob.
Yeah, we have, myself, 2 assistant building inspectors, 1 senior code enforcement officer, 2 code enforcement officers, and 2 office assistants. But on the office assistant, we've always staffed 3. So we're trying to fill that position, and the code enforcement officer position is something we've had open for quite some time, but we're trying to complete that too. Because we have obviously code enforcement officers now working on Saturday as well. So we want to expand the amount of enforcement and fill that position.
So it's interesting that you've got a couple of people on top, no, 1, 2, 3, 4 people, 5 people all going to general fund. Then as we go farther down the list, no, 5, 6, Then we go farther down, it's general water. Is there a reason for that?
Lori, handles backflow, for the.
Oh,
for the
so that's,
county,
so
she-
they're doing
25% of her.
Got
is
it.
Paid by the board.
Great,
So,
thank you, Joe. Okay, let me just see where we are. Looks like payment slate. Okay, okay just means thank you. We're not approving anything or.
All right, so at the bottom of.
Can we talk about overtime?
yeah.
I was going this way. I got
Okay,
to the line at exactly the same time you
The
did.
overtime was for the first half of the year. We hired our assistant building inspectors. I believe around July. So for the first half, we had less employees. So, you know, some of the staff was covering for a lot of just to keep the process of the building inspections, code enforcement, paperwork, permits coming in, and you know, we figured since those salaries were not being paid because we didn't fill those positions, we didn't want to fall behind, so we said we're willing to do overtime just to continue to service the public. But what all the positions getting filled now, the following year, that won't continue.
Is, and I'm not gonna ask you to remember everything that happened, obviously, in 2019, sure, but in 2019, the line of overtime was $12,000. We actually went over by $26,000, which is not as bad as the rest of the years, sure, except for the pandemic. You know, it kind of went up a little bit, obviously in 21, it went up as things open up.
Right.
But I think I'm interested to see because staffing wise, we've been struggling to fill those positions out for a very long time.
That's correct.
This is not just something that happened.
Right,
We've been doing this pretty much, actually it's been 2018, maybe even longer than that.
Right.
So I'm just trying to understand a little bit more in the overtime situation. Have we done more? How we catch up? Where are we at? Are we gonna be seeing, you know, a number over $26,000 for argument's sake in 2026 that the overtime went up? Because this number is not even up to date, correct, Dale? The 2023 number that we
Yeah.
see 69, not up to date. I mean, when I say not up to date, it's not until the end of the year.
It's not
We're
correct.
gonna see a higher number than that.
If the more overtime's being worked, yeah.
So, I mean, going back, as you're saying, to like 2019, so obviously during COVID, the amount of building permits and things slowed down because there was.
But it was
restrictions
still overtime.
for call outs, things like that. We still get called out for fire department issues, police issues at their hours. If we get called out because somebody doesn't have heat, you know, we have to send people out by contract. That's paid for as like 2-hour overtime. If it's a Sunday, if it's a holiday, they get double time. So it does add up quickly. But normally about 25,000-26,000 is usually normal. But in the, like I said, back in 2019-20, the amount of, you know, work that the building department is allowed to do slowed down.
Now,
Once the restrictions were, lifted, you know, the process of the amount of volume coming in has increased.
but it-
One of the things you can look at too is if you look at the total, personnel revenue, personnel expense rather. You see the inverse, where you see the total year to year is actually lower than the appropriated budget.
Yeah.
So that's where you.
Of course, no, I understand that, no, exactly, but you know, I'm just trying to put, you know, more like apples to apples in some areas, sure, you know, because again, it's not like we had because right now, on paper, we add an additional code enforcement at some point, so right now on paper, we have 10 employees in the building department, on paper. In reality, we only have 8 right now, current right
That's
now.
correct.
6 months ago, we only had
No. 6.
6.
Mhm.
Okay, all right. And before that, we only had
That's what some plans we may have had like 5.
5,
Right.
exactly. So that's sort of the
Mhm.
perspective that I want to kind of see, because my next question for now is the people that was getting the overtime, I'm assuming it was code enforcement,
Code
not really,
enforcement
you know,
and
secretarial portion,
some
office staff.
secretarial, correct, you know, we also get a high volume of things like foils and searches, which have to be done. So when we had at certain points, only two office assistant staff, they have to do the permitting, scheduling, take care of people at the counter, answer phones, do all the searches, all the foils. So in a 6.5 hour day, it's a lot. So the fact that a lot of times they would stay overtime to complete the FOIL request, do the searches and stuff, that would be a lot what they were doing after hours, because at some points we were way behind where we were looking for additional help to get these FOILs done, because if you ask the clerk, they'll tell you about 95% or 90% of FOILs that come in are all building departments.
We had that conversation with Sue yesterday.
Yeah, so, you know, it takes time to go through a lot of that stuff, because even though we have Municity, everything that we've been putting on Municity, for the most part, you can get out of Municity, you can probably get out of Laserfish. But a lot of files that people want are all still in paper, because they've never been scanned and put into a system where somebody can just, you know, click a bunch of buttons and say, here's everything. You have to go through like 5 different steps to make sure you give it. When somebody says they want the entire property file, you have to go to 5 different systems over the years to do it. Because we didn't, you know, we did a little bit of things like surveys, scan those. So if somebody asks for a survey, we can get that right away. But if somebody wants plans, they want stuff from older files, you have to go through paper files to find them.
Get all that stuff.
So it's time consuming.
Yes, it is time consuming, but I'm not gonna. You and I can have this conversation all day long, which I'm not gonna have right now. So my concern is the trend that I don't want to keep doing, you know, and again, we're trying to make it with all the technology that your department has now. And I know a lot of information as they FOIL, they they don't need to FOIL because they can get that information online. I know we had this conversation with Sue yesterday, you know, and I know a lot of people, realtors, they just don't want to do that.
Right.
So it's an education process for that.
Well, the hope is the fact that we spent the money for this, for the
Correct.
program.
And
people would
that's
use it, and we
exactly.
encourage them to use it,
Yes.
but
So I think that's the biggest struggle that I'm having right now is that.
it's gotta be the intent when people FOIL to the clerk's office, well, whomever is handling that, to basically say, you know, you can get that stuff online, you don't need to FOIL, and try to encourage them to do that
Yeah.
rather than submitting the FOIL, but it's not always successful to do that, because they like a lot of stuff just printed and or emailed to them, because it's easier for them to do in the work, so.
Yeah.
Basically.
I have a bunch of other questions that I think it's better off on having an internal conversation with you, Karen, with you, Joe, as well, because I have other questions to go from, which I'm sure the board is not interested in that, so. All right, thank you.
So page 2, leads us into rounding out the personnel expenditure lines for equipment. There is a request for body cameras for $4,000. Jody, you want to speak on that?
Yeah, so we thought it would be a value to have the code enforcement officers and assistant building inspectors have body cameras, because one is obviously for their own safety. It's an enforcement agency, so as people now are, you know, as we see more and more people have phones where they record the opposite side, and we don't really have the ability or ways to record what goes on in the interactions. So one is obviously a safety factor. The other is when we write up court violations, sometimes a defense attorney will automatically try to say, well, the building department entered illegally, they didn't have permission and so forth. And then it's kind of either we send 2 or 3 people and somebody has to be a witness to say, no, we knocked on the door and the tenant let us in or so forth. But knowing we approach a home with intent of looking for illegal apartments or housing, we can turn on a body cam and get that videotape, so that accusation of trespassing is handled because it'd be videotape. The other thing is when you actually do see the violations, we try to take pictures that we use for court that try to show the violations, whether it be, a boarding house, fire violations, but actually recording it gives a lot better of a picture, and it actually will help our prosecution for that if a case goes to trial. We're not intending to use it for everything, like not to go for a building inspection. We're here for a plumbing inspection. We're not gonna videotape that. But it's mostly to be used for interactions or people where we feel there may be some sort of either a safety situation or somebody pushing back on something, which we've had incidents of that in the recent past. And two, to fortify some of our prosecution against violators.
How many body cameras are we talking about?
Well, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, would be like 6.
Okay, and then you need the software, because from what I understand, the police said it doesn't get connected to theirs. So what about the software technology,
We are only
storage?
really just starting to explore this. We were sort of waiting to hear from some other municipalities who have gone this route to sort of see how they managed it and whether it was worth the time, the money, I know just from speaking to Stuart, about, how we need to be careful about who has access to the footage and how it's kept and for how long. I mean, it's sort of a procedure. So we wanted to, similar to what we were just talking about in the last budget meeting, sort of earmark this money, get the board, to be interested in the idea. And then certainly if and when we would come and say, here's the proposal we're working with, yay or nay, rather than come with that in the middle of the year and then say there's not any money earmarked for it.
What other municipality have you been looking?
We actually, Karen and I met about 2 years ago with the current village manager in the village of Buchanan, who recommended it from, I think, the time
Sorry,
that
where?
Buchanan.
Right here?
Yes,
Buchanan?
Buchanan, yes.
Buchanan, the municipality that's really tiny. That has maybe one,
Yes.
okay.
So, I
Okay.
don't recall whether it was
Alright.
when he was working in Buchanan. He's been a village manager in many different locations, but he was talking to me and to Karen about how well it had worked in their building department. So we were starting to get some feedback from him, but I guess it was some time ago. He didn't remember the vendor. So we're waiting to hear from some other municipalities.
Sorry, so Buchanan at that time had bad cameras for the building department?
No,
Okay.
Marcus Serrano, who at the time was.
and still is.
And still
yeah.
is.
The village manager in Buchanan. However, I think it was a previous, and I don't remember where he worked previously, but the conversation when we were talking about different issues we had with code enforcement, with following up, with making sure that that was a conversation. And there were a couple other people. We were at an outdoor event, just sharing information about code enforcement and challenges and opportunities. And that was one thing that came up. It is something that we're continuing to look at. So I think similar to what we would do with any software like this, there would be a likely a work session where we would, if we decide to go forward with this, where we would be presenting it at a work session and we would be talking about what we're doing, what the implications were. Stuart had some concerns too about discovery. So again, it's one of the tools. I think that the board's been very, very clear over the last several years that code enforcement is probably one of the biggest challenges that we have. And we want to make sure that we're operating in a way that we're looking at potential to strengthen the tools in our toolkit to do effective enforcement. And this would be one of those things that we're exploring.
And also, frankly, to keep our employees safe. I mean, it's not every employee that's going into a private home. So it's safer potentially for our employees and also for the folks who have village employees coming into their houses.
We did speak, Maddie and I went to the police department and had some conversation, I know with Captain about it. And I know the police department with their footage stored, not even in something they store them in their location. I guess it was explained to me that they store it in another facility. It's done in, I think, in Arizona, and it's only if the situation is where they need to retrieve video footage for any of the stuff, they would do it as needed. But obviously they have those cameras are going on through the entire time the police are policing the neighborhood, so they have a lot of footage. We're not talking about videotaping as much as that. It would be a situation where we get a complaint, we get a call out, we're going to go to a location. Fire department is there. They say, looks like we have a housing situation, condition. We're going to go there. At that point, we're going to videotape what we're seeing for the purpose of the case. We're not using it as code enforcement officers just walking around the neighborhood or patrolling, going looking around for certain things. It's not assistant building inspectors going to every framing inspection and recording that. It would mostly be for whether there is a situation where they feel that they may be threatened to videotape it for safety, as Maddie is explaining, and for videotaping as part of an evidence if we're going to be issuing violations for any fire violations, safety violations for a building. So the amount of footage that we'd have to store wouldn't be like what the police are doing.
Okay,
So we'd have to talk to IT about.
we got it. We got it. So let me just give you an opinion until I see it. I would have to understand the downsides of this, because as far as I'm concerned, you can walk around the whole village and videotape everything. I'm totally on the other side of the equation on this, because code enforcement is tricky. It is dangerous. It's never dangerous with the good characters. Sure, you want to come in, look at it, everything's great. But even if once a year there's an incident where somebody's life is threatened, who's basically going in because maybe they didn't see your logo, it's too small for them to see, or they're hiding something. We do not have enough police officers 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to manage all of this stuff. We have over 27,000 people living here. It's a lot of people. It's just a bit smaller than Poughkeepsie. I mean, it's a large, densely populated area. And we've had incidences. So $4,000 on our budget is not a lot. The storage and all that, you have to look at it. The legalities that, the cops are required to press that button the minute the transaction starts, because they can't decide on their own, like you're describing, when to put the camera on or not. But otherwise, it's been proven over time that with everybody walking around with these iPhones and videotaping the way they want to, when you look at body cameras, they oftentimes say that actually the transaction was done correctly. To me, even one incident and one bad character or some slumlord that gets nasty or accuses you guys of something, if this eliminates that opportunity in court and otherwise, because otherwise you always have to have a cop there, and they're not always available. They're just not. They're out doing something. I actually want to hear the downsides of this so that we protect ourselves. From my school of thought is, as far as I'm concerned, everybody can walk in when things are going on. It will help us in court, which is a problem because you need evidence, right? And it all becomes your word against somebody else's word. He said this, I didn't say they could come in, and it's like he said, she said, he said, she said for hours. And we sit here going, oh, what really happened? But then I'm all personally, one vote, I'm all in on this, but I don't care that other municipalities do or don't. They may have more officers, they may have different rules, they may have different issues. There are many river towns that have, 4,000 or 5,000 residents living on 1 acre land houses, and they just don't have all the issues. We also have a language issue, right? We know that. So somebody heard it differently. They didn't know the rules. They thought we just had an incident where some guy ran into his parents' house and said, you can't come in, you can come in. Cameras help with that. It also helps us that our people are doing what they're supposed to. That when they come and tell their boss, I did exactly what I was supposed to, and you put the camera on and you go, not so much so. You didn't do what you were supposed to. The person is right. You didn't announce yourself. It really works in both ways from my perspective. So I'm looking at you, Maddie. We've got to get, and if no municipality is really using it and we'll be the first major municipality, then I don't care, but I do care that we understand the downside costs, how it's used, training costs, which the police go through a lot of training, storage costs, what the legal issues are, so that we get a full picture. And the training is a big deal, which you didn't budget for, because I don't know if the cops can train you guys. And then a policy in place that says, the minute you walk out of that car and onto somebody's property, that camera better be on. You don't get to select when it's on and when it's off. And my guess is that we will be avoiding some major issues that we haven't been able to really grasp. And I think it's gonna be more money than this. I think you've underestimated the budget. So you may wanna take out of the postage and printing budget and throw some in there. And make sure, and I also don't think you need one per person, if I understand correctly, unless you're all exactly doing the same thing. You could start with 4 and share. But, now I'm on the margins, so I don't want to micromanage every dollar of this, but that's the major, I think, picture. I would like to have somebody come in here and tell us we should put cameras on the streets, as far as I'm concerned, because I think this whole he said, she said, and somebody has to be there all the time is more expensive than using technology. And that's really where we've been in trouble. What else do we have? I mean, that's my opinion about this. I don't know if anybody else has, but I look forward to hearing more about it.
I'll comment during the inevitable work method.
Yes, so we will have much conversation about what, by the way, those vests come like in sizes for men and women and all of that? Did you? They're clip-ons? Oh, fabulous. I'm gonna put a couple on my kids. What else we got?
Remain flat, no increases. Other than professional reviews and meetings, there you increase that line. For additional employees.
Right, because they have to do in-service training every year by New York State requirements, so we have to pay for their training each year.
So the more employees you have, the more training you have. Is that what you're saying?
Everybody they're required to do 24 hours a year of training.
Really? Wow,
Otherwise, you'll lose your state certification
really?
At the beginning of the year.
every year.
Wow. Look at it.
That's what I
Seems
was
like a
gonna
lot.
mention in our 2 budget meetings ago. Marilyn was talking about the Section 8 inspections and how, in I guess, October of 2024, the regulations are changing. And I suspect that's something that's going to be covered in that recertification process
Wow.
for you
Should be,
folks.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't cover. Section
Well,
8
I
does
mean,
not
it-
cover
it-
that portion. of
No,
it.
I mean, I don't know if they're doing something different, but the purpose of the inspections they do are, they have to be code enforcement officials, so they
Yeah,
have to
but-
get state training to do that type of
Yeah,
inspection.
so I think it's different because according to Maryland in Section 8, they actually lessen the requirements for the
Really?
inspections. So, well, that's what she said.
Well, she said it's more
She's-
pro tenant.
It's more pro-tenant. So now, so Joe, just
Oh, you
indulge
think
me
that's
for
what that
one
means?
second. It,
Oh,
I believe that's what it says, because
Oh.
now they don't care about the exterior of the house.
I
They
see.
say they're only gonna concentrate on the interior of the house,
Oh,
and there's 3 different categories. So give me an outline out of the top of your head, 5 items that you guys look when you go to a Section 8 of inspection, more or
They-
less.
I mean, Section 8, they give them a tablet of different
Right.
items.
They have
they're
a
looking for.
list. There's a
Yeah.
list.
like, so-
So,
But, obviously, it's all fire safety
Yeah.
is one of the
but
components. You have
right
to-
now you look on the outside. Because that's what Maryland
No,
said. They're
they-
not gonna
they
look at the
don't-
outside anymore.
It may be for a purpose of safety,
Yeah.
but on the interior of they're looking for the common hallways, make sure they're all safe. for
So
the
I don't know if
building,
they're gonna be looking into that portion
Yeah, but
anymore.
Maddie, I'm not
One
sure
of-
if it changes the budget. when
We-
It doesn't
we
change
had
the
a-
budget, but it's
yeah.
part of it's not, that training is not
Oh,
part
okay.
of the 24 hour
So I think for
certification. that's
code
over a year.
code enforcement, it's just changing the criteria of what they're looking for. So
But
the
that's what it's
information on the
Section 8.
tablet is just going to change. And the idea is, while most of Section 8 inspections are, safety, like any other building inspection, there are things that are in a Section 8 inspection that really don't impact health and safety, and that's
Correct, and
what
that's
they're
what I'm
trying to
saying.
get rid
So
of,
the
yeah.
training, the 24 hour training that happens every year, has nothing to do with section eight. So you're gonna.
I
like-
misspoke. I was
yeah.
just wondering if maybe
Yeah.
it might. I don't know what.
Yeah.
I don't think it
No
would.
big deal.
Yeah.
The
I don't think
answer
it would.
though is that the budget's going up, right?
So this
More
gonna be
people, more
coordinate,
training.
coordinate at some point with Maryland before October, because I guess there's gonna be some modifications on their side of the inspection for section eight.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
So flowing over into page 7 is the revenue per house for the revenue department. Everything's pretty much on target. We did not increase any revenue lines, we actually decreased the safety inspection fee line slightly. From 45,000 to 39,000. Currently today, collect 26.
What is that?
So those are your safety inspection fees.
No, I can read safety inspection, but what specifically does
This
that
includes
include?
a portion of it is the section 8 inspection.
Okay,
Come flow through here for the back and forth between section 8. What else?
Yeah, I mean, on the safety inspections, I mean, I'm not sure if that would include, I guess, cost for fire inspections, I'm not sure specifically.
that's a revenue. Did you put that? Okay, so can you just get back to us? It seems like nobody knows what it is. So can you just give us what the revenue, what that refers
mean,
to?
Yeah, because if each year you're looking at, it looks like we kind of always hit.
No, I get
I
that.
don't know.
Dale, just tell me what it is when, or write to us, because I'm sure there's just a simple explanation. Yeah, we don't need to guess. Let's just figure out what that means. Okay, and why it's going down.
so,
Tree
So, yeah,
removal.
so,
permits, yeah.
now I have questions. So Joe, in regards to the building permits, the actual for 2023, we estimated or budget 185, but so far we have 157.
Hmm.
The expectations, I'm assuming to the end of the year, do you think we're gonna be hitting that number?
185 in permits fees, right?
Mhm.
I think we're probably gonna get close to that by the end of the year, because we're still taking in large volumes of projects, like we just took in 2 projects for Open Door, which are gonna be large amount of permit fees.
Got it.
So I'm sure we're gonna hit that at the end.
So the expectation more or less on, for projects for next year, you're being in a safe, saying that 185 is a safe number to be?
Yeah, we actually, I think this coming year have 2 large projects. We have the.
So that would be a
It's
yes.
gonna be a yes, because. just
Okay.
So I'm
And
gonna ask
then
you,
all the other.
yeah, so I'm gonna ask you a question about my favorite project, 34 State Street. They haven't done anything, correct?
Mhm.
No.
Nothing. When is
No,
the
but
perm?
they,
Microphone.
They're financing, they're gonna have their closing probably by June, so they're looking to break ground once the closing's done. So that has to do with homes and community renewal, but I spoke to Bill Bolter and today, and they're,
This is 34 State Street.
34, I'm thinking of more.
No.
No.
I was being very sarcastic
Water-
for my.
Yeah,
fifth
I don't-
project.
Zero.
I don't think that anybody's gonna be breaking ground in 2024 on
Okay.
34. I'm
I
so
was
sorry.
surprised. I was like,
had-
wait, they're
I-
doing
I-
close.
well,
Scared me there, Karen. I'm like, who the heck bought it? He's breaking ground. What?
No, I am so sorry. I just,
Okay.
mind was set in a
Right, so
completely
34
different.
Street, nothing's happening.
So, but when is the permit expire? Now that after the
Believe
renewal?
it's, July of 24 this coming year.
Wait for July 30th, I guess. All right, thanks, Joe.
Anything else?
just to go back to the 1560, the safety inspection.
Mm-hmm.
It's section 8 inspection, but it's also title search fees are going into that revenue.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Joe had 2 fee changes.
Yeah, so on the fee changes, one of them I believe we had was with regard to the fee for removing trees. Up until previously, if you remove trees without taking the proper permits and having the arborist approve them, you would get a permit fee of $1,000 like we do with the electrical, the plumbing and so forth. But it's proposed, if someone takes down 10 trees, obviously $1,000 is not that much of a big deal because they got the trees taken down. So we proposed to do $1,000 per tree that's removed without permits.
The fine is charged if you do it without a permit?
Correct.
How does that work? If you get a permit, what's the cost of the permit?
Cost of the permit, the maximum amount would be, I believe, is like up to $150. It starts off as, I believe, somewhere like $75 or $80, and then if you're requesting to take down 3 to 5 trees, it's $115. And then if you're taking down up, it goes to a limit of, I believe, $150. And at $150, you could propose to take down 30 trees. But that's the max. Now, if you take down any trees, whether it's 1 or 10, you get a permit fee of $1,000. But we felt that wasn't really, if a person takes out multiple trees, $1,000 doesn't seem like it's a lot to prevent them from doing so without a permit. So putting in a cost where somebody could be charged, $5,000 taking 5 trees would be more of a deterrent to for people not taking the permits to get the trees removed properly.
I think what was put in was $1,000 for the first tree and then 500 each additional with no
Additional tree,
limit.
correct,
So
yes.
if somebody does 40 trees, you pay 1,000 plus 500
Plus
times.
5 for each one.
And the way the permitting works is I come in, I say, I want to take down 10 trees. You guys automatically say, yes, here are the permits? Or does
No.
somebody, so then arborist goes out,
Correct.
looks and makes sure if you're putting a pool in, I don't know, whatever, and you have to take them down because obviously to put the pool in. So decisions get made.
Correct.
Okay. So that's the fee. That's not for this budget. That's when we do fees. We will be discussing, but it's in the budget as a revenue, correct?
So, and remind me, who pays for the arborist?
We do.
Removal permit.
The permit covers the cost of office.
So that will be included in the
Yeah.
$1,000 that you guys are requesting or proposing.
Right, if you.
No,
do
a
your
few
permit.
work before, yeah. I guess so.
Okay, so we do that fees separately though, yeah.
So the arborist, I wanna cut a tree down, he's gotta come out and look at the tree line.
Can you talk a little closer?
I'm sorry. I wanna cut it. I'm sure he's on. I wanna cut a tree down. I have to have him come out and look at the tree.
Right.
There
Is
are
there
ru-
ever a determination where he's gonna go, no, you can't cut it down?
Yeah.
Glad you asked.
There's times when we've had where they say, no, if you're gonna, well, there's 2 choices. They could say you could take the tree down, it's not in very good condition, therefore they're agreeing to remove it. If they feel that it's a healthy tree, but the homeowner is insistent that they want to take it down, the arborist could say, okay, you can remove this tree, but you'll have to replant. So 3 other smaller trees, and they give them an option where to plant them. So there'd be some sort of replacement for removing a tree. So I can't specifically say that they would say no to anybody wanting to take a tree down their property, but it would be the difference
I'm
of you
just-
don't need to replant or you do.
It's
I'm
also a
throwing darts.
tree of, I think, Bob, it's a tree of a certain size too. It's not like a little pine tree, right? There, isn't there the minimum trunk size?
It has.
Yeah, it has to be an old,
I
it's not
understand.
like a couple of pine
understand
trees
that.
that you want to clear off, like the little
I was
ones.
just throwing a dart, cause it just always was one of my questions.
Yeah. It
Why
has
would he
to be
say
the
no?
older ones. They don't really say no very often.
I-
It's
I don't-
often
They
multiples.
They
Yeah.
make recommendations and they could say, they talk to the homeowner and say, we'll allow you to take these trees down, but we would like you to replant.
What happens if the homeowner says, no, I'm not gonna plant it, I'm just gonna remove it, then what?
Not much.
If the determination is that they have to replant, we mark that down as a follow-up inspection.
But you said it's a recommendation. So what is the follow-up?
We're working on trying to strengthen that in our
Okay,
law.
so right now, it's not, there's nothing you guys can do.
Right, and so
Okay.
we have.
But they'd still get their permit granted.
Yeah.
It's a little tricky. We've been working with our regional forester on this to try to come up and with the EAC as well, about what some recommendations might be that the EAC could bring to the board about doing this. It does get a little funky because you're telling someone what they can do on their
Mhm.
private property, but
Exactly.
at the same time, say I have a yard that has a historic tree that's been identified by the EAC as being the first tree in Ossining or something like that. There are some cases in which you might want to have certain trees that are carved
Yeah.
out, but it is a tricky,
So
a tricky wicket.
It's-
So
Look,
yeah.
we can have a conversation because we do have laws about historic buildings and yet historic buildings get turned down. Just saying.
I think most of this is, I have old big trees on my property. I have to go through all this. But people put solar panels, for example. And I mean, I went through this and didn't take a tree down, so I don't get the efficiency I would have gotten had I taken down this 150-year-old oak tree. I mean, it's relatively healthy. It's old, but it's big and it costs me a lot more to take care of it every 2-3 years than it would have to just take it down. I also would have had, so a lot of times when the guys are, the people that put solar, they recommend that you take down 2-3 big trees, but an arborist would say, okay, if you take this tree out, the drainage actually suffers because the roots on it, we have a lot of houses. I mean, I actually had this, we just chose to keep the tree up, but the both the arborist and the solar panel people said we should take down 3 trees. It would have been a legitimate reason. I really don't think they oftentimes say no, except sometimes there is drainage issues when you take trees, like houses have known to move because you take the roots out and you're on a hill and there's a flood. And then we get calls from the same people who took big trees out and go, well, I never had flooding. Now I have flood. Yeah, because you took the 2 biggest trees out of near your house that were preventing the ground from moving. So arborists are very good, I think. It's very hard to get this. It's somebody's property. If they want to take down 3 trees, they're going to get, but what we want them to do is get a permit. We want them to make sure that it's done correctly, that there's a reason. There are a lot of sick trees right now in Westchester. We know that. There's that weirdo disease that's going on. So people do want to take some of their trees down because they're sick. Arborists will say, of course, because the tree's sick and it's going to fall on something. I think more often than not, they say yes, but they want to make sure that it's correct. And I think EAC is a great place. I have seen from some environmental group about solar farms and removing hundreds of trees, and different municipalities having legislation about that or not. There are also solar companies often do recommend, as they did with us, to take down trees. That would have been a bad idea. But you get a higher efficiency on the solar because it's in the sun more, because it's not getting covered by the tree. I think it's good to have this. I just don't know if we can always say like, you must do this. Or I just think it's somebody's property, and like either you let them take the tree down, or in a rare occasion that you don't, you better explain it because it's their property. I know, but I think somebody taking out 20 trees, that better be watched carefully, and that better be
I
for
think
something
properties that
real.
have 20 trees is definitely not a single family home. They're probably much more like a big complex project that has come in front of the planning board already, and that already has gone through the process.
For the
So
most part, and
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
also the recommendation of arborist helps
Yeah.
to work with. the
Exactly.
planning
I mean,
board on-
But you do
Well,
remember,
We have had an
But you-
issue
yeah,
with
there-
large properties in the village where people have basically clear cut.
yeah,
but that's
more than-
not, I'm talking about large properties. So we're talking about like but
But
yes, that have not.
that
okay,
we
20
actually,
was an exaggeration, but 5 or 8 trees. We
Yeah.
had that guy that mowed down all the trees to get a better view of the Hudson. I mean,
And our
people
own
do
property.
that. Yeah.
I remember
So
that.
people do that. So, we're not saying a lot, but we do have to have rules about, because we're on hills and we have a lot of old trees. But okay, I don't think you're ever gonna be able to tell someone on their property to replant, but you can suggest. But I like the idea that you're having EAC do it, but this becomes a fee discussion, right, Dale? These fees are not for tonight. They're not a budget, they're a fee discussion, which we do separately, no?
Generally, we do, final review of the fee schedule, we could always adopt the budget and not keep the same fee schedule.
Yeah, I thought we do them like in December or something. Don't we do the
No,
fees?
we usually
separately?
go over this and we kind of go over all the fees.
Oh, the last
together
thing we do is the
and-
fees.
yeah.
It just feels like
Because
it's
there's a lot of
December.
changes happen.
Yeah,
sometimes.
yeah.
I mean, I have questions on some of the fees
Okay.
related to signage and signs.
Is that during tonight or is that discussion?
Whenever
for
Karen wants to talk
the-
about it, because her and I, we went over that signage portion a couple months.
Well, we
months
made a
ago.
recommendation, I believe it's in the fee schedule. We talked about disaggregating the sign permit from the building permit and creating a separate fee for that.
No, we
That
have a signage installation. We're
Yeah,
talking
there's-
about.
there,
lateral-
there's two, there were two, and then it was the definition of the sign. So there were two things. So one was, go ahead, Maddie.
No, I was just gonna say, I know that there was some conversation about work done without a permit as regards to signs.
Signs, correct.
So
And how's
that's
defined the sign as well.
right. So the two parts of the same story, but that's not something we put in because I was sort of anticipating more conversation on it.
I
So
thought we put it in. I think that one of the things that we're recommending, we can talk about it when we talk about fees more generally
That's fine.
speaking, as opposed to going through it tonight, but there was an issue with the sign permit fee, just generally speaking, and disaggregating it from the building permit fee, or it was a fee, I guess, if the penalty if you didn't, I
Without
can't,
doing
now
work
I'm, li-
without,
yeah.
without a permit.
Doing it
which
without a permit.
defines-
It just was a
signs.
disproportionate to
Correct.
the, what the, so it goes along with encouraging good actors, discouraging bad actors, but not hitting somebody over the head with a hammer for no
I
reason.
mean, $1,000, that was the.
That was it. And then the other issue is like
Yeah.
more, putting more of a definition, which sort of goes into our whole zoning or code cleanup and everything else on what constitutes a sign. Because right now the interpretation of a sign is very, very broad in our code, and it probably benefits us to look at that more specifically.
But we can start with the fine portion.
Yeah, it was
why
it was the
Yeah.
fine for putting up a sign without a permit
Yeah.
to reduce that
And
fine.
then we'll define a sign. So if it's not in this budget, if you could just make a note for yourselves to,
it was
Put it-
proposed to be half of what it would otherwise be, right? So all work done without a permit is $1,000 or 3 times the permit fee, whatever is greater. In this case, it would be $500 or 3 times the permit
Is
fee.
that
whichever
what
is
you
greater.
guys came up with?
I don't remember. I have to be honest. I don't
sounds
remember
like
coming
she
out.
remembers
What
it.
we came up with. I think we talked about that as an option to discuss with the board, but I don't remember.
So let's put that
definitively.
in writing and then we can revisit it once it's actually,
Yeah.
if you could take that as a takeaway from.
Certainly directionally, that was where we were going with that.
Okay. What else? I felt like you had others, other things.
No, I mean, when we go over this in more detail, I guess we can go over the other stuff, but
Okay.
I think it's a pretty straightforward budget.
I would like to mention also, there's a lot of shading on the fee schedule. Dale, I don't know if you discussed this and I missed it. Stuart actually helped us in identifying a lot of sections throughout the fee schedule that needed to be tweaked based on the code. So there's a lot of shading in there that doesn't represent any change whatsoever, except the section of code that it should refer to. So there's a lot more shading than there is proposed changes.
Right, and in the middle column, it has a description of why. So it'll say section of code change or
Yeah.
title and section of code change.
A lot of
So it's
that,
not
yeah.
changed to the page.
Yeah, a lot of the changes seem besides that is more on the recreation portion of that.
Mhm,
Yeah,
Yeah.
for next year's.
Yes.
Yeah,
mhm. Right. Increases for camp.
yeah, camp and all the other stuff, yeah.
Mhm. Yes, there weren't too many.
No, I didn't see any, no, I didn't see that many stuff.
Right. That's it for us.
Well, I think part of the process for this year was to consolidate or eliminate some unwanted, historically unused,
There are.
weird,
Domestic.
yes, but a bunch of them.
That is shaded.
Yeah,
Proposed delete.
like
So we didn't delete
cleaning
that.
up some of the stuff, yeah,
That is in here as well, yeah.
okay. Any
Let's make
questions
it
for us,
out.
Joe? So Joe, like a few years ago, we said that we've got to do better in the building department. Better defined as more enforcement, better customer service, better follow-up, better technology, better communications. How you feeling?
Well, we've increased the technology because we have Misty 5 that recently we have that operating where people can file their permits and things themselves online. They will upload everything, they make the payment. that's actually working very well. Beginning, some of the applicants were a little bit, you know, kind of a little shy to it, but they're taking to it very well now because it's convenient. They can do it at any time, at night and so forth. And then we come in the next day and there's 15 new applications that were uploaded overnight and it's been paid for and it's in there. And then we just make sure everything is correct and process it. So I think that's a good convenience. We're hoping that like we speak with the foils, that people will start to use some of that technology to look up information that they want. They can follow, homeowners can follow their own project as it goes through the permitting process. I think that works well for the community to be able to have more interaction, follow up on things they submit. So I think in that sense, we've done a good job with that. I think on the code enforcement, as we've gotten people hired and trained and learned what they're doing, we've been doing a lot more commercial inspections on fire safety. So that's been happening. Now we're using our assistant building inspectors as well to contribute to that on top of them doing the building inspections because they do have availability to perform those commercial inspections. So they're getting acclimated to that. Everybody is completely certified and trained at this point, so they all have their certifications and can do violations and inspections and so forth.
What about review?
We're getting to that point. Well, because for the process here, there's a lot of factors to it. It's not only doing the plan review, there's a lot of village code things. You have to know when something has to go for variances, whether they have to go for site plan approval, whether they have to get a wetlands permit. So there's still a training on that because our 2 assistant building inspectors who'd be doing that have only started, they've been with us for about 4 months. So it's been training with them to understand how to do field inspections, fire inspections and operating permits and things of that sense. The next step as we go along, we'll get them into that process of doing more reviews and stuff like that. I don't want to overwhelm them all just starting out 4 months ago, so.
Okay. So one of the roles of this board, but should be really every board in a municipality, is to make the departments more successful, right? And to meet the needs of community. So I feel like we've done our part over the past 2-3 years now, counting on your department, the overcrowding issue, the coordination with fire and police. Having Maddie also undertake that is within her role. You've got money, the people, the certification. So I'm hoping the 24, when I hear from people, they will say that we have like responsive people that are really participating in this group, which I think we will be seeing. So I'm just encouraging you that if there are needs, we need to hear about it because we've sort of done our part. And now we need you guys to sort of, overcrowding is a huge issue. And one throughout Westchester. This is not unique to us, okay? This is not a comment on Ossining. But I think the public has spoken about that. So I think that you guys could be very helpful and also rewarding the good characters in our community, the good landlords, the people who follow the rules, and then taking action against those that are bad players. And so I'm hoping 24 will be you're stocked, you're certified, you've got the people. It's been a little bit of a journey, but I'm optimistic that this is like a big year for you guys.
Yeah. I mean, we still have, the legal manners of being able to get into certain buildings. Like
Yep.
the commercial buildings, 3 families and up, we could do, inspections on that. We can just schedule and do those. The 1 and 2 family homes, again, we still have to get the permission to get in. So, we make those attempts. We follow up on complaints. We try to be proactive on a lot of things. I mean, I can say in a lot of communities that I know of, if they don't get a phone call for something, they don't go and look. We don't do that. We proactively try to stay on top. On top of things. I tell things that we can't control. I tell code enforcement, if you're driving around and you see abandoned properties and it's not being maintained and so forth, write the notice. If it's not being maintained, we have the procedure in place where we'll send someone to do the work. And then we bill the property owner for it, but we want to be proactive and get it done because, the people who live on that block shouldn't have to deal with a home that's not being managed or taken care of. So we put provisions in place to try to control stuff that we can do.
So, for my part, Maddie, also from a managerial point of view, 24 should be the year fire, police, building need to start working on behalf of the community as one force and not silos. Because the board has supplied the money, the people power, working a lot on laws, so time to move that forward. I think it's working well. I'm just saying it could be
Yeah, and
stronger.
We've had meetings and discussions
Good.
with the police department to get some sort of a kind of coordinated plan together where we'll be able to do certain enforcement, some things that, they realize they can have an officer and do like after hours. Regarding parking and things of those natures and stuff that we can do together with them. So we're working progressively to
Great.
do that.
I'm excited.
So am I.
Okay,
Can I?
please.
So this is gonna be a little bit of a difference, so hasn't been public, so full disclaimer, I'm also now 5 months working in another municipality in the building department level. So, sometimes you have to put yourself in somebody else's shoes to actually learn the struggles that, a department has. And not until a few months ago, I was able to understand better, the legalities that, Joe just went over, because it is difficult to get into someone's property. It is hard to get in, especially definitely in 1 and 2 family homes. But that's not my question. My question is this. So, and I know it's been a few months and I asked this question before. So I would like to see a little bit more of what has happened now, on the weekends, especially obviously Saturdays, sure. That we had a code enforcement for now, want to say a year?
Right.
Doing Saturdays?
Yeah.
And I want to say maybe 2 months, an assistant building inspector doing that. I would like to see what has been the progress on a Saturday. What does that look like now?
Well, I could
You
tell
don't have to
this-
give me now.
No, but I could tell you right now, assistant buildings, so we've offered inspections for homeowners on Saturdays and it's been very positive.
Yeah.
Quickly, they've started to schedule all of those because they find it as a convenience that they have an option to do it on a Saturday. When Monday to Friday they work and can't make it between the hours of when we're open. So I think they have
taken advantage of that.
They've taken advantage of
process.
that. It Manny
Okay.
gets a copy also of the list of the inspections that we have.
I would
for
like
her
to see
doing.
that. I would like to
Mhm.
see an overall of be like, okay, this is what the code enforcement person is doing. This is what the assistant has done that has for 2 months, 3 months, whatever the case may be. The reason why I'm asking is because you touched on a little bit of a more proactive portion.
Yeah.
And I can tell you this, if I go down right now to Hunter Street, I'm gonna see a sidewalk that you can barely walk.
Mhm.
And that's not the first time. I have complained several times about that particular 2 different properties. And it's the same problem every time,
We
they do it
have
once and
written
they do
up,
it maybe twice.
We have written up a lot of these properties for maintenance, especially during the summer for overgrowth
Yeah.
construction. We have quite a bit of that and often we have to send our own independent contractor to do the work and then he sends us the bill. And then we charge it to the property owner. So we've been progressively doing that. I know code enforcement on Saturday, I have, she drives around. I ask her, remove any of the signage that's on poles and stuff that are sloppy and get them off the poles. Drive around like during the summertime, if you see overgrowth and so forth, write that down, send the notices out. If you see anybody doing work without a permit, you give them stop work order and do that. She's been, the police have called on Saturday a number of times about various different issues. And having a code enforcement person on call or being here, working in the day, she's here and ready to just go and do that, as opposed to having to do a call out and an overtime and somebody coming out from their home, so.
It was really helpful for events too.
Yeah.
I think to
We did that
trustees,
with
yeah,
trucks.
I think to trustee Casada's point, which I think is an excellent one, I think that we can have updates on this relatively soon during public meetings, work sessions, or special presentations to really talk about it in incorporating data points and more quantifiable information on exactly what we're seeing on Saturdays, because I think it's a combination of people taking advantage of the inspections more recently, but also any number of things that would not have maybe been addressed as quickly as they were addressed or addressed at all happening on Saturdays, both proactively and reactively. So I think we can put together a good presentation. We have a good handle on that,
So
but
the-
appreciate
Yeah,
it.
and the other portion, and at some point, Joe, because I know you do pretty much, I want to say 90%, maybe 95% of the review on the drawings, at some point when you don't start delegating that portion to the other two assistant building inspectors. One of the things that we have talked about in the past is about communication with the community, a little bit more of an engagement and relationship, because you and I did that at least twice,
Mhm.
a couple of years back. And I go to different medias, educated people. They're like, this is what you should not be doing.
Right.
And this is what you could do. And this is how can we help you? Because I think that was a great tool before, and I still feel the same way now. That's how I think taking advantage of all the stuff that we have given you, provided you to the department. I know you're busy and you're training everybody else in there, but I think at some point in time, I don't want to say you ever going to be 100% free. But I think we'll give you a little bit more of a leeway to do additional stuff, more stuff, to do that part that I think you and I have talked about in the past, that I think is important for our community, so. I'll
We've
leave
talked
it as
about
that,
doing
yeah.
things like that,
Yeah.
so it is definitely something we wanted to do.
Especially with the new code, at some point when it's gonna change, there's gonna be a lot more regulations in there that it's just gonna be crazy, so. But that's a different story. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Have a great evening. On my list, thanks, Joe. On my list, I have DPW, water, and,
Good.
building
Can-
and planning.
Can I
is-
ask a question before you jump into that one? Who's going over planning budget?
Me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, they had it as building and planning, now I understand. Okay,
You can hang. It's a short budget.
You sure?
Oh, it's up to Joe. Sure. So I don't remember if we sent this as a separate PDF or not.
did you? I don't think it's together, is it?
It is Spark, it's number
What
one,
page?
sure. It should be number one. Is this planning department on top?
Well, the PDF.
In
may
the
be-
books,
the
yes,
PDF.
but I'm
I'm
thinking
looking at
digital.
PDF.
Okay.
No, it's just called planning, the PDF? Okay.
010.
Okay. PDF. Build it planning, that's all. Okay. Fabulous. Thank you.
So at this time, we only have one employee and then a little bit of Stuart who's charged to the planning budget.
Are you
s-
charged to planning also?
I am not.
Okay.
Am I? A portion of me, like an ear,
Like an arm.
an arm? Okay. Portion of me.
Portion of Maddie.
Okay.
Almost every coaching, all this.
But you can see many of these lines are zeroed out.
Yep.
Publication of legal notices is something that we just sort of keep in as an earmark. Telephone, internet, self-explanatory, and then also office and supplies expense. It's worth noting that for the planning department, oftentimes any expenses that they have with regard to office supplies are being charged to the planning or the zoning budget also. So there's an office and supply component in all three of those sections. Going on to the next page, you'll see again our fantastic planning assistant, as well as a portion of Stuart. A small overtime portion again, which is also for the planning assistant. That also has a component in the planning and zoning section specifically for the planning and zoning meetings. And then sick pay incentive portion again for
Sorry.
Stuart.
She doesn't go to those meetings anymore.
So the planning clerk attends the planning and zoning board meetings virtually, and she takes meetings during, or takes minutes during those meetings.
Okay.
Yeah, HPC and
And
EAC,
it's
Stuart
just
and
a-
I handle.
Okay. Okay.
So that's the bottom of page 2. Again, some zeros on page 3. Again, publication of legal notices, I think 8015 is zoning, right? Okay.
And I'm sorry, going back to page 2, and I
Yep.
know it's not that minimal, but who's supposed to be taking the training advantage on that line?
Training,
That's on top of
$500.
number
Training,
2.
school education.
The
is that what you-
500?
Yes,
Yeah.
That would be Jamie
Okay.
if she were.
If
taking
she
the
did
class,
that,
yes.
okay.
I mean, $500 is like one class of.
No,
something,
because
right?
we do have a budget line
Yeah.
for training for members on the
Yes,
planning and
that's in a
zoning
different
board.
place.
So
Yeah.
that's what I was asking, you know, that's why I said who takes advantage.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think it's, yeah, okay.
Yep. So then, again, top of page 3, now we're in the zoning portion of the
Oops.
budget. Publication of legal notices, telephone, internet, again, a portion of the phone, is charged there. Printing and postage, we largely, if an applicant needs to notice, their appearance before the zoning or planning board, they're the ones who are, absorbing that expense because they're the ones actually doing the printing of notices and mailing them, and then they give us a certified affidavit that they've done so. So we have a little bit of money in there. If, for example, there's, something that we need to notice. Likewise with office and supplies, we now share a printer with the building department. For a very long time, there were 2 copy machines in the office. Now there's only 1. So we pay a portion, again, out of zoning and a portion out of planning there. Consulting services, this is an additional amount for zoning code updates. So as the board's very familiar, we went through what we've been fondly calling bucket 1 this year, but we know that there's more to come. Buckets 2, 3, and maybe 4
So this gets charged, not to legal, but to you guys?
to the zoning portion of the budget, correct?
Okay.
So that is for at least another bucket or 2. And then, trustee Casada, to your point, here is the section, for the zoning board members, for their training, school and education.
So no one has done anything this year.
I think they're taking advantage of the WUMF trainings, which are often free. I know that Jamie keeps a list, running list of credentials for who has taken which class and sort of bugs everybody usually around this time of year. Hey, you're overdue. I'm not sure exactly what the training requirement is for the boards every year, if it's
It's like
4 hours. So we really try to, send them in the direction of the free and the virtual ones, because certainly many of our volunteers have full-time
Why did it
jobs.
go up for 24?
Pardon me?
Why did they go up? Because right now the proposal is 1,400 instead of 1,000.
So that was my recommendation. I thought $200 per member was good.
Okay.
In this case, so this is zoning 7 members, it's different on the planning board. Certainly, we will continue to try to push folks into free options, but if the free options don't line up with their schedule, we want to make sure that they can still avail themselves of the training that we need them to have so that they can be, fully participating in these
Yeah.
very important land use boards. The stenographer line is sort of a constant. That's just in case we, need translation services, if there's a trial that we need to get.
Yeah, that's enough money for one day of something. But
Yeah.
that's fine, that, for one case, you just, yeah, could be one case out there, that's all.
The next line is sort of interesting. So special legal services, with respect to planning and zoning issues. Basically, all of the bills for the village that are for our engineering consultants, which are Keller Sessions, Nelson Pope Voorhees, which is Valerie and her planning firm, and McCullough Goldberg are charged to this line. And there's a breakdown of 75% goes to planning and 25% to this line, which is the zoning line. So we've been keeping very close track of that this year since, this is the first year in some time that we've been working with a consultant planner.
So I was gonna say, that seems very small. So I'm assuming that's gonna increase.
It's so right now, again, it's only 25%. We are gonna go over budget in that line by about $20,000, it looks like this year. Which is not terrible considering this is the first time we've
No,
been
but-
working in this
But
arrangement.
if that's the case, then that means that the 24 should be increased because you kept it at 15 still.
But again, that's only a portion. That's only 25%. So did we maybe just change it on the planning version here? Can we put a pin in it? And then when we get there, maybe we
Yeah.
can go back and
Yeah,
we'll
that's
have to
fine.
make that adjustment.
Okay.
But I do have a running spreadsheet for all 3 of those firms and the consultant bills as they come in. So
Yeah.
we can kind of keep a very, very close eye. Right now we have
So-
October from only 1 of 3, so there's
And-
about
and-
2 months.
And how
solid
you
data.
dealing, because obviously there's an escrow account portion as well.
Separate.
totally separate.
Yep.
Just make sure that all that count, because I know a lot of the stuff, they need to see the receipts, they need to see
Oh.
whatever that.
Oh, trustee,
Yeah.
Casada, don't I
Yeah.
know? So, again, just, to touch on that point, so each month we get, an invoice packet from each of those three consultant teams, which, have usually the retainer, on one invoice and then divided up by project. So Jamie and I go over those very closely together. Pardon me?
You go line by line.
We sure do. And so then once I've authorized Jamie to go ahead and send them to the applicants, then she goes ahead and does that. So the spreadsheet that I'm referring to are costs that are absorbed by the village, so not attributable to any specific project. So that's a retainer for land use council, that's Valerie's monthly retainer and any overages. And then, of course, very, very small bills we're getting on engineering.
Refresh my memory, what was the whole retainer total for the year for the planner consultant?
I
that number?
believe we had a $4,000 a month retainer with her, and then we get a very major discount for every charge that goes over that 4,000. So the bills, depending on what it is that Valerie and her team have been working on, have been somewhere between that 4,000 level, maybe like 6,500 if it was a really heavy month. So we're very, very close on the line.
60,000 a year.
So that's, but I want to see, is that somewhere in here? That
Is
is
that somewhere in
reflected
here?
in the budget, just like this is our planning consultant firm.
So
We
it's all
budget-
being
We
charged.
budget, the $4,000, a
Yes.
month, but then this is more or less what we have right now, current date. Is that somewhere in? here?
It is. So in
Same thing
here.
For lawyers as well.
Well, it's all bundled together, so you're not going to see it quite that way. So this line that's in the middle of page 4, special legal services, 001, 8015, 458. That's sort of a conglomeration of those three firms that are all being charged to that same. Dale's shaking her head at me.
No, because that's very minimal.
That's.
I don't know who that is. Oh, that's someone who works with Stuart.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So-
everything I was talking about is still true. It's just I'm talking
Just-
about the wrong
just on
line.
the wrong page. Got it.
Going into the 446.
Okay.
So 801.446, not only, has the additional amount for the.
What page is that one?
That's on page 3, so that's the $22,000 one. Of which
Got it.
one
You're
is-
talking about the consultant services.
Right,
Okay.
so that 446 is matched by page 7, 446.
There you go. See, I was doing so well. Jeez.
446. 75,000, in that budget line is for Nelson Post and the additional.
What page are you? I'm sorry.
Top of 7.
7?
Is for non-escrow, so pellets,
There you go.
that are planning board.
Thanks,
So
Dale.
we increased it to 100,000.
So, okay, so that's what the numbers.
Yes.
Okay, so we are obviously not that much over budget, but again, that's not a current, is nothing to the end of the year.
We've still got
They still
2
have
months to
those.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think, we're probably going to go over 100, but I would argue also that, Valerie and her team had a lot of catching up to do. So presumably next year, they're gonna have a little bit less work aside from special assigned projects, as the board may see fit, but on a day-to-day basis, I think we'll probably be closer to that retainer amount on a monthly basis.
And obviously the savings for me is that person benefits and everything else.
It's a good deal.
Yeah.
Very efficient. way.
It's a good deal.
And it's
I think
working.
that's something we've all agreed on.
I'd like to just mention that when you're looking at, this line where it says actual, it takes into account if there's a.
Oh,
Oh,
And so
that's-
there is a
okay.
purchase order that's
Got it.
outstanding, that has $40,650.
gotcha.
So at the end of the year, if that amount is not
Steve,
fully
yeah.
liquidated, we will liquidate it. The amount
Yeah.
will go back into the balance.
the
for that
balance.
account.
Okay,
So you're not
Okay.
technically over budget at this point.
Got
it's
you.
just that we
Okay.
have an encumbrance.
Okay. got it.
We usually go into January with some of this stuff.
Yeah.
That-
The first quarter of the year, yeah,
Right.
first quarter of the year.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Very nice. Anybody have questions or comments?
Actually, I have a quick comment. We had 30.
comment? Is that a question and comment?
Yes, no comment. $30,000 for grant rating, which we didn't really spend any of, and I have to be honest. I'm not seeing a tremendous amount of grant writing happening in 2024.
Better not be, because we're catching up in,
Actually, we
Did we just save $30,000?
Dale, that goes into we may need it for,
I think that's.
Other things.
Play with, Dale, because I don't see us using $30,000 worth of grant writing money next year. And if there are grants, we'll, that are specific to things we're already doing, money will do.
and just so for people that are watching, we have so many grants. We're very grateful, but grants require a lot of work. The before, during, and after. We're in the during and after phase for many grants, and we just have like probably a dozen plus out there. So we're gonna take a little breather, work on what we have. And I think that's what,
That's my comment for tonight.
that's quality comment. Question, quality comment. Okay,
We just saved $30,000.
look at us. We can go home. And don't forget all the printing and postage that I've saved. That's gotta be at least $300-400 right there. 300. Okay, anyway, that gives you a little wiggle room for, yeah, well, for something that I'm sure we'll need, or we did it, or not do anything with it. What else, Maddie?
There's not
Maddie
much
doesn't
else.
look like she's done.
We have similar accounts for, again, printing and postage as we go through, the planning section of this budget, another tiny piece of the copier lease. Professional dues and meetings, again, that is for,
Understood. I think we've looked at it.
So similar components throughout, and making sure that the land use boards have the 200 per member again, should they use it. The municipal charges broken up by 20% to the planning department, the rest goes to the building department. And so on and so forth. There's also $1,800 here for the landlord tenant mediation training.
Yeah.
Which I'm not 100% sure how that's in the planning budget, but there it sits.
I think really it's in there because we run the affordable housing program out of the planning budget, so that's a good place for it to be.
Well, that was the one item in the.
Okay.
And we did have one change to the fee schedule. This was a recommendation that we should put our heads together and come up with, and certainly curious if the board has any thoughts. Currently, we offer pre-application meetings to folks who want to get a little bit more information before they go to the expense and the hassle of putting in an application. So if, for example, someone has a property and they want to know, it's vacant, what might, be able to be built here, they need a little bit of advice on how to interpret the zoning code. Joe makes himself available, and often Valerie as well. But we have had a couple instances where folks come back to the well, again and
Multiple
again.
times.
So we are recommending that after the first 60 minutes, that we say, hey, we're happy to meet with you, for another 30 minutes. But I believe it's $150 that we would collect before having that meeting. Certainly, Joe is quite busy, but also, we're paying for planning consultant more time. So that's coming out of the retainer budget. So we think in an hour, you should be able to get pretty well on your way to figuring out if you'd like to move forward and then hire a design consultant and put in an application. Certainly, we'll always answer an email, we'll always pick up the phone, but for folks who need a little bit more handhold, we're sort of suggesting that the ability to be able to recapture a portion of the staff time that costs.
What about go?
Oh, I think it's good.
I don't agree with that, but you guys.
Well, are we deciding right now? You're just making a recommendation. This is something new.
And in my experience, I've only been in this role for about 12 months now. I think it's maybe come up once or twice. It's not a chronic issue. But certainly just something that, the board may want to consider. It's not often that we have folks who have not yet contracted with an architect. I mean, these would be some, sort of outlier cases where folks are really sort of embarking on this for the first time.
So, for me, I'm just getting tired of it. So for me, look, some things are like part of what people should be doing for community members. In some ways, we should be encouraging these meetings because it saves headaches down the road. And down the road, we charge for this and we charge for that, right? You're not really attorneys who are sitting around going like, I I make my living on billable hours, right? It's like managers who say, well, I work till 8 o'clock. Well, yeah, you get higher pays because your hours are not 8 hours a day or whatever, right? Like there are these trade-offs. If you told me you're getting a dozen of these, I would say this is a great idea because, we're like, you're not their personal lawyers. I've said to our own attorney, you're not everyone's attorney. That's not how this works. It's where the boundaries set that I think is oftentimes difficult, right? So I would say if you tell me there's a couple, you should be able to, as human beings, say, listen, we're happy to help, but you've exceeded like a reasonable amount without having to put it into a code and into a policy and into pricing it. So let's go through this because I would actually rather people go in advance than bottleneck you guys up because they weren't prepared. I think the key here is to create things that prepare. Go on this before you meet with us, before I call 3 people into the room. Da, 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 da. If you find somebody who I would say is the abuser, like they're not using you as their personal like planner and personal, you should just human to human without a code in place say, listen, from our perspective, we've given you enough information. Here are websites. You have to hire a professional. We're not your architects, and we have to pay everybody. While Valerie gets paid, so do all of you. This idea that you don't get paid is ridiculous. If you're spending an hour with somebody, you're not spending an hour with someone else, right? So I would say if it's a couple of year, I would go human. I wouldn't go, let's do a fee, let's do this, let's do that. That said, even with Valerie, since that's an incremental, you could say we can't bring the planet, we can't bring whatever she is in that role, because you got to hire your own person, and you just have to find the right language. If you come back to the board in 6 months, say, listen, we are encouraging people for these pre-meeting. I think the pre-application will save us headaches down the road. This is not a revenue source for the village. We don't do all this pricing to make more money. We do it to offset costs. We do it also from to set examples for people, like people who abuse, people who, that kind of a thing. As you've said, to also create, a path that we want people to be on. So from my perspective, if you tell me it's a couple of years, I say we don't need to charge fees. I get the idea, but I think you have to have something in place yourselves that say, it's been out now. They may say, I'm going to speak to your boss. I'll call the mayor. So let them. Once it gets beyond 2 or 3, then we're going to have to do so because now we have to change behavior. But I think we should be encouraging this rather than discouraging this aspect of things. You guys come back in a couple of months and tell me otherwise and tell the board, look, it's, we can't do this. It's too much, blah, blah, blah. It's costing the bill. Then we'll put something. I think that's for me, like something. I see you've got your mic in front of you.
I have a different perspective. We're losing trustees by the minute, so
Well, we're running early, I have to say, so.
So my feeling is that this is similar to the FOIL policies that we have where it's free to FOIL, but if you're going to FOIL an excessive amount of paper, we're going to charge you for printing and so forth, because although, yes, we're conducting a service that is a public good, there are also real costs associated with the small number of people that exceed a reasonable amount. And so we charge for that. And to me, this is consistent with, by definition, it will be a small number of people that will fall into this category, but it's meant to curb behavior. The point is, an hour is enough time for you to get a sense of what does the village law say that I can do with my property. Beyond that, it's not that we're trying to charge a fee so that we can collect money. It's so that we can demotivate you from, now this is time, you only have so much time. Now this is time that you can't do other things that are village board priorities. And so I may be in the minority, but I'm in favor for those reasons.
You guys are still talking about the fees that the matter was talking about?
I don't agree with
So,
it, and
okay.
Deputy Mayor says otherwise.
Oh, so I said I don't agree, so I don't have to say anything.
You said you
Okay.
agree, and then we'll
Okay,
pass.
all right, great. No, I was just needed to go to the rest. So,
No, no,
okay.
that's okay. We're just.
I mean,
Yeah.
the experience that we've had with the, again, handful of people who, perhaps need a little bit more handholding in gently pushing back has been successful. People haven't said, hey, that's not fair. We don't think that that's right. You should spend more time with us. And I don't foresee a time when anyone's gonna say, oh yeah, no problem. I'll come in and drop $150 off tomorrow because I'm gonna talk to you some more. I really don't think anyone would be interested in availing themselves of that. But at least to give us, if it's an hour and 15 minutes, no biggie, but to at least just be able to say, hey, listen, there is a reasonable degree to which we're able to continue this conversation. And, if you need more help, we're happy to help, but, this is the process we need to go through. So if the board would like us to keep reporting back as opposed to putting this in place and.
That was my idea. I think I'm the only one that said that, and then you said you.
You voiced his opinion, we didn't say it line.
Right.
Yeah. So to me, part of that, sure, because maybe it's a curse in a way that I actually have to do that. And I've been doing that for the past 4 months, more or less. I don't see the downsides. That's one thing, because to me, the public engagement is a great thing for me. I love doing that. I love trying to help someone navigate the system that sometimes can become so complex. Two, as a taxpayer, for me, is like, wait, I'm paying taxes, and don't get me wrong, part of that is paying your salary. And now you're telling me that I have to pay $125 additional to that for after an hour. So, is to me, that's what is a little bit more like, what are we trying to do? What are we doing? Because we already have all these application process and all these procedures and all this additional money for consultants, wetlands, we have setback requirements and all those. No, I'm sorry, I missed that portion. But to me, that's not what we are here for. We are public servants.
I would just love your response to my point, because
Yeah,
I'm just curious what you
Yeah,
think.
sure.
That in the same way that for FOIL, you want a FOIL document, great, there's no charge. But if you want to say, give me every email that's been written since the beginning of time, there's a charge for that, because there's printing costs, if ever excessive FOILs have fees associated. There's a small number of people that do that, but there are, even though you pay taxes, whatever, you can't FOIL for excessive amounts.
abuse it.
You can't abuse it.
But
And so-
foil, anybody can foil, sure.
And anybody can
foil,
anybody
but
can
no,
have
but
this meeting, no?
yes and no, because the person who wants to develop that owns that property already. Which is a difference.
But we don't differentiate policies whether you're a property owner or not.
Well, that's what we're saying right now. We're saying that, anybody who wants to come in and talk about this property, because look, if it's a potential developer that wants to look at a site because he wants to see if it's viable or not, he already has a consultant. He already has this, he
Or
already
she.
has that, or she, or they have all these things in place.
Yeah.
So which is a different animal, and they most likely may not have as many questions as maybe a residential. I don't know who came in or who you guys may be referring to, this one or two. To me, it's irrelevant. So that's the big difference for me, sure. So again, it goes back to, what are we trying to accomplish? This is a problem. If this is people that come in every day, Joe, and I know usually inspections, the way it works, at least in where I work, 10 o'clock, they're trying to kick me out because I have to be in an inspection. I usually leave by 9:30 so I can be on time. But usually people come in, I'm there at 8:30 to 9:30, 10 o'clock. And there's other times that we make ourselves available in the afternoon. If they want to come in during those hours, and there's always someone there in our office that can interact with the public if needed. So I'm not sure how the Austin Involved Department works in that way. But there's a time where we don't have a planner. Okay, we don't have a planner, we have a consultant. The planner doesn't have to be on all these meetings. Because the building department, Joe, has all that knowledge already built in. That's part of the process itself. So if it's something that is complex that he knows, by looking at a drawing or a set of drawings or a proposal, you're gonna need planning. You're gonna need zoning. We know that just by looking at the project, how complex the project could be. And at that point, for me, it's like, this now is above your head, talking about the person. You need an engineer, you need an architect, you need all these things before you even come on board. So for me, that's the portion where you say, you know what? that's the pretty much the conversation is over. Now recommendation is you want to come back to us with something else. This is the process.
I think for the most part, we do that. People will send emails for questions to me, they'll call and so forth. But I think in Maddie's cases, we'll have people come in and say, I'm interested in opening up some sort of business or whatever, and I'd like to talk about it. And then we'll give them the time and do that and set them up on a pre-app meeting. But then they'll say, oh, okay, well, if this property doesn't work, now we want to talk about another one and another one and another one. So like, we're not really there to consult on you to talk about your potentials for 7 different properties because we're paying consultants while they're at this meeting. And they really don't have
But I
something.
think,
of a
but I think
plan.
at that point, to my point before, it's like at that point, if that person goes back to the same concept in different locations throughout the village, you have to say, look, I understand your struggles, obviously. But you need to hire an architect that give you the feasibility or the studies that you guys require, because at this point, you know this better. We cannot give them a design advice. We already have a zoning plan and sections and different zones where our different business can go to.
Right.
And that's how we help them. We're like, this is the information. Additional to that, you need to have an engineer or an architect to advise you on the locations and how you do it. Again, to me, that's free advice. I don't agree with that. If there's a problem that you're seeing that it's taken away from the whole thing for you doing your job during the day, it's taken away like the whole 6.5 hours or 8 hours a day, whatever you want to call it. Then I can try to look into that. I just don't see that being a problem. So with those, I agree with you, Omar, in regards to that. But to me, it's
I
it's a
agree
different
to,
mentality.
well, to your point and to Mayor Levin's point that maybe we have to figure out a way to, depending on the situation, to monitor when somebody is asking for something that they just need general advice
so-
to, as opposed to a meeting with
Right,
a whole group of people.
this is the same problem that lawyers have, where people call them and say, I just have a question. The question turns into like, it's my livelihood, right? I get paid for this. Because people don't know. And technically, they feel like you should be telling them. This is like part of your job, actually. It's what you're trying to do is say to someone why it's not your job, actually, right? So I think you need to put something the way we do and try to explain to people what a public meeting is. I mean, we do this all day long. People just don't understand, or they have a different understanding, right? And we can't even agree on everything. I think you just have to put something together that says, this is our role here. And if you are looking for property to open a business and you want to look at all of them, we could tell you what's available, but you have to hire a professional attorney, engineer. We're not here to tell you the square footage and how you do this and that. We could tell you where the codes are and all of that. Like, you have to set the parameters for what you're able to tell them. And you might want to do it in writing. Say, this is our role. This is what we do. I find it helpful or not helpful when people don't understand why they only have 3 minutes. People don't know why a public meeting might mean that you can speak with us, or it's just a hearing meeting where they can come to the meeting but not really ask questions. It's anti-intuitive, to be honest. I say that's what I was saying about my part. I think it's something you do, and figure it out. And if it's a problem, then you got to come back to us. Say it's a problem. Like, we're spending hours. We've got 2 or 3 people that just keep coming to us. Well, they should be going to professionals, which is not actually your role. So it's a fine line for me. Others obviously don't think it's a fine line. I do. I think you should put something, do human to human. And then if it is 1 or 2 people, every time there's a property, and you do have to at some point be able to say, without having a code in front of you, look, this actually isn't what we do. You gotta hire somebody. It's like,
I think all that feedback is very reasonable. I will say, I think that the customer service experience that folks get when they deal with the planning and building department is exceptional. And I don't think anyone would ever turn anyone away if they said, hey, listen, I just have one more question. Do you mind? Just, sort of to Deputy
Right.
Mayor's point, just to try to curb some of the folks who want to abuse it. But I think, I'll leave it to Joe. People just melt when Joe talks to them. So maybe I'll let him be
well,
the guy.
look, it's a big balancing act. And part of the problem in this conversation, honestly, is I don't do this for a living, right? This is not the world I live in. And so unless I have data points, like in the 3rd quarter, we had 7 people who continuously asked us that. I used to listen to, we do a lot of foils. I used to listen to, we have a lot of people in our court. When people actually put metrics and said we have 125 standing on line at the court, we should probably put benches there. It's the busiest court in the county. Then I understand what they're saying, right? When somebody says to me, we're reaching 1,000 foils versus we do a lot of foils, then I understand. I don't know what a lot is. I don't know what's happening. And so we start there.
Noted.
I think you should
Yeah.
like also document and say, look, we've had one guy or one couple that keeps coming back. And like, how do we say no? Okay, so fees. You know,
But
I mean, I
again,
don't
so
know.
to me, it goes
Or
back
maybe
to,
something,
yeah,
I
but
don't-
they're taxpayers. To me, it
Not all
becomes
of
that, well, these people, that you don't have to say the names or anybody, are they taxpayers to their own property?
No,
Besides
some-
what they're looking to
No,
build in
some
here?
people do come in and they're not residents of Austining,
Okay.
but they're interested in opening a business here. and
There's
so
some
forth. Okay.
speculation.
Okay, so
It's,
again,
you know.
so so it goes back a little bit to we're trying to encourage people, sure, to come in and open
That's
businesses.
what I said.
You know,
Yeah.
oh, okay,
That
I
was
didn't
exactly
hear
my
that.
point.
So, but it is, you know,
Exactly.
now we trying to be like, why am I gonna go to Austin where they're gonna charge me after 60, you know,
I'm gonna
after
give you
an
the
hour?
headline. The difference between the two of us, deputy mayor and mayor, is I said I actually prefer this because this might solve things down the road. I'd rather have people do these free meetings. Deputy mayor said, yes, but, or yes, and, you know, how's this different? That's what we're discussing. All right, discussion. I think we've gone around. Got the whole thing. You
10-4.
guys will take all of that mush, put it together and maybe come up with something. And, or not, up to you. And then we can decide whether we want to do new fees, no fees, or wait a couple, 3 months and do fees at that point, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. When before your boss said you can leave if you want to, in the future, the answer is, yes, I will. I'm kidding.
Well, you know
We're
what,
still
you're
ahead of
still
schedule.
ahead of schedule, so.
Dana, you're okay, right? No questions?
We're ruining my average from last night though, so we're.
No,
we're-
that's
That's
not-
true, that's not, yesterday was fun.
I'm actually taking credit for that, but I'll give you some of it. It's okay. We were on a speed.
Bridge from
Dana?
last night.
No,
not
I'm
mine.
kidding. Dana, questions, comments? You're good? Excellent.
Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, come join us. Thank you, Joe. Nice shirt there, Joe. And when you speak, folks, please do speak into a microphone. Otherwise, the folks on Zoom cannot hear you. Yeah, and the microphone has to have a green light on.
Do you all know Karen Dowan?
I just met her outside, but we will do introductions.
Yes, you will.
Karen, would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm Karen Doherty. I work for Public Works.
And the microphone?
I am Karen Doherty. I work for Public Works. Nice to meet anyone I
What do you
haven't
do in
met.
Public Works.
Paul and Andy like to call me the contract administrator.
I'm sorry, say again?
Paul and Andy like to call me the contract administrator. I work on the capital projects with them.
Okay, so that's your title?
She manages Paul and Andy.
Well.
Okay. You're appending her introduction? Oh,
I need to, if she came too humble. She was recently promoted into the contract administrator. She's been in, senior accountant in the office for, going on over 11 years now, plus or minus.
wow.
She's recently promoted in position and, a remarkable job filling the big void we had, taking its place in the position that's everything. So we're
Great.
Very, very happy. Think,
Fabulous.
Brought a lot of, these efforts, into the right technology. Helping us, working it out.
Great, thank you. So I'm sorry I haven't met you sooner, if you've been there that long. I introduced myself. My name is Rika Levin. I'm the mayor, the deputy mayor, Omar Lopez, trustee. Do you know it? Maybe you know. Do you guys already know each other? Okay, so you know Manny?
Yeah.
Okay, and Bob Fritchie, you know as well? Okay, apparently I'm the only one that hasn't met you yet. Okay. So now you know the rest of the folks and
I haven't met.
Oh, Dana. That's Dana White. Dana, normally all the trustees are here, but Dana is in lovely and beautiful Detroit right now and zooming in. Trustee White. The camera's actually there, so if you look, oh, excellent, more food. Thank you. Okay, so we're ready to get started. I don't know who's speaking, probably Dale. Dale, this is all under DPW. What are we under?
Yes, we will start off with the DPW portion.
Okay.
And then we will move on to water and sewer after that, and then we will operating. And after all of those three, we will visit the capital plan.
Okay, what do we got?
Alrighty, so we will start off as usual, as we have been with our personnel lines. In the first department, that's tagged to DPW, which is engineering. So we have a piece of our fantastic village engineer, Mr. Prioli, charged to this line. A little more than an arm, like Maddie for the planning department. Sick pay incentive, which is contractual in lieu of vacation. Down at the bottom of page 1, we have an amount in for contractual engineering services. This is where we charge our stormwater reporting consultant, and we keep a piece in there for any additional general engineering services that might come up during the year. In 2023,
Sorry.
the expenditures include a structural engineering peer review, and the traffic calming study is charged for that line. So going further into page 2, we transfer over to the 1620 department, which is actually this building's department line. So we have a piece of our lead maintenance mechanic charged here, as well as one of the caretakers, associated overtime, longevity, out of title, sick pay, incentive lines. Leading into page 3, we have our part-time line for this building, and that's actually for our greeter that is housed in our.
I'm sorry, on the overtime? Why 23? Oh, I'm sorry. I just answered my own question. Okay,
Okay,
sorry.
that's okay. Feel free to jump
I was
in.
looking at the wrong thing. Sorry, go ahead.
So our fabulous greeters that we have here at 16 Croton Avenue are paid out of the part-time line on page 3. We did increase, and you're going to hear this more so when we get to parks and recreation, that the minimum wage is increasing for 2024. From it was previously $15, it's going up to $16. Not so much an impact here, but for the parks and rec, when we get to their budget meetings tomorrow night, it'll show its face a little more. We have a slight increase for standby pay in accordance with the contractual obligation. No change in equipment on that line. We do have a contractual line that we were using actually for the elevator, small elevator pre-costs before we did that project.
Which elevator?
The one here. The fabulous one here. Yes. Electricity, heat, those lines have been adjusted accordingly with my global analysis leading over to page 4. Additionally, unleaded fuel received the same treatment, a small amount for materials and supplies, along with maintenance and repair to the buildings and grounds for this building. Slight increase to that line. Standard amount for uniforms, and that's in accordance with the contract. And that leads us into Department 1630.
Sorry, yeah, quick question,
Yeah.
Paul. So we talked about uniforms under personnel as well, sure. So is it different kind of uniforms
Personnel,
for?
Those uniforms are, we pay for sweatshirts, t-shirts.
What is
uh,
this pay
yeah.
for?
This is the contractual
Okay,
obligation that's in the
part of the CSA contract? Got
that falls under, those amounts. So it's $300, right, for boots, and then $200 for other.
Do they just get the money or they actually buy the stuff?
They actually, purchase the items.
You usually have to have part of the vouchers detailed
Yes.
process. You actually
Mhm.
see what they purchase in the receipts pretty
I
much.
just
from
didn't know
that.
if they were obligated to or
Yeah,
not.
no, they are,
Okay.
because Old Navy, they used to do a lot of the
Mhm.
boots and.
Right.
stuff.
Okay.
Right, that has.
Yeah, that's part of the
um,
vouchers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So that, has changed. Obviously, since they are no longer here, we're working with Centus, to do the employee, purchases through there and actually, just opened, a relationship with the Rugged Boots so that they had more options for their boots. Because they were, getting into some logistics with the availability of stuff for Centus, so. 1630 is the John Paul Rodriguez, budget department. So same thing follows through. You have your personnel lines, with a caretaker, charged to that department. Contractual obligations, increased only in accordance with the CSEA. Electricity, telephone, lead us into page 6. Materials and supplies, for your maintenance and repair to buildings and grounds. On page 6, the current expenses for 2023 included charges for roof consulting for 8,000, car charger outlets for 5,000, and then assorted locks, change and digital access for 7.
What
So
happened?
that's-
Aren't there any savings for the heat or
was gonna ask-
electricity from
thank
all
you.
the solar stuff that we put up?
But not only that, but can we look at the first line, I guess on number 6, page number
Page
6?
6?
Mhm.
So obviously, I get 2000 sort of 19, 20, 21, sure, but it's a big jump on
Yeah, what happened in
22, a
22?
big jump on 23, and even like the actuals on 22, and I'm assuming it's gonna be pretty much more or less the same as 22 and 23 at the end of the quarter next year. When we
Yeah,
talk about
what's-
heat, what are we talking about on this particular line?
You're looking at fuel oil there. And electric service charge. On the electric.
This-
Regarding. Sorry,
It's the heat line, the 404.
yeah, that's what you're talking about, right? 404?
Yes.
Yes.
And regarding savings, the panels that are on the roof, there is an income. That I'm sure you spoke about there. But there's none of that solar goes back into our building. It's not shed back into our building to reduce our meter.
That's part of the municipal savings.
But the heat itself, when you're talking about is fuel, it's not, you know,
Fuel just didn't go up that much.
Fuel oil, it did go up. Fuel oil went up. on there.
Not from these years. It was higher in previous years to this year. They've gone up, but they didn't just go up this year. This is a year to year now. It's 101,000, right, in heat in 2022?
Yeah.
From 53. But in 2023, from 2022, the price of oil is actually not increased. It's about the same. So either you're using more and not securing the building right, but the barrel oil prices have gone up and down, but not the way it's presented here.
And I just want to point out in the 404 line, this is one of the expenditure lines that has a purchase order attached to it. So of that $81,590, there's actually $27,356 still encumbered and not expended yet
okay,
for oil.
for,
Yes,
but so the expectation is more or less, it may be under,
right.
within budget
Yes.
for this year.
Expenditures to date are $54,234.
So,
Actual expenses.
That mile that over, bills lag.
Mhm.
I'm sure by the end of the year.
okay. So, but why is, so the recommended portion of that is 94,000. The
Mhm.
expectation, I'm assuming, is the price will
I
go
put
up.
in a slight price fluctuation, just in case, from the current, year.
Yeah, just to bring that up one more time, so are you saying in 2022, we have 51,000 encumbered, but we only spent 81,000?
No,
No.
she's talking about the 23.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
Yeah,
23.
in 2022, you actually expended 101,000. Yeah.
And I'm sorry, the fuel is for which buildings? For all, just for the operation center itself?
In the back, we have fuel oil for the operation center and proper, and to get rid of the building and then bring it back. For both those buildings.
Yeah,
Yeah.
indulge me for 1 minute. You don't
Mhm.
have to do this now, but maybe tomorrow. Can we go back to 18 and 17? See the fuel consumption or the price more or less, because I don't want to compare it to 19, sure, 19, 20, 21 is more or less the pandemic. So
So
I'm curious to
in-
see what happened in 18 or 17, even though the price, I'm assuming, of fuel was a little bit,
It would have been a lot lower.
no,
I can tell you,
was 2020.
I can tell you through the pandemic, our operation really didn't change. The buildings were open. We operated as we always do
yeah, but at some point in time in 20, sure, it is, the middle pandemic, we're not operating as a full capacity as it was in 21 or 22. more or
No, we
less.
did. The building was open and it was operated as it would be if everybody was.
I guess everywhere, okay.
Like they have people.
Depends on the weather too.
But the price would, drop a little bit less, but, okay. Yeah, I agree,
Right.
depends on the weather, but 22, 20, 21, yeah, it was,
Like we had a
Oh,
lot
awesome.
of stuff. Freezing temperatures.
yeah, that we did, but 21 it wasn't.
Okay,
All right, so just find out from me out of curiosity. I don't-
In 2018, we expended $31,599. 2017, 28,701.58.
So I'd be curious to find out why the big jump, sure, even if the price of the heat or the oil was higher at that point.
where do you guys get your oil from anyway? Okay,
And you brought up a good point, it's based on the section, we just have to compare what consumption.
Yeah.
Because price we can't control.
Correct.
Control the consumption.
Correct.
yes,
And I
that's the
think
point.
that's what, efficiency goes back to.
We could, national time, dig up the old vouchers, to tell you how much we use here over here.
You should also see some savings from the solar panels. They actually keep the place warmer because any snow that falls doesn't actually hit the roof because it stays above and those panels are hot. So I've seen it in my house, so you have to quadruple it for your place, but the snow never hits the roof where the panels are. They hit heated panels and so it keeps things hotter in the winter. And it actually is a difference of like 5 to 8%. Maybe you'll see the effect, maybe not. We'll see. Because I'd like to know if it makes sense to put solar panels. We spend all this time and energy on it. And if it doesn't benefit, then it's, I'm not talking about the revenue and the expense. I'm talking about. actually
But the solar
benefit.
program was that they did on ops, which is really most over the garage anyway,
Right,
really wasn't to benefit the building. That was part of the opt-in for low-income residents thing. So the way that's benefiting is more of a broader community benefit. So the design for that wasn't specific to the building.
And so,
I
Karen,
understand.
but
I'm
I
just
think
telling you
she's
that
talking about
you should
that
still see a
it
savings.
becomes more like an insulation
Yeah,
barrier.
there's a benefit to
Yeah,
them
But
besides.
so
that.
it has nothing.
No,
to do with
I
savings.
understand that too, but
Yeah.
it is, just keep in mind, it's mostly over the garage base where I'm assuming you're
Not
not
a lot of
heating
heat.
Yeah.
to
of
begin with
course, of
anyway.
course,
Yeah, so just so.
Okay, let's move on because I'm not sure how much of this we control. Just have to watch our pennies on these things. It's over $100,000 at this point.
Okay. So 1640 continues, with our,
That's
central
page 7.
garage. This is the middle of page 6.
Oh, sorry.
So we have our fantastic mechanics, charge, here at the bottom of page 6, leading into page 7 for contractual obligations. No real change, in fleet maintenance equipment, requests or, computers. Slight amount, in for, well, that remains the same. 164413. Going from year to year, a small amount. of-
Everything's about the same.
Yeah.
Let's
yeah.
just keep going where there, it's not the same.
So for, the different, vehicles, those lines, were just shifted around,
Mhm.
accordingly. There's really no, material change for those, other than about $20,000. That leads us into Department 3310, which is traffic control. We have one employee charged, to this department, with the associated contractual expenses leading into page 10. Routine maintenance, for your lights, and line striping is included in your 3310-413 line.
It's weird. Okay,
So that leads over into page 11, and then this is where, the 5010, street administration, department is. And there is housed, all of our fabulous administrative staff, on page 11. Which goes over to page 12 for additional contractual obligations.
again, Dale, I'm looking and I've looked. Because this is a big chunk of our expenses, this department,
Right.
a big chunk. So, what is majorly different, either in the positive or negative? Meaning that we budgeted far less or we budgeted far more, because I don't see a big change in anything.
There wasn't a big change. We budgeted 259,142 in 2023, and it's going to 259,522. There is, a change in one, employee that was previously, charged there and, has since retired. So now there is a vacant position that
Okay,
I think is that,
You actually just filled it.
okay.
And it is gonna be a savings. because
it should be.
we Filled it with a, I don't, I don't remember the exact county title, but I believe it's Spanish Region Receptionist. And, what it's filling is a senior comfort, so roughly it was a $78,000 base salary, and we backfilled it. Even though she's only seasonal right now, we still have protocol county, to make her base salary.
I think it's it's
It's
around-
always cheaper with new people
Right,
because you
'cause
don't
they're on-
start every job at whatever the last person paid, right?
Right, because they're on step 1.
Mhm.
Yes.
What's your
Yeah.
what's your total office staff? Just a number.
How many?
How many people you mean?
That's not including Hugo.
Right, Andy and I,
Mhm.
That's office staff.
No, but the office staff is 4 and then Andy and
Oh, I
Paul
got
will
it.
be field.
Mhm. Okay. So that leads over into page, 12. And 13, there's a line for telephone, and internet, which we increased slightly, because there were 2 phones added to the plan. So page 14, we have a small line for, postage, Federal Express, and their Dig Safe, markout tickets. We did actually lower that line a little bit. from 4,200 to 4,000 for the current year. Office supplies, expense, computers, there was none recommended by A1 this year for this department. That leads us into Department 5110, which is street maintenance. So this is our boots on the ground. Our working individuals are charged for this department, and they're listed on page 15 with contractual obligations going over to page 16. And page 17, there is one computer suggested by A1. So that's listed on page 17 at the top of. Essentially, there's no big increases to any of these lines. Going through to page 18.
Sorry to jump back to 17, so. Public Works, Department of Public Works, is that a different line for the heat portion than the one that we were talking about before, Paul?
This is,
For the back highway garage. building.
Oh, okay, for the back, gotcha,
Mhm,
okay,
yes.
all right, thank you.
Small amount in for maintenance and repair to the buildings and grounds. No real changes going through on to page 18. Then we get to our snow budget, which we don't want to talk about, so we don't think ourselves.
It's roughly the way it is.
So we'll leave that one alone. That's Department 5142. 5182 is the next department, which is our street lighting. We have one individual charged to street lighting, or a piece of an individual. Half an individual. That's at least an arm and a leg on that one. Small amount in for electricity, so these are for streetlights.
Sorry, Dale, can we pause for 1 second, because we touched about this a little bit about, you know, what was being paid off and everything else, and we
Yeah.
talked about the streetlights, the LED program that we started a couple of years back. So my question to you, Paul, is how's that working, and how is the software program that that was a part of the package itself? How's that working for us so far?
software program is.
I remember there was, I can't remember exactly the name of that program, but there was a program, part of the program that they did, it was pretty much for you to be able to track the lighting and the consumption and everything else, I believe. And they give you all the lights, all the LED lights throughout the village that was replaced at that time.
Yeah, so someone tipped this off, this may come up, so. Yeah. We do have some show and tell. So we don't have a software program, but we do have is a database. that's
Or database.
NIPA. So we went into that database when they were contracted this year, and he had his database superimposed onto a map for locations.
Okay.
Work. And we do have a digital version of that somewhere. I don't know. where it's
Okay.
now. But essentially, the database is that for the village, and we also did a contract for it now.
All right.
They financed it two different ways. If I'm going off track, your question, just stop. They financed it two different ways. Town did it by paying for it, on it. I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, we just went back, yeah, I know, I remember that.
They realized their savings. That's their percent way. The village did a assessment of what LED replacement would mean in terms of cost savings when they transfer kilowatt hours moved by LED fixture versus the high pressure filling fixture.
Correct.
And those savings at the present NIPA rates were used
to pay that.
to amortize how long they can pay off the amount of fixtures that needed to be replaced.
And we didn't start the payment right away either, because there was
Right,
a
so
couple
technically,
coordinations, yeah, we saved some money, yeah.
We didn't borrow, but we kept funding that line by the same amount, but yet that line would come in a fixed predetermined number lower, because we knew what NICA was gonna bill us based on the kilowatt hours. Keeping in mind that if NICA raised their prices, which they did, right, last year they went up from 18 to like 20 something cents. or
Something
15.
like that, yeah.
Our savings is even greater because their prices increased, right? So the roughly 373 exactly, but there was a couple of loose fixtures that weren't on the database, so roughly 400 fixtures in the town and roughly 1,200 fixtures in the village.
Okay.
Those 1,200 fixtures were the ones that we did that aforementioned
Mhm.
saving calculation. That saving calculation, when you, calculated those fixtures with the reduced draw of kilowatt power, the fixture was used to pay for the fixture
Yeah, I remember
itself. The whole project saved us an estimated cost of $106,000 a year.
Okay. How many years has there been since we
I believe it's
established
last
that?
year, right?
Yeah, this is the last year.
Last year.
Well, next year, is the
Next,
last year.
next year is the lumen lighting one.
24.
24 is the NICA
Okay.
installment, but the
Right.
lumen is
It's
up
like
in
year- it's like
2000,
year.
it's flagged
Yeah.
a year,
Okay.
2000.
But what year do we start it at? What year do we start replacing LED lights?
15.
Was it 15?
And 15 we started, that's the date of this letter, and so that makes sense, because it was a year and then 7 years. It was a 7-year schedule. That we kept that line the same, so the saving paid for the capital improvement. But I will also tell you, there's like collateral benefits to out of the operating budget. These LED fixtures do not burn out like the old fixtures. So the LED fixtures that were put in 7 years, I think, outside of accidents where the fixture was damaged by, either an act of God or a particular accident, we haven't replaced a single fixture. They still work. The photo cells that are on top of the picture, which are not expensive, that we replace ourselves, we replace those. They burn out a little faster than the fixtures themselves, but any other fixture malfunction.
So payment wise, since 2015, more or less to 24, is gonna be almost $1 million of savings, like $100,000 in savings per year, correct?
106, and then they go over to 7 years, whatever that is.
Well, I thought it's 9, I thought it was 9 years. Because you said we started in 15 and we're gonna get up being on 24, sure.
We didn't start paying.
We didn't start paying for the,
immediately.
that's
Right.
right.
There was
Got
a
it.
lag in
Okay.
in payment.
So yeah, so 700, okay.
Yeah, and it took them a while also to
Yeah.
update the database, because at the
The
point,
database as we plan,
Okay,
but for
alright,
the credits to come back.
and the database update is sort of like a pseudo honor system. You update it and like
Okay.
accepts it.
Alright, so
Mhm.
the question is working fantastic. We've seen the benefit of that.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Paul.
Mhm.
Sorry, Dale.
Okay, great. So page 21, leads us into Department 5650, which is off-street parking, and we have, a piece of a fabulous person charged to that department, contractual obligations, following along. At the bottom of page 21, we do have a piece of our head maintenance mechanic charged to, this is for the community center, 7180 department and a caretaker, charged there, and then 7181 is actually for, the pool, portion of the community center. So those charges are housed, accordingly on page 22, leading into page 23. Which then goes into 8140, which is storm service. I always get that one mixed up. At the bottom, of page 23, you have a slight increase for storm drains, supplies. This is your catch basins, frames, covers, so we're increasing it just very slightly from 25,500 to 26,800. For 2024. Page 24 leads us into our beautiful, fantastic sanitation team, and where they're charged, in the budget. So that followed, again, by contractual obligations on the page 25. Point of note, we did reduce the printing and postage line. Thank you, Mayor.
You could just do it globally. It'll save us all time.
From $7,000 to $5,000 in 2020. Vehicle operating expenses remain the same. Page 26, relatively flat. There is a slight increase to our dumping fees for the additional percentage increase that comes from our Westchester County tipping fees. So we raised that from 288,750 in 2023 to 303. 200 for 2024. But that is the largest increase to any line in that department.
Yeah, that's a big chunk.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Page 27 leads us into our dumpster portion department of 8161. We do charge 3 individuals for that side of the ledger, followed by contractual obligations associated onto page 28. We do keep a small amount in there for repairs or replacements of damaged dumpsters. We did reduce it actually in 2024 from 3,500 to 2,000. We did increase our Westchester County refuse disposal quarterly charges in accordance with a percentage increase from 68,250 to 71,700, slight increase there. But relatively everything else remained flat.
Everything's the same, basically. So globally, say, I would like for you guys to revisit, every department has an increase in internet charges. I don't actually know what all that means, but they're all quite significant. Like every single department has an internet thing allocation. For municipality, it's a lot, we're spending a lot of money on whatever we have an internet, every single department. What is that?
That's our modem fees. So like, for example, here we have the Cablevision modem, and then we also have the Verizon backup modem in case Cablevision goes out.
Cable companies. They all do.
Yeah,
You have a modem in around.
municipality, they're charging you like, who's looking at this? Who's analyzing all of the internet?
Over it with our IT people.
Yeah,
I don't know that given, I mean, we'll go over it with the IT
think
people and we can talk about it tomorrow.
Because we did this sort of analysis, couple, obviously Jamie at that time did it. I'm not sure if he was Craig, but she went through all this process already. Because my concern at that couple of years back was only not just the internet, but also the internet being used on the firehouses. There was a discrepancy on numbers and everything else, and she was able to level a lot of this stuff out.
Well, it might
So-
be perfectly fine, but every department, it's all gone up. And it's like this sort of title. It's sort of like 2 years ago, we talked about how many printers we had, how many cell phones and how many different companies we're using. Some people using, Canon and most places of business share printers. They don't have printer at every single, it's confidential. No kidding. Most businesses are confidential. It's no different. So a lot of this stuff should just, every few years, I think somebody should be looking at it. There's a lot of internet fees being charged here. And that technology is rapidly changing. So I would just be like globally, it doesn't have to be for this budget season, but somebody should be doing an audit on all of these internet costs, how the contracts are being done. We think we have a lot of buildings. We really don't. This is not that big of a place, a bank that has 180 branches is more complicated than this. So I would just appreciate I don't know when we looked at this last, that's probably 4 years ago.
Yeah,
We
and
also asked that we look
probably,
at cloud technology versus
Yeah,
all the
what-
servers we had. and-
one of the things that we looked at the time is fiber lines,
Yep.
Craig
Yeah.
at that time was doing analysis, is like,
That's
how do
what
we,
before
how do
5
we do?
years.
It has to be,
Yeah.
more or less, yeah. But,
It's like, who uses postage anymore, like
unfortunately municipalities even have taxes.
municipalities do, but I mean, it's been reduced, right? So, et cetera, et cetera. So. Just something to look at from my perspective. I don't think that it might be perfectly good, but at least then we'll know that it's perfectly fine. And it's just one of those pieces that needs to be coordinated. Anyway,
Yes, we can speak with them.
questions or comments?
I had a question now, I forgot. what it was.
You forgot it.
I know,
Oh
I'm
my
talking about
God.
something else.
You have it?
Better run before.
Yeah, grab a pen.
Let's go in the water.
Okay,
So
so,
their budget relatively remained flat. The increase
Yeah.
for the general fund from 2023 to 2024 is $161,920.
yeah, I noticed that the requests in this department were a little bit higher than they were given, so I assume you guys just did your job. So I think from my perspective, it looks fine. Are there anything we need to know about trend wise in your, did you remember your question?
Yeah,
Oh,
and probably I had asked this question in the past, so please indulge me in this one, just give me a quick answer. Tree service, what are we using for tree services? And that's on page 29, at the bottom of.
That went up to 100 and something, right?
Yeah. And we have increased, but the recommendation is less than what it was asked.
Yeah, but that's a lot of cases. She lowered a lot of their,
No, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, just refresh my memory.
Oh.
What do we use the tree services? Is that,
So
is that one?
856498.
Yeah, okay, requested 149, I think that's probably just an amateur item.
I don't think that's what he's asking.
Well, that, yes, but I
Oh,
was
yeah.
asking that question, but also, when are we using the tree services?
Yeah.
What? Sort of, and I think we had sort of this conversation with it.
No, my conversation is
what's
those
the-
guys
Yeah.
that killed the beauty of our.
No,
trees.
no, I know,
don't
I
want-
know, I know.
I don't
No,
want them hired again.
No, I'm
I
talking
won't
about
mention
the
their names
arborist.
since
No,
I
no,
don't know
no,
their names.
the arborist, we're talking
Right,
about
we
with
hired
Patty, like
arborists.
having this whole coordination, but. So when do we use the tree services for? When, where in the village?
Yeah, what's this line item for? I think is the question.
It's probably more than just the tree service contractor in this line. I'll maybe defer to Dale to read some things that I don't make in here, but primarily used for two things. One is maintenance of the existing trees, downtown trees and the ones that are in the right of way that are considered village trees. We and Parks use the tree contractor often do a lot of work there. I don't know if Bill has a tree line involved.
Yes, he does.
It does.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, we use it from anywhere across all three funds to do, trees. We did the tree clearing, for example, for the pending project plan. We had to clear a spot that we were coordinating with GE for access agreement, and part of the agreement was clearing that wall and such, so we used the tree contractor for that. The pruning of the street trees is also done by the annual bid contractor. The annual bid contractor, only as you mentioned, is actually changing. There's with the new low bidder, so we have a new different contractor.
Really? Is that the reason why? Just being
It is the reason
sarcastic,
why.
I'm being sarcastic. right now,
And
so-
there was discussion about it because it's actually got a lot of complaints from residents
Yeah.
and businesses.
Okay.
So we reacted to it appropriately.
We're very happy with the low bidder now. Performs very well. We were actually using this company concurrent to using the low bidder for, numerous reasons that we won't delve into now, but, and then we started using them exclusively toward the end of the year, and they bid it again. And it was going pretty well. And the principal are very good also.
Okay.
And you're also
Oh, that's great.
charging your organic waste, the dumping fee.
Yeah.
To this.
Oh, okay.
As well.
Okay.
We
Well,
don't.
that makes more sense.
Yeah, we pull it and cheap out there, and they're not cheap, and much as it.
Okay.
And it's a sidebar, but then they like the environmental, tidbits when they come up, that's all in our solid waste, recycling calculation that we file with the county every year. The tonnage that we take to the county's organic receiving station is considered a recyclable reuse, percentage, our total waste generated. So that's.
Great.
Thank you.
What else?
That's all that's the question I have.
No. Can I just ask, because I've gotten questions about it, I need to put my mayor message. When you guys picking up all the leaves, when's that starting? I always thought it was November, beginning of November, but
Yeah, it's not fixed. It usually is the first week or so of November.
that's what I thought,
It'll
yeah.
be out there probably next.
I have to put in my mayor message because I've gotten a few.
So
Also, can I put that in?
Let me get a fixed date.
Yeah, I don't wanna say next week and it doesn't happen, because then that's the worst case scenario for me. Not worst, worse, so just let me know when
See,
that
we
happens.
Get the capital, we put in for 2 weeks, change the meeting for, tough to get going this year, we're not going.
Can I piggyback on that one? Usually, leaves and grass clippers usually is every Tuesday.
If you bad.
Yes, piggyback one, yes. So Maddie, that question goes to you. So usually that used to show up on the app, which is not there anymore.
Well, then that's the point. That might be a question. Yeah.
Okay, so that.
You mean on
used to
that,
be-
that
Yeah, this is
that
not-
Westchester app?
Yeah,
Check
so.
that out. That got given to that. That's part of.
Oh, it's.
Yeah, it
it's
was,
still
it
on
used to be, and it used to be part of that, so that's the reason why
there?
I'm
You just check
asking.
with them?
So, yeah, if you don't mind, I thought it was. All right. So if you guys can check, because right now, obviously, you get the typical ones, but that one used to be on Tuesdays,
Yeah.
every Tuesdays. So, but I don't see that in here, and a lot of people still take it on Tuesdays, sometimes on holidays, so.
I'm gonna guess that. It's a fixed day that maybe it's gonna get picked up from, they use just a calendar to write it down. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
Get it added. It's not a tough add.
Okay, all right.
Are you telling us you use that?
I do.
It was all the time, all the time.
Are you kidding me? Yeah, I mean, I like to look at my neighbors, but it's like the blind leading the blind. I mean, my entire block one week all put out the wrong thing because we all looked at each other. So no, that's great.
I use the app all the time. No, I don't do that, but
It explains things. It's great. Okay,
Yeah, but I have to remember like what's gonna be picked
So
up.
Manny's right.
today.
That's why he was looking it up. So if you, yeah, so that would be helpful.
That
Senior
too.
trustee Kasana, add it again.
Yep.
Like,
What else?
Alright.
Okay. So anyway, as always, the number one place for compliments is the sanitation people. Congratulations for yet another year of compliments on your people. Lovely. I did get specifically from one from Sunset and another from, what is the street next to the school?
Which school?
No, not Brookside. Oh my God, the one near Independent, but across the street. Anyway,
Russellville?
by the Historical Society.
Where's that school?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've gotten two from that street and one like not that long ago to say how lovely they are to the senior citizens in our community, that they're so helpful to make sure that the garbage. Just gonna go on record. It's like we get compliments for our police, but I do have to say that as mayor, like I've lived here for years. I never realized how friendly our sanitation guys are, but I'm gonna tell you that that's like my number one. And it's very nice when senior citizens write to you and say, I've lived here for X number of years and it's heavy. They make sure that it's always like done correctly so that it's easy for me to bring it into the house. It's actually a very lovely sentiment because, you don't get a lot of that kind of stuff. And I know you work on such huge projects. Nobody ever calls and says, oh, I love the developer that built, right in front of my house. But I thought that, your department should know that, so we're grateful for that. And
You actually have it in writing somewhere on a folder.
they just call me.
Yeah, right,
Yeah.
okay. 'Cause we could
I
do
did
stuff.
get, and I did send it to you and the manager from somebody in the winter who said that the snow cleaning is just, that she leaves them for Christmas like cookies every
We
every
put that-
Christmas.
we put that-
Yeah, because she said, I've lived here for 30 years and I should thank them and she knows them by name and everything. And I do have to say that with the new garbage cans in the village, Saturday, I do go down every Saturday. They're out there, they're doing what they're supposed to. The signage is on there. It looks like it's helped. I had hoped for more compacting. Maybe this company will advance and maybe we can have input. That's my personal thing. But it feels like we're doing a lot of, we're moving in the right direction, so much appreciated. And that's it for me. I don't know. You had the microphone. Did I cut you off or?
So, I mean, it's a small thing. Many years ago at this point, I got NICOM training about ethics. And one of the very common things that they said was, people want to thank the DPW workers and will often like give them an envelope during the holidays. And listen, God bless, I think it's great. And people will in conversation, because this kind of thing comes up, be very grateful. And I don't want to recommend something that I now have been told is unethical or illegal or whatever. What is the best way that people can express their gratitude to the folks at DPW for the hard work that they do?
I kind of wish Stu was here to kick me if I say the wrong thing, but I probably sat in the same at this presentation you did with John Pensini.
Yeah. Yeah.
There is a individual gift threshold of $75.
Right.
State. So I would imagine that that's not exceeded, that's not problematic. I wouldn't consider it problematic. It's per individual. I think if it does exceed it, sometimes it's like a big box of Christmas cookies comes in. The suggestion is to distribute it amongst the masses, which we do anyway, and then you're distributing the gift to everybody.
Right.
That's not a bad thing. That's a nice thing. And yeah, I think everybody just finds a way if they want to.
Yeah.
Under no circumstance are we suggesting that anyone has to give gifts to anybody
No.
working this.
It's
But there are,
you're
yeah,
talking-
but there are
yeah.
people, there is a limit and people can be very generous.
I will tell you maybe as hokey as this sounds, but the correspondence and the recognition is a big deal. I think that outweighs everything else, because when they hear it, it's nice.
Good.
They do bust it out there. They work very
Well, they get up very early in the morning. Look, we also, this, we do get complaints about, litter. That we talk about that all the time. We have to deal with it. We have to figure it out. We have to figure out the right number of garbage cans. We have to figure out where to put them. And I'm not trying to sugarcoat anything. I'm just saying that I do get mail, I get emails, and I have to be honest that I think more people know the sanitation people than they know me. So, they know them by name. I think it's lovely. So, just wanted to pass that on. I mean, we still have a littering problem. We have all sorts of stuff, but that's okay. We're going to work through that. But I wanted to just point that out as well. Is there anything else? Do you have anything for us? You're here. I feel like we, no.
Not through Public Works, I guess we're on to water now.
Yes. Andy, are you doing water?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, Dale
Can answer the
always
questions.
runs through it. Dale, sort of the same system like that we've been using, I think works.
Yeah, so generally for water, everything, is really contractual obligation for essentially flat, going from 2003 to 2024. That's for, our purchase of water. On page 13 of the water fund budget is, anticipating a 7% increase to that rate.
Really?
So.
And that's New York City.
Correct. And it
Work.
happens every July.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I'm sorry, what was the percentage that's gonna go on?
7.
7%.
What was the percentage last year?
It was 5, but
It was down, it was less. I don't know off the
So
top.
it's
of my head.
definitely less than 5.
Yes,
though.
it was less.
It was less than 5.
really?
So that's 10%.
10?
10% last year that went up? I don't remember that.
Well, this, right, this.
For 2020. From 2020.
Got it. Okay.
So we went
Got
from
it.
189,700 in 2026 to 227,684.
Okay.
This obviously in the expense side, there is an encumbrance, so we have not expended 2.2 million. At the end of the year, the more you draw from our own water source, the less we pay. Out of this one, we're at the end of it.
Correct.
Maybe I should say it again.
How-
because my microphone was off.
So for 2022, we budgeted and we spent how much less?
Well, 2020.
Just as an example.
You actually expended more than the adjusted budget, because I'm thinking, you did budget adjust.
We
you
had to,
adjust-
we had to use budget. We must have did a transfer.
Yes.
But normally, normally it's at least $500,000 less a year of what's budgeted. We just don't know what's going to happen. It's basically an insurance policy. And you can't, it's weather dependent. This year was so, such a wet year and it rained, so many weekends. We provided a lot of water ourselves.
But we're still gonna be over budget, sure. For 2023.
For 2023.
Yeah.
Because
right now.
No,
Because that.
no, because that's a
Oh, that's the
blanket purchase
purchase
order.
Right,
Yeah.
so to date, we've actually expended $1,010,746.
Take that back.
Yeah, and
Okay.
it's
So we're anticipating being
Under budget.
we should be under budget, and also I think we just received the bill for August or September. It's like it's lagged. It's better than it
There is
used to
a
be.
lag.
So it's a big lag.
That's only through June,
Yeah.
those expenses. So that's basically 6 months. Dependent on if you withdrew from them or not, so. So that's the largest, increase, for the water, fund. Basically,
Equipment as well, sure. Equipment we going up.
What page is looking at?
Page 15, 8330. Well, as soon as something break.
So this is, 2023, the expenses are higher than budgeted because we had an emergency generator repair
Okay.
for $46,000.
And I think we spent like 20 something thousand just renting it. The temporary generator.
Mhm. So we did, budget a little more in the 83,400, for, I guess any additional engineering services that might be needed.
Did you hold on for
Sure.
one? Yeah, the contractual portion from 8330. What engineering obviously we are over budget. And then the recommendation and the request is $21,000. Is that Andy for what particular engineers and services that
That-
we are looking?
I believe that would be Arcadis for the dam services.
So we expecting that to be more for next year?
It depends on our inspections and it's not just a yearly inspection. Sometimes there's a 4-year inspection that falls within that year, so I have to clarify it.
Yeah,
In there, we were also, because we had to pay, for the town for our planning board.
Oh, for the
Plan.
filter plan.
Yeah.
That's,
for the filter,
so I think those are those
is
done
that
now?
part of that?
Those are done now.
They were charged for that.
So that's part of the 15,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Most of it, yeah.
So, but, so
Mhm.
again, so the expectation is to have additional inspections or try to do that for 2024. Even though we
Yeah,
are
it's
going
gonna
through
be
the study
83.
and the process of the
20.
plan.
It's gonna come up later, the inspection. The inspection.
No, we might have passed it. If it's source water, it's under 8320.
So what page will that be? Sorry.
The most recent purchase order that we just went for approval for Arcadis for the dam, where did we charge that to? You know, okay.
All right, that's fine.
It would be
So
source
you
water.
guys-
It would be source
yeah.
water,
So
but
you guys
it's,
look into that, because
Yep.
it seems that, again, for me, is like if we were gonna move with the new plan at some point, if that's sort of the direction that the board may be going, or approval, for me is, if we're doing this, why do we have to do this other additional stuff if we're not, trying to deviate from that plan? I'm just asking,
The
I don't
dam
know.
inspections are never gonna go away. The dam's gonna be there for the old end of the plant, the old end of the plant.
Yeah, but for now, there may be some modifications that we may have to, maybe not do. Hopefully not. But just can you go look into that?
Mhm.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Materials on the page 15 as well, that has gone up, and the ask is $100,000 now for more previews.
So your materials and supplies, handy for 8330.
yeah, so, is that chemicals or no? Not sludge,
8330,
yeah, so 8330, 413.
that's materials and supplies.
Yeah, so that's anything that could possibly be replaced in the plant, chemical feed pumps, piping, chlorine parts.
Shouldn't that go down in a way, or at least try to stabilize?
It's, I mean, it's a almost 40-year-old filter plant. So things constantly break. In the future,
I think that the expectation then, so the plant's gonna be operational through we never shut down. Next year, though, 2024, we're not gonna see the part of construction that's really gonna impact the plant per se. So we would still have
37 months. from
we would
start of
still have
construction.
the expectation of having to do repairs on the plant because
But
we're
at
not,
some-
gonna-
At some point, that line hopefully will go
Well,
away, sure, or at least very.
certainly after the
it'll be
completion of the
very
plant. yes.
It'll be reduced, yes.
Yeah.
Once if it's chosen that the plant is built, that's when it would be reduced.
Maybe more or less of what 19 happened, 52,000.
Mhm.
All right.
And some of those costs, like, if you looked them up, you would see all makes. You're talking like a rotating assembly that's $29,000 in one of our high distribution pumps.
Yeah.
Some of those costs are really high.
No,
And
well, I mean, all materials have gone up, it's not that much of the labor, it's just the material that has gone up and the lead times and everything else. Fortunately, that's reality.
That's correct. So we're gonna put a slight increase for your abrasives and chemicals.
which is, chlorine, polyaluminum chloride, powder activated carbon, all the potassium permanganate, which that really skyrocketed this year because one of the facilities burned down. So we had to pay a premium cost. So
Mhm. I mean, it's materials wasn't around a bit more. In that line this year before the generator rental. And then you have a tree work charge.
correct.
That one.
So that tree work was on the next to the GE access agreement to widen the driveway. And it had to be done in bats, out of bat season, out of Eagle territory. It was a short window and we used the annual bidder and it was the good annual bidder that came in. And it was pretty efficient operation.
Well, I believe that's what Paul was talking about, making a reference before to this.
Okay, anything else?
I think sludge alum production, was there an increase on the alum removal or no? The aluminum removal?
There was a 5% increase.
Yeah.
Yes,
So that's our sludge hauling.
which that, hopefully will be.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Will be reduced with the new.
Yes.
Per year.
And that's an example, right? So that's what, 300 and how much?
393,000.
Right, so that would be cut in half
Mhm.
per year. Because now we're sending sludge that has a lot of water in it. It's like, you know, you're paying for water to be mixed in with sludge and treated and taken away. The new design, it's a very thick sludge that it's efficient and it'll be a lot less truckloads. Sewer?
That'll make a big dent in the price.
Operating budget, sure.
Yep.
And
Truck traffic. That's the paper.
Yeah.
and also a reduction in the chemicals, the chlorine and the powder, the polyluminal chloride. What did we say that was in the 300,000 range? That'll be probably a third less.
Okay. Where else do we have hits? Up or down?
Sewer fund,
Page?
this is, the separate, for now, for that sewer.
Oh, very good.
It should be 01 days sewer. So this is, mirror image, of water, just the sewer portion, basically. Very small, fund, the sewer fund.
Let me just
in
see what the
itself.
total is. Yeah,
Actually, it's less. Of what previous years has been.
Yeah, the budget increased about $2,000.
okay, so that's not, okay, that's not even a thing.
Yes. Oh, good.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
Dana,
Talk about-
any questions? Dana, any questions? I don't want to forget you. Are you good?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay.
Okay, do we want to review the capital?
Can we do fees? Do you have any fee changes? That's the easy part.
No. we
Okay.
did it.
I guess capital is.
Capital should be a good discussion.
Okay.
I think we're way down.
Okay, so what are we up to?
Capital.
According to the agenda, we're done, but what are we doing?
Capital.
The capital.
See, it says here on my agenda, 9 o'clock to 11 DPW water sewer.
To 11.
I thought we were. Okay, where are we with that? What document is that?
Under the capital budget at the beginning of the budget, so it's your public works.
So we're talking about highway stuff as well in here,
Everything.
everything. Okay. So page 1.
Yeah.
Okay. He's on. So I gotta go to the book because I don't see a PDF.
I could email it to you.
No, it's okay. Where are we? General fund budget.
So there should be a capital.
Looking.
Tab. It's towards the back.
Is it green?
No,
No.
it's black.
No,
It's the black.
yeah,
Capital, right here. Found it.
all right.
Okay. Take us through it. What we got?
All right, so on page 1, line 1 is our street paving, anticipated for 2024. We're currently, budgeting 240,000 of CHIPS, New York State grant funding,
Mhm.
and 350,000, of, village, funds, either debt or transfer from the general fund. So total paving would be 590,000. They're also proposing Westerly Road improvements, for 171,000. Anticipated moving, monies from fund balance.
I don't see Westerly Road. Where am I? Westerly Road 171, sorry.
The
Yep.
improvements, yes.
So it's not capital.
Also, I have a question on this. On Route 9, sidewalks, who's responsible for sidewalks, curb and sidewalk?
Um. It would be the property owner that faces that. However, the state does come in and make sidewalk repairs in time. It's a little bit of a gray area. I'm working that out with Stewart. I think the state just came in and did some handicap ramps there the year after they told us that they weren't gonna do it. So I don't.
You don't know? Can we get a clear answer? Because some of the walkability is disturbed by sidewalks by Capella's Automotive. That sidewalk's actually dangerous.
I'm sorry, which one?
Capella's, the auto place next to Corsi. I mean, that sidewalk is really dangerous. By Domino's, there's a problem. I'm not picking on these commercial entities. I'm simply saying we drive by these places all the time. And there are others as well. I also had a question about sidewalks that came up, Dana White mentioned something. There is some historical material. I don't want to name all the streets. On certain streets that it would be nice to retain, but if you follow the state's rules, you basically, their big answer to everything is concrete. So what can we do to maintain some of the sidewalks and redo them and keep their original flavor, if anything? I'm just asking questions, it's not a budget question, although it might require more money, so it could be. And I don't know if it's capital or sidewalk improvement or whatever, but I'm asking those questions.
Talking about that with Stewart a little bit too, we realize there's areas that don't have what we consider the village detail or sidewalk. And we try to be understanding and sympathetic to that, but at the end of the day, if it's not a safe condition, we have to amend it.
Right, so there are two ways to amend. You take out and you redo, or you fix. And oftentimes in historical things and beautiful things, you find yourself having to fix, not to redo. Maybe it's, roots from the trees nearby or whatever. So if I could ask while we're having the discussion about money, that you investigate solutions. We may not be able to do it in the next week, but we don't want things to be dangerous, but we don't want, the cheapest possible solution in a community that has some historical significance that are important to people. And we don't want to just leave them alone. I mean, it seems, anti-productive to leave something alone, because if you touch it, you then have to make it ugly. That's not a good solution either. I mean, you might have to pull a tree out, and then people who like trees get upset, it's very complicated. But anyway, that came up in a conversation.
Can I ask a question to not?
But
not
Route
devi-
9 is a problem.
So not to deviate from that, and obviously, and I think we touched about this a couple of weeks back when we were talking about sidewalks. But in a case like that, because the sidewalk on neighborhoods like that, or in areas like that, they're actually paid by the homeowner, not by the village, but the homeowner. So this question goes to you, Paul. So if, let's say that I have, I'm sorry? Oh, it's assessed, correct. So let's say that my front of the house, I have marble. And I want to keep it. So, but you guys, as part of the standard details that is part of the village, there's no marble detail. So if I was to provide a marble detail for my sidewalk, is that something that you guys would approve?
The code doesn't really call out the specifications that are issued with the street opening permit, where we give them the detail of what we'd like to replace. It's something that we can discuss. I started having this discussion with Stewart some time ago.
Okay.
Let's find a
But
solution.
I think that's the question, sure,
Yes.
because again,
We're saying the same thing.
the village does not pay for that. The homeowner does, no matter which way you cut it. It's coming out of either the taxes or
Or
the
an
money right in
individual.
front. So I think, not to deviate of the whole conversation, but I think if the individual wants to keep that character of the sidewalk, as long as it meets the criteria or as a standard, I think that could be the solution, more like a blank statement, more or less,
I
but,
agree. So.
We can carry this offline, but I
Yeah.
don't think it'll material affect this unless there are many spots like that. But Route 9, people do walk. And you can't have them walk in the street, you know, because that's not an option. I'm just interested who's responsible because there's a few areas that are just now become really, they're bad. They're not maintained. And it's not right for those. I'm very consistent in this message. People who follow the rules, take money out of their wallet and fix things the way they're supposed to and act as good citizens with quotes, because, you know, whatever that means. Shouldn't have to live in a village and then see that others who don't do what they're supposed to sort of just get away with it. It's just not fair to the community. So let's get some of the folks on Route 9 and see who's actually responsible. Codify it and tell them they have to fix things. Or we'll do it for them and charge them.
So,
The folks,
If that's our job. If it's
Yeah.
a state, then we have to call the state.
property that fronts where the sidewalk is. The property owners, the sidewalk condition. The process of doing it is going through the state. Now,
I'd like you to look into it, please.
can I just add one thing, because you mentioned that, assessment work is paid for by the owner. That's generally true, but there's some exceptions. If
Mhm.
there's damage to a sidewalk or the bike street that the village planted or the village right of way, or if there's a water valve box, that, you know, somehow upset the condition of the sidewalk, the village will make that repair and not levy the tax.
Right, so you're gonna look at it.
but
And-
that's what
and the other
happens,
thing
yeah.
is,
Yeah.
a large number of sidewalks that we've been doing that have been coming in and funded through a grant or a community development block grant for the county that we use in a lot of our right of way work. We did not assess that work because the person issuing the grant considered that double dipping and they would pull the grant back from us, so we don't do it there. And if there's an ADA that we do, which we've been doing a lot of, like, we don't assess that because that's a village pedestrian safety concern that we're enhancing. We don't let you do the properties that are on the corners where we're the ADA.
Yeah,
pretty-
yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
You're getting stuck in traffic all over the village,
So,
which is good. You're doing a good job.
so, and this one, and I'm sorry, Paul, so I'm looking at the sidewalks and improvement. And I know we talked about Spring Street.
Mhm.
Am I missing Spring Street in here?
It's on there, it's on the bottom of, that's the Jane.
So that's what it is. So it's James,
Mm-hmm.
2021, and it's spring 2022.
Right.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so that's the capital project, but so I'm assuming James, which is completed,
The sidewalks.
The sidewalks
we're
are
gonna
done.
come in with,
so that's the
yeah.
$400,000. More or less that was used. So it's half and half.
Yeah,
Okay. So, and I know there was,
Spring Street's in design phase right now, with county budget.
so in the Spring Street, refresh my memory, it goes from Road Avenue all the way down to Lafayette.
Up the edge.
Okay, but then,
including
so those are sidewalks.
Yeah.
And then pavement goes after that.
But it won't be part of CDBG pavement.
I understand that.
Part of this.
Correct.
This,
It would be part of the
we-
capital,
we-
yeah,
The
yeah.
running capital project.
Correct. So, but refresh again, so we were, I believe last time we talked about is. It was gonna go from Joseph Street pavement after Lafayette, it was gonna go down all the way down to Sparta, correct?
Revolutionary.
The
Road.
Revolutionary Road, okay,
And
Jos-
Manager and I are still soliciting for that, but they haven't.
okay, which is, but that's sort of the understanding that the whole corridor is gonna get done. More or less.
That's our brother, yeah.
Okay, so by 2024, the sidewalks are gonna start.
Again, that's our wish, but we're kind of held captive by when the county turns around and gives us the plans.
But you say they're working on it,
Yes,
okay. So I'm gonna ask that question in the first quarter next year,
and I'll give you an answer if I know it.
okay.
Okay. Dale, let's
So
go.
Next down is, request for a hybrid vehicle for the maintenance department.
What are they driving now?
Driving pickup.
And what's wrong with the pickup? That they need a new,
Close to 200,000.
is there something wrong with it?
And he also, the hybrid vehicle It's part of the contract for him to be able to, it's not all 24/7 jump hybrid. Based on the rate list, we thought hybrid would be worth it out. We would save, we would pay for it, just in gas savings.
He would pay for anything, actually. We're paying for everything.
We
So,
save the village.
right. So there's one hybrid vehicle. So I get the 200,000. So he takes it home every night. This is what he commutes. And
It's the same. Similar. Chief operator, same exactly. Chief operator.
what's wrong with his car?
Is on call 24/7. They can pick up a certain thing. Is a little bit less miles, like 140,000, but it's a lot of that.
There was one in 2023. That was never ordered. It was a purchase order. So it's not included again because there was one already done. in 2020.
Are you saying that they already got one or that
No, it
they're
was
getting
never- it
one
was never
or
purchased.
it's in
They haven't
purchase?
received it. As far as my records show, they did.
And Karen, you're getting a hybrid?
I'm
Is that
sorry,
in
what
here?
was that?
No, I'm talking about Karen, you told me.
The Tory.
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, the car that I have is fine. I don't drive that far, so it's not that there's a lot of miles. It's sort of looking at the whole car situation and making sure that we're using the cars more efficient, most efficient. So, either that or we may need, and I think part of like with the trucks that you're gonna need, if somebody's getting a new car, what is your plan? Because we do need some vehicles for people just driving around. So,
Yeah.
like Christina doesn't
Gas
have a,
down stuff.
yeah. So. I think we have to have a game plan for all the cars. I think that while it's really important that we look at electrifying the fleet, we don't, do that at the expense of having.
So the two hybrids we just got, we want to cast down one to her and one to.
Okay.
One to who's her? Who are you
I'm
pointing
sorry,
to?
she said Christine is up.
So Christina, this would just be for use, not take home vehicle, but for people who like Christina LeBeau, who spends all day long just driving around to building to building. To have a vehicle here similar to the way code enforcement does and everything, as they're driving around, to have a vehicle as opposed to using her, right now she's using her personal car. It makes more sense for a lot of reasons to have people who are doing that kind of work, have a village. If she's gonna get one for that, then I don't necessarily need, so.
Okay.
And the other thing about jump payment, right, so is, he needs a truck while he's out there. But to get back and forth, all-wheel drive, good enough. So the plan was to have him drive a hybrid back to the filtration plant, have a charger, where they charge, we're gonna have this truck that goes close to 200,000 miles. And get at least 2 more years out of it, so he can highway. And that's a plan to. So we're not just gonna get rid of the old vehicles, it's to extend the life.
The next in line is to refurbish. The Lumen
Yeah, that's good.
Ford F-150.
Yeah, that was to make it into a dump truck. It was no, excuse me, I'm wrong. That is John's truck to extend the life. It needs quite a bit of work. So we put right in the 20,000. After Stephen and John went to work with the central garage. Involved with the. Really tied into it. Right now, John's taking that day. And the advantages and some aluminum body. And it was expensive in the beginning, but it's just not rust out, so it does make sense to put it into that truck. That's why. And it uses a fire truck, So that just.
So are you refurbishing the engine that has 200,000 miles on it? Or are you-
Well, the engine,
Yeah.
the transmission and the suspension.
Sure, this makes sense.
Is,
Alright.
it gets beat up.
The next in line is a 6-wheel dump truck. With plow, spreader and controller.
Yeah, that's replacing, Highway 8, which. Sorry, I don't have the year of that truck. It's a very, very, very old 6-wheel dump truck. Those are the larger trucks that are used to, plow. Most of the time you'll see them, they're either on the road, receiving spoils from an excavation or doing, some of the larger road plowing. We use 6-wheeler to plow with 9, that is plow for the state program and such. So.
When you do
Can I-
work for the state, do you get reimbursed for that?
Yeah, we do. That was part of the. So can I ask a question? I'm sorry.
No,
Can
please.
can we get, because we usually ask this every year, and I don't know if we got this year, but I don't remember seeing a vehicle list.
We sent it out,
We did, no, for this, no, that's what I'm saying. So for this, for this year, I think for me, it'll be helpful to see some of the vehicles that we're keeping, some of the stuff that you guys are requesting. This is not just for this department, I'm talking about throughout the village. Yeah, for everybody, please.
That same, that same aforementioned Birdie that told me about the LED spreadsheets also mentioned the
Oh, that's it?
vehicle
Okay.
spreadsheet. So we do have that, and
Yeah.
just not to hand it out, but to tell you that the quick summary of rolling stock, we'll call it, because not everything's an actual vehicle. But it is things that we maintain in central garage for every single department. With the exception of fire department apparatus. There's about 145 pieces of equipment. The bulk of that is in public works. Public works is just highway, it's water, it's filter plant, it's the maintenance folks, it's the sanitation vehicles. There's 75 vehicles, public works. Parks and Rec is 15. Building department is 8. There's 28 police vehicles, and fire department. We maintain their chief vehicles. So there's 9 chief vehicles, either present chiefs or.
There were 3 chiefs.
Right, but the old chief.
Deputies.
For a number.
Like what?
I'm sure something.
The chief's car is down or in, they use a spare car.
I will tell you, we also receive spare chief vehicles and we reuse them in highway. We have actually.
So I think that,
yeah.
that you're saying where are, but the chiefs, when the chiefs are no longer chief, they keep their car? No, they go back to the.
What happens is, like, you guys have at least,
We have to.
I know you're the one, operations one, it's an old, the old Explorer. That goes back,
Yeah, that's gone.
that's one.
Yeah, we have 2 Chevys. One used to be a central garage, that was old. And then the one you just gave us, we converted to the new central
I
garage.
think Wesley's driving one, right? Wesley driving an old Explorer?
He was, driving something different now.
He's
though.
not anymore. Oh, maybe for
Parks.
for
Yeah,
parks,
for
yeah,
parks.
for parks, yeah. So, but there's 9 chief's cars?
No,
No, fire department vehicles are listed on here, so I don't know if it includes the boat on here. I didn't look at the number of things that are listed in the fire department. There might be
No
a
boat,
number of things
no
on.
boat.
no boat.
What boat?
The
There's no
little
boat.
trailer.
Oh, a little Zodiac?
I think that's on your trailer. Nonetheless, that's the list of about 145 pieces of rolling stock.
Yeah, we usually get that list of all the vehicles, obviously. I know they'll knows what I'm talking about. So we have the previous list, it's just more matter, I think, more like updated,
Updated.
you know, and what the requests are more or less, so.
So anyway, I did, while we're having that discussion, Karen did point out that Highway 8 that we're looking to replace is listed here as a 2007. And it's a heavy used vehicle, a 6-wheel. A lot of material, a lot of live loads go in there. Trucks that are very valuable. To work with the road, and they definitely double as an extraordinary plow.
I'm sorry, you say you're replacing that one, or you getting or you're talking about getting a new one?
No, we're looking to replace highway with this, and then, and we have been auctioning off a lot of stuff too. I don't think we bought it, roughly $30,000 in the last auction. And we keep rolling, we do rolling auction. We did one about 6 months ago, and we'll probably do another one for stuff that's sitting there before the really heavy winter comes in to get it out of there. Just something we just did.
Is any of this replacement being funded out of water and sewer too? Or just, is it used for water breaks and sewer? breaks
Yeah.
and Some of these big trucks.
That one I didn't allocate, I just, was doing, debt at this point, but,
What else?
next is, two 3500 series mason dumps. For 170.
What are those?
Those are the trucks that you see most of us driving around in. It's the, they're kind of like mini dump trucks, if you will, but they're a little more practical for, doing some of the side road work and some of the general day-to-day work that they do, going out, picking up garbage. We can still take a load of material, but not necessarily a load that you require in a big dump truck like a 6-wheeler, 10-wheeler. And they're also shorter in plow trucks because they can go in and out of a lot of
Just small areas.
the Mason dumps are, the last one we got was gas.
So, and I'm sorry, you said, how much was it, Dale?
There's two of
Two
them.
of them.
But,
for 170.
so it's 170 each,
No,
No.
so it's 170 total.
About-
Okay, gotcha.
Mhm.
Okay, because I thought I heard a different number, that's why I was asking.
What else?
street sweeper is something that's next on the list, and it's something that we wanted to discuss with you because there is an opportunity here to consider fully electric sweeper. I've talked to folks that have them and they're using them successfully. But even on the purchase consortium, you're almost $700,000.
Yeah, the answer is no on that. The technology is not there. I just went to something about this stuff. They're having cars with electric buses, school buses that they told be ready by now. And it takes so long to charge, thank you, I'm getting tired, to charge them. They're not there yet.
I will tell you that, some of the research I've done with the sweeper, I think if anything's close to being, there, it's the sweeper, the garbage trucks, I'm not comfortable with. Even fully electric is a discomfort there when you're counting on an operation continuing without interrupted service. Hybrid, yeah, that works, but they're not really, this is the realm.
They're
for
not,
that.
I know.
But the company, the Revo company, the European company that makes these sweepers has come a long, long way with the technology that's put to this sweeper. I know you folks that have that, are doing it successfully. But again, I'll keep looking at it and maybe next year we'll consider it. Because we definitely do need a sweeper.
So I'm gonna tell you that electric in the winter, and it doesn't matter whether it's a Tesla, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, but we don't really sweep a lot in the winter. That's why the sweeper was a good canopy.
Right, if you have air conditioning in the summer, they never fill up to the end, they only fill up 70%. So there's like a lot of information, but when you actually use it, they're just not great for service vehicles right now. They're just not there yet. They're in the hills and stuff. Anyway, I'm a big electric fan. I drive all electric, but that's why I read about this all the time. They're just not quite there yet.
Okay. So the alternative.
What's
is-
the regular sweeper?
alternative Authority is about 290,000. With our present sweeper is a. No. No way. Let's check this pull up.
Okay.
It might be about that.
Unless you can wait, I mean, they'll have the technology in a year or two, so it's a question of whether you wanna wait.
That wasn't too long ago.
Let's remember, the town is
Yeah.
also looking at it and end up with the broom badger instead of the cool Devo Italian street sweeper.
The broom badger?
That's what the town called the broom badger.
So
They
can
got a
you,
discount on that.
can you wait a year or two? on
Yeah,
it?
I mean,
Or or do you absolutely have it now? And then I would suggest not electric.
like I tell you, I think this is a good candidate for electric, it's closest one, and so I would be willing to wait. I would be willing to wait a year, we'll just
Keep track of it. You need to look at hills, weather conditions, either hot or cold, actually make it less efficient. And what you're loading them up with. The flat areas are better. They're just not quite there
I
yet.
know this is gonna sound a little, I don't know what. Say this, 'cause I know it depends on borrow, but. We'll keep the other one on the road and we'll keep it going, but if we get to that point where something becomes disrepair and it's bad, good money to bad. We might have to make revisit a mid-year consideration.
Yeah, so that's fine.
But
The
so
other thing about the electric is now. But. Right.
Yes.
Just very. Yep. Don't get a lot of complaints, but
You get some.
tell you that you won't hear this.
Yeah.
for me, and that one is charging and locations, and you know, I know we having problems, well, maybe not having the problems over where that will be stored, but I know we having some challenges, I want to say. On the police department end, sure, you know, there's not enough energy to maintain those. So I'm hoping if a future, you know, that's something, is not just the $600,000,
It's the
sure.
charger also.
It is the charger, it's all this other stuff, the equipment, so, you know,
Did it for, anytime.
and I understand that, but I'm sure, yeah, but it's different than trucks,
a
I'm sure
reason
it is
why-
different than trucks,
So
yeah.
they sit overnight for a full.
I understand that, but I'm sure the equipment, I don't know anything about.
How much is
it,
a
you know.
charger?
The labor,
Good morning. The labor was like 3,000 for two of them. Is what it
It's a
provides.
regular charger?
No, it's a class 2 charger and then 2 chargers. They were like $800.
So it's not double,
That actually sounds cheap.
Yeah, it was cheap. It was our annual bid.
It sounds weird.
but you have enough power.
It's why, look, Tesla can't roll
Power
out.
was only 15 feet away. Why it wasn't a big deal. But like you said, we have to make sure we have room in the other garage electrically for that size. We have it on a compressor, it could be a bit restricted, but.
I just think they're not ready yet. It's the reason Tesla hasn't rolled out. They're 5 years late on their truck. There are issues with trucks, weight and all of that, that just hasn't quite made it yet. And that whole program in the Bronx to electrify the school bus, they got the grants when we did for the e-bike stuff. I was there for the presentation, they're having huge problems. So it's different, the weight, the usage, it's just different than cars. But like I said, happy to have it. If you guys can wait a year or so, just monitor what other places are doing, what are the issues, ask them and then bring them on. There's still 2 to 3 times the cost of a fuel one. They should only be 20% more. They're like way more than that. But let's wait a little bit and then get that. If you need it now, you'll have to go the other way. I think it's,
Fair enough.
you know, it's a 0-1 decision. It's a binary decision. That's it. I don't think it's very complicated. What else? And I don't think the bonds and stuff is gonna change so much that if we don't bond it now, it'll be like a disaster for us.
No. Next up is a box truck.
Box truck.
Yeah, the box truck, box truck, we wanted to buy for some of our safety equipment, and we also have we also bought a sewer camera that comes on a skid.
Yeah.
And the skid is, no, when we bought this from the Sourcewell, from the consortium, they bought it to us and showed us in a box truck. And it's a nice little setup, because they put all the sewer equipment in there and the fine space stuff in there, and then you kind of combine everything into one unit. And have the camera there as well, protected from the elements, you take it here and there, but you're not throwing it into a back of a pickup truck, take it. It's a very expensive, valuable piece of equipment, so that how in a box truck is practical thing.
Presume it's gonna have a lift gate on it.
I would imagine, I didn't really check it out with that, but
If not, I mean.
Excuse me.
The operation center.
How much
So,
is that?
But that, but when you get out to the site, you don't have.
It's $100,000.
Well, the camera would say it won't come out of the box, that's the whole. Yeah, but the idea is to have, I mean, if you've ever seen what we used to call the contractor, their camera, TV, and safety.
I would highly recommend a lift gate on it. I would never have a
Well, mine
box
had.
truck without a lift gate.
It might have, it's it's $100,000, right?
Yeah.
We should have a human. For that first.
Yeah,
Then there's, the oldest pickup truck in the Foreman fleet is. I don't know the number, maybe it's on here. It's old, it's got 6-figure mileage on it, and again, they have a full use vehicle and a plow. We need to keep those updated as well. We're putting more of those this year.
It's like every year I sit here, we're buying all this fleets, and every year it's like everybody's driving things that are a decade old. It's like mathematically not reasonable. So we have to get the whole list, because it's, I don't know, I'm losing track of all this stuff. So once we get the full list, we'll look at it.
Right. And when you send that list, Paul, can you highlight the ones that are,
Like,
yeah, getting,
And even the ones that you guys are thinking of keeping, because it seems like some cars you guys wanted, you know.
Well, if you could
Yeah.
on the list
Yeah,
indicate
you're right.
which cars you're keeping and.
Well, the
what they're gonna
purposes,
be-
obviously, you know.
Yeah, what they're gonna be used for, so that, because I think we're being a little bit redundant in our planning sometimes about this too, so.
Okay.
Just to make sure.
Understood. On the next line, what we had mentioned earlier with regard to the leaf machines. That's a pretty close to price as the estimate, because those are on the source flow contract. They were $80,000 plus $81,000 each. Like I said, the last time we purchased them, they were about $15,000 each. A long time ago.
Sorry, how much?
15, but what year? What's it, how many years ago?
Leaf machines,
No, first page.
Oh. Oh, H.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, 2007 is when we purchased the last deal.
Oh, a very popular year.
That's okay.
Okay.
What else?
Karen already talked about, her vehicle, that would be the next one.
What would you do with your vehicle, by the way, Karen? The old one.
It would only be if it made sense to repurpose it, but if we were repurposing these other ones, if we don't need it, then it doesn't really make sense. This one doesn't have that many miles, and while,
And you don't go that, you don't.
well,
you
the-
go
you know,
all
the-
that.
you know, so you have this thing about, you know, bringing the fleet, but does it make sense for the person who lives the closest to, you know what I mean, like, yeah. I mean, like, there's so many things that, you know, in hindsight, you know, I certainly didn't choose that one, but, you know, I think that, it's just better to be, you know, you have to be environmentally sensitive, but you also have to be fiscally responsible and,
Yes, so we'll balance it.
economically,
All of these
sustainable
things need to
too,
be
so.
balanced. Okay,
Can I go back to the digital sign that we approved last year?
Yes.
what about,
Yeah, what about it? Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. What's it?
Well, we talked about the digital sign, and Mayor, I, maybe I'm imagining this, but we talked about it as might be a good thing to have in place if we're, you know, when we start doing construction on Route 9 and, you know, we're doing the multimodal site, like it would be a you know, potentially a good way to keep, you know, another vehicle to keep people informed. I know, I don't.
I'm sorry. But another mechanism, or, I don't know, maybe you put it as more part of our marketing strategy.
Did you price it out?
Yeah, we,
Oh.
we did open up a capital project, we didn't open it, we put it in the budget,
Right.
it was on hold. So I don't know if they ever-
I created the project, I funded it from the general fund balance and.
How much?
it's Sitting out there, 70,000.
That was for the installation and,
Yeah,
Well, you
I
need
told Maddie,
something
yeah, I
where
told
you-
Maddie, you,
Jamie works.
Jamie,
Closely on.
yeah.
this, But I thought we had opened the capital.
Yeah, I thought we
project,
did
encumbered
too.
money.
Yeah.
We just have to
Yeah.
open this up.
we had put it on hold.
Well, we also have to approve it. We opened a project. We didn't decide where it's going and what the use
no, we-
is.
We know exactly where it was.
Really? Where?
Yeah.
Broadway,
Top
South
of,
Island,
Island.
in the corner
Broadway
before the
and
community center,
Nine.
yeah, the triangle portion.
Was it the triangle? I thought it was.
No,
the corner
was it
of
in the corner?
sign
No,
is.
it's before.
Oh, before, okay,
Yeah.
all right, but we had a place, which is
The
right
corner
there.
where the sign
Yeah.
is right now, where the,
Burlow's not.
yeah.
Hmm.
Okay.
That was early in the year.
So do we see it getting legs or we're just keeping it as a placeholder?
It's an elevator situation.
Elevator stuff.
We could see what the lead time is on it, like, I don't remember if there was a lead time, or if it was something that we could have gotten pretty quickly. I mean, I think realistically, the construction for mostly everything is not, with the exception of, like the DRI projects and everything, we're looking at 2025 for the construction.
To me, one of the concerns, and maybe I could be wrong, but exactly that portion in there. You know, it's gonna, if my recollection is correct, a lot of that stuff is gonna be parking on that side of the street. So. if we do
It'll
put
block
signage in
the
there,
sign.
it will block the sign, it will break the purpose of that, I'm just saying, I don't know,
parking will be that far up though.
I don't know, that's what I'm saying.
No, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I mean,
that's, yeah, you would have a curve, you know, you would have a
Of
pretty
course.
wide curve line. like,
Yeah,
curve
but
cut
it won't
piece.
serve, to me, it won't serve the purpose that we're thinking of doing, you know what I'm saying?
I understand.
So.
We can look at, we can make sure. we
And then they
obviously
talk
need
about
that
it blocks
in
the,
consideration. I mean, obviously.
My
we put
question
it-
is the infrastructure work, Paul, the infrastructure work be done in-house? Except for
Yeah.
obviously the electrical work.
But, yeah, I think we do a lot of it in-house, even if the electric is kind of rudimentary, just power.
Tony answered it.
Depends, I mean, if you put it somewhere where we already have. a
No, it needs
big
internet. It also has to go to internet, so it has to go to somebody's iPhone.
You can talk to
Or
a
laptop.
second floor there.
But yeah, the masonry, the mounting and all that stuff.
Right,
like that.
whatever spec needs for whatever sign is spec.
Okay.
What else?
Did you, you're now doing, did you finish,
We're down to,
public works and now you're down to water?
water.
So there's 35,000 conversion of 2008 Chevy van vehicle 20 into dump truck.
Yeah, so it's, that was a water service product. And, we put another engine into it to extend its life half ago. And we wanna make that into a dump truck that we can use for smaller jobs, small one, rate jobs, curb down in basements. Take a loose section. And instead of spending $800,000 in the truck, converting it into putting down my existing.
And a 36-inch hill climbing mower.
Yeah, so our maintenance department cuts the new milk can that's all proper. And we need something like the corn in right. We use small mowers and at times when it's dry, we'll use a lot of it. It's kind of. Originally, we're looking at one of the remote units that we can, it's almost a trap. unit.
Yeah, they use them on golf courses.
It's, and it was like, it was, it's exciting.
Is that right? Wow.
Yeah, so that's kind of why we looked at this $15,000.
I'm going for goats, honestly. What are you laughing at? A lot of places use goats.
Yeah.
I love that.
What are you talking about? It's cheaper and they like just eat all the stuff.
Chase the chicken.
And that way, we have to change the whole domestic animal.
I was gonna say, we have to keep it.
Domestic animal.
Steve.
The fee schedule.
That's right.
Steve Poe had goats, he wanted fish, bats, eagle.
Hmm.
Steve Poe had his way, animals have been running the whole thing.
Well, he may be right.
Well, it was, those fish were doing a lot of hard work there.
That's right.
Population.
Nature takes care of things. Then you get rid of all the birds that dump all over the place by having goats. They don't like goats. Then he used to bring his dog or something to run around.
Well, yeah.
See, it works beautifully.
Stop your whole little.
What else?
So next, we're getting into municipal building improvements. So we have the Rodriguez Operations Center Conference Room IT Office, ductless splits system replacement for 50,000.
So that is, the system that is in the conference room, all conference rooms. They're straight out. So on the outside. Being all air conditioning and, in the other room, which has the servers, that those. It's outside. IT.
What we're talking about those 3 rooms. Have been installed first.
That's installed. Still have to get good prices.
Remove storage building at municipal building.
What does that mean?
That little shack.
You're gonna get rid of it?
House. We could get 4 parking spaces, I'm sure.
You can like get $4,000 a month rent for that place. Are you kidding me? Never been inside there. Is it empty now? You can actually get 4
I
parking
think
spots.
it's a historically landmarked. You can't pull it down.
What?
I'm kidding.
Look at Dana coming up with a wise ass comment. Bringing in at the end.
First come before.
Wow, look at, we all got so terrified for a minute.
We did get a little scared.
Okay, so you're saying tearing that down. What am I looking at? Whose idea is this?
We talked about it.
Oh.
And now that the building's cleaned out, the records are out.
Okay.
It's a matter of timing, what wants to do that. We have no heat in the building. It's, the plumbing is shut off, so.
So basically it's just, oh, there's a bathroom in there. I'm telling you, we should rent it out.
To meet code.
But this is just kind of like a placeholder number. We haven't really looked into the details of what that rear wall consisted as far as.
Is there any abatement in now in that building?
That's something we need to look into.
Based on the roof, I'm sure there's some.
I would like to make a suggestion that we just leave it for 2024. We have a lot on our plate and I don't see us doing a maybe 20. I think we'll just like
But you can look at it,
revisit.
right?
We can do, what we can do this year is figure out a plan for it, but let's not implement the plan until. Yeah, I just don't see how we can manage.
Decide to test it. So just if there's any factors there, we can get some of this tested and so we know what we can do.
Yeah, well, I think let's also like, again.
When you
if-
tear stuff down and throw it out, you still have to do asbestos test.
Yes.
because
Yes.
that'll determine how you do the containment,
I see.
when you do because that's when you're gonna
So-
upset
so
it.
What might make sense towards the end of 24 is to actually put a plan, so taking it down and putting some stripes down, okay. But it might be an opportunity, I don't know how much of that property is ours and whose it is. But to redo the configuration to get as much parking as possible or whatever else we need.
You're not gonna.
Obviously.
We
not
can
to
put a
fix-
charging station.
Well, if you're gonna have, yeah, go ahead and laugh, but if you're gonna.
No,
get,
I'm serious.
You are gonna need.
Police bikes were in there.
I'm sorry?
I believe.
No.
They had a police force.
You can't have people getting bikes with the cars coming around and.
And the other concern is that Paul brought up, that back wall that has dirt against it. That could split. So we just have to look at
Well, we can take a look at it and then we'll just flag it so that by the summer, we're taking a look at it so that by
I think you just.
the end of
fix that.
24, we have a plan.
And honestly, you know, if you have to leave it up because the cost of taking it down is so much. Then lock it up and. Be done with it. Put a big banner on it.
A mural.
Public,
There you go. Problem
Okay.
solved. So, right, so it's been used for storage, so it's actually it could be used for storage for like other things like paint or other things, right? I mean, I think somebody should just look at it.
Yeah, I
Not
mean,
just
I
say,
think
"Oh,
that's,
let's take it
yeah,
down."
let's,
Actually
I
look
think we
at
have to
it.
evaluate it, but just in the interest of time, I know it's getting late. That's something
Yes.
that we can do and we can figure out a range of options
All right.
based on the
Douglas,
condition of the
next year,
building.
Village manager saying, what's next?
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
The next thing that we're participating in our department, the DRI project.
Wait, you're not talking about the police department LEDs conversion? You guys are not doing any of that stuff?
We may end up helping them.
That may help them, but that number was much less.
Your number,
Yeah. I don't,
okay.
unless it was a typo tomorrow.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, Andy, go ahead.
That's okay. I just remembered that.
You're gonna have to go, Mike. I just realized he's not been using it. Mike. There we go.
Yes.
I remember the captain approached us about it when we were looking at the charging stations for the police cars outside. And he wanted to make sure we converted the building. But I remember the number was in the $20,000 range, so I don't know if it's a typo on our end, do you?
Would you mind, guys, double checking
Yeah.
that number? Because if it's a $200,000
Yeah.
project.
Yeah, no, it can't be right.
Next.
I do want to say, though, that we did get the grant work for the solar panels on the police roof, so that was encumbered last year, so we can look to spend the roof money and I think we're getting another $100,000 for the solar installation, but I believe we're working on the paperwork for the grant disbursement agreement, so I think we'll be okay.
It was 200,000 on your report.
So that's on.
Is it supposed to be 20?
Supposed to be 20. That was basically like what we're looking at here, like through their offices, and we were gonna do it in-house ourselves.
Don't overput. This actually is done correctly. People replace regular lighting with LED. It just isn't required. They're like half of what you need. So, and people like start going blind. It's just too much light.
Talk about. He's getting over from the gate, the next DPW project. Exterior painting, the exterior is the light change.
Okay, hold on. What page is it? Okay, so Bob can appreciate this. So Pleasantville Road Station, we had scheduled to put a variable frequency drive in. We are going to be asking for the board's approval to issue that notice to proceed and approval for that project. I believe it was 168,000. It's a way to control the speed of the pumps. It's called the variable frequency drive. And we went out to bid for it. We have a qualified contractor, lowest qualified bid. The problem is in order to paint this tank for $3 million, we need to have that unit installed. And there's a 50-week delay on that particular, yeah. And it was offered by the contractor to pay a certain amount of money to get it built someplace else, but then now you're playing with procurement and you're changing the rules of engagement. And Stuart felt it was wrong and we feel it's wrong. So that pushes that project out, the tank painting, the $3 million 1 year, but it will not push out the VFD. Once the VFD comes in, we'll do the install. It's going to be the same situation that you deal with every day with supply chain issues. And we see it not so much on like the side, we see it on the mechanical side, we see it on the electrical side of everything we do. It's crazy.
This is to paint.
Yes, so it's to control, make a huge tank out of service and to control water flow to all the residences that would normally be on that tank, adjusting the speed of the pump so that it maintains the steady state flow. And we can't do that job with that. We can't take the tank out of service unless we have this. And we're going to be looking for approval in the next couple of weeks and give them a purchase order. And from that point, it's 50 weeks. And they've looked at every supplier. 50 weeks. Yeah.
So, and Andy, so let me ask you this, because this is not the first time we've done this for a tank. We have painted different tanks. I remember
Yeah.
one of my almost 11, 12 years ago.
Bank.
So how
So
do we do that then?
So back then, forward thinking, we had put in VFDs a couple of years earlier
Okay,
in that chef for it.
gotcha. Okay.
So it's given us the ability to feed water at high flows or low flows. And either way, the fire department will be on notice because you don't have full fire protection for that zone, and you guys handle that protocol. But it's to maintain pressure and all that. And in fact, what's going to happen is certain fire hydrants are going to have tankers, like small trailer mounted tanks that will be out in the street. There'll probably be 5 or 6 of them throughout the whole zone. And that provides the false pressure that these pumps are going to pump up against.
So, go back to what you said about outsourcing to another manufacturer.
Well,
I mean, but meet specs. Let me finish my thought, right? Even if you did that, how much time were you getting?
it would be 20 weeks instead of 50 weeks. But the thing is, so first of all, the contractor looked at different, Square D versus Eaton versus Siemens. Then they looked at, okay, it should be what was designed, Yoshigawa. Then they found that Yoshigawa could be rebuilt by another subsidiary company, but it's another 30,000. But it's gonna estimate be 20 to 22 weeks, but it's not guaranteed. It would cost the village an extra 27 that chance and possibly do it. But the problem is that still brings us into like the summertime months. And the only way to start a tank job is in early spring because you take it out of service. So it doesn't really help us. It pushes it back a year, helps us with the filter plant cost for a year with contingency money that Dale might talk about, but.
So it all starts the line, a year from now, let's say this thing's installed, it'll be up and running, it'll be in a running stage when you do decide when the spring comes and how it's going.
Yes.
I'm just gonna say the contract's not awarded yet, right? That resolution is for.
Right.
And entertain increasing and replacing material and increasing the bid amount is.
I don't know, I just, well, my main was timeframe. But then you put $30,000 pay on it. I'll wait another 20 weeks.
And the benefit is, I don't know if Dale wants to expand on this as far as debt service is concerned, we're pushing out the $3 million debt service for the tank. So the impact was 24, which is the first year plan.
Right.
Impact was 25.
Well, you're gonna borrow in 25. First bond payment would be in 26.
I think that-
Yeah, so it pushes it out further.
Next.
One thing that LED light number we just need to tighten up on because I want to make sure that we're talking the correct amount of fixtures. I don't think it's anywhere near 200,000, but I don't want to guess and say it's 20. I want to see exactly how many offices that they had intended for our maintenance department to change before. Either way, we're gonna come back to you guys for approval. But it cannot be 200,000.
Next.
Okay. Engineering for installation of branch header at Aqueduct for 530,000.
Yes, so, for the last, 40 years, we have, so basically, we feed the Indian Brook two sources. We feed it through our own water source, Indian Brook, and the filter plant, and we also feed it through New York City. 3.5 miles, up towards the Croton Reservoir, there's a valve meter pit. That's basically the cash register and the control of how we fill the old Croton Aqueduct. We're the only ones on the old Croton Aqueduct. There was originally two headers, not really headers, but the plumbing was set up for 2 meters to be put in back 40 years ago. They only put one in with one altitude valve to control the flow into the aqueduct and into our filter plant. With it's the bottleneck of the flow that we're going to need in the future to the filtration plant. Also, we're going to need this installed so that we can fully test the water filtration plant at full capacity, 7 MGD. So basically, all we can fill the aqueduct is 4 million gallons a day. And we need to bring that number up. So it's a blind flange on both sides, and it's install and engineering. The other thing that this is it's an upgrade where we can feed our potassium permanganate to oxidize the iron and manganese. It's a building that would be up at the aqueduct. Is that a separate line or is that this?
No, that's that, because it's 530,000 for 2024. And then $1 million for 2025.
Okay. So that's the engineering and construction management for this project. And then the actual job's $1 million. It's a not to exceed number. If we don't spend it, we don't spend it. We've already reached out to the New York State Parks because they own the property. We need to put a building over this pit. We need to bring electric to the pit. We need to put a supervisory control system at the pit. And we need to have a valve that controls the flow to the water filtration plant. Reason being, we have iron and manganese issues. And right now, the way we feed the water into the filtration plant, there's a pre-ox basin. When you guys look outside the plant, you can see where the purple water turns brown and it has lots of detention time. We're not going to have that at the filtration plant. At the new filtration plant, you're pretty much the water is going to come in either from the aqueduct or from Indian Brook, and it's going to feed right in. It makes sense if you're going to do the branch header to have the ability to add the permanganate up front. We don't know where the regs are going to go with the EPA as far as PFOAs, fire retardants, and what numbers we're going to be required in the future. But to have this ability and to have the ability to keep using the same media, which is anthracite, sand, and gravel in the new filtration plant with powder activated carbon in the beginning, it gives us the ability to pull out the manganese in high manganese situations from New York City. So it's really important.
Yeah, I want to see that. So this is where I am, and I'm not sure if you're done.
I think it's done.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I'm trying to break
All right.
it down into layman's terms.
I definitely, I will never be able to repeat that back to back. That's for sure. I'm gonna have to practice that all night tonight. But this is my concern.
Good.
Okay. So we haven't got to the big item just yet.
Mhm. Bless you.
Problem that I'm having, and please help me, bless you, help me digest this a little bit better. Because we've been working on this plan for a very long time. This is not something that just came up last year. This portion of what you just talked about right now, this is the first time I'm hearing.
Part of it.
It doesn't matter.
I
we're
wanna
talking
expl-
about,
I'll-
we're talking
I'll
about half a
explain.
million dollars, and then we're talking about $1 million not to exceed. So now I'm putting, and that's not even going
See
to,
that here is-
that is not even going to the filtration plan capital that you have to the current plan,
Yep.
which, we get to that number and we already at $100 million.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Plus
just the
contingent-
plan, just the
plus-
plan.
Plus the contingency.
No,
on top of that.
well, $115 million, including maybe plus or minus, including that. Now I'm looking at $500,000, $1 million, and then I'm looking at all these additional items that you're looking at to add to the current plan. That's the problem. Help me digest this.
I'll give you the history. I'll give the history.
The part that I need you to help me understand is, again, we've been working on this plan for years. So this portion in here, maybe not the new capital projects that you add into the current plan, but these other items, that should have been part of the original design of the plan from day one. That's my opinion.
Well, let me explain a little bit. So, go ahead.
Yeah.
These items that are falling below are actually already in the operating budget. They're part of the operating budget.
Okay,
So they're not additional items.
they're not
They're
additional
actually
items to that.
regular-
So
regular Items that just.
that we
fall-
just put back.
Right,
But
right. Yeah.
which again, so even in a worse situation, for me, is like, why we keep doing this? Instead of trying to keep it to a minimum of the stuff that we have to do. And I get the repairs and I get the
Right.
maintenance and I get all that stuff, but it's items and money that we are trying to, for me, that I'm trying to look at as a budget. And as a representative of the community, that I'm trying to see is like, how do I justify this if we keep doing this? That's what I need you to help me understand. Again, it goes back to this $500,000 and $1 million not to exceed. That should have been part of the design originally. So
right, let
help
me-
understand
let me
part,
explain
what was
that.
missed from
Okay.
day one, from 6 years ago, maybe more, to now.
Okay, so it's two parts, right? I talked about a branch header, right? The branch header has been in there for a long time.
Yeah.
But that was probably, we had a budget, Dale, of maybe 100,000, right? It wasn't, it
What
was,
year did we have the budget on that one?
you'd have to look back.
So was
But
it
the
more than
branch-
5 years? Was
It's,
it 5 years?
it's
2
probably,
years?
it's probably at least 5 years
Okay,
because,
so can I ask
because-
a question before you go ahead? Why was not that replaced 5 years ago?
because that is to replace, we weren't sure if the filter plant was gonna be
It
built
did-
for
it
sure.
doesn't matter, sure,
Yeah.
because it seems like we needed it anyway, because
Well-
it seems like we needed to replace.
At some point, we need to add to it.
Yeah.
But here's where the big changes are, right? So the filter plant was designed. It was designed for the future regs. But there's a catch 22 here. Either you can design for PFOAs and remove all the new contaminants and put granular activated carbon in the filters instead of anthracite, which is great for removal, but does not remove iron and manganese. So as we were going through the design of this plant, I spoke to the Hazen and Sora people the woman does not work there anymore. And I said, how do we deal with high manganese situations if the EPA is changing the PFOA regs and we are forced to put GAC in there? She said, the only way you can do it is to oxidize it way ahead of time, 3.5,
So pause that for 1 second, to oxidize it way before it gets to the plant.
yes,
Yeah, I remember that one. So you owe me
that's the permanganate.
$25 so far.
Got it.
All right. So, but wait, hold
So-
on,
so
hold on,
it
hold on,
wasn't
hold
in
on,
the initial
hold on,
design.
Andy, hold on. Please help me understand.
Yeah.
How long ago was that conversation?
Within the last year.
Okay, so we were still sort of in the design phase within the last year, more or less. So how come that was not addressed at that time? So
Well-
it can be part of the whole process itself?
It's this, we're not using design engineer for this process. We're using the construction manager Arcadis for this, not the design engineer.
I think that one of the things that we've talked about internally a lot is the hidden costs of doing things. So am I correct in because this is, you have different elements. I think everybody understands that, but from a public perception, this really is very much tied to filtration. It's tied to the overarching goal of the new plant. So perhaps a better way of having, in hindsight, looked at this is that this cost be incorporated. I know that we didn't do that because we're not doing it the same way. It's not part of the bid specs. But I think there's two different things we're talking about here. What we're doing for the new plant and what we have to do overall. And when we're talking publicly, I think it's just an important reminder to all of us that from a public perspective, these details of what's in the bid specs, what was bid, what was being done, don't really matter. It's the total impact on the water fund. To that end, the analysis that we gave you on the water fund incorporates these, these other costs are also incorporated in that analysis. When we're calculating the impact of the water treatment plant specific to the bid. But am I correct in saying that as we talk about this, to take a more holistic approach to water purification? Is that?
It doesn't help. I understand where you're coming from, at least from my end, and I can only speak from my end. It just doesn't help because as much as I understand this hidden cost and it's, more like in the construction, what you don't know is an unknown. Sure, you have contingency funds, and I can get that. I get contingency funds because I've done it before. But when I know an element is a basic element that is part of the design, regardless of what that is, for me, be like, that should have been done first. It's more like, if you're designing a house, but you didn't do the footings, but you know that you need the footings, and you bring that up later on, and it's like,
There's
basic stuff.
I understand exactly what you're saying, but here's some other background, right? We never had how much water we could take from Indian Brook. Now we're going to be limited to 1.2 million gallons a day. We had the 4 million gallons coming down from the aqueduct. We could have taken 3 million gallons a day and tested from our own reservoir to make it 7 MGD while you're using it. Now we're limited on that. Now, and that's an agreement that we're working through right now.
Yeah, but the limitation didn't come out just yesterday. The limitation is we have established that for many years. We started a very minimum base number for the proposed plan, sure. And we have gone through different changes, and we've been going through different changes, and you guys have been awesome in this and maintaining the quality of water for our residents with the current situation that we have. I get that. That's why I'm looking at all this laws that I see that in vouchers pretty much every 15 days. I see all the chemicals that we buy. I get all that stuff. And that's the part that bothers me is like, even though we have seen, we try to be ahead of the game, sure, in all these things, but we missed this part that to me is essential for the design because that could have been done part of this whole process. So I don't know.
No, I get it. And we could do the cheap way of just hooking it up hydraulically and not add the chemical and not add the building and not add the electricity. And then if we have a situation, we have a situation, but I'm just trying to think ahead. The other thing, what I'm trying to think ahead is right now, our aqueduct goes between 6 feet and 10 feet, right? And this aqueduct is 100 and something years old. And there are leaks above a certain elevation. And we would normally pay for any water that's leaking. This design allows it to keep it steady state. Whatever comes into the plant goes into the aqueduct and stops it from cycling. It'll stay within an inch. We're just thinking ahead. In the beginning, we looked at relining this aqueduct, rebuilding the aqueduct. It was like $15 million to just rehabilitate the aqueduct, which it's, as we've gone through the process, we found ways to make it better.
Don't tell me save money because.
No, I didn't say, I said make it better.
Okay.
Make it better.
Don't tell me savings because I'm not seeing any savings so far. But look, it's getting late. We all had a long day. I would like to keep moving unless other members on the
Yeah,
board
so
have
the thing
questions.
About these capital projects and the way they're explained, there's no prioritization on this list. It's just like a David done. It would, I think, be helpful to get a prioritization of what's a must-have in 2021 or nice to have. You're caught in a terrible position because your predictions sometimes play out and sometimes don't. Because the EPA changes things up. So you predicted 3 years ago, that was nice 3 years ago, but your predictions were like sort of not your fault. It's just they keep changing the playing fields and the requirements. And frankly, most municipalities aren't even following any of it because it's impossible. It's like not only for us, but for other municipalities, they cannot keep up with the regulation changes. Over and over again, it's being brought up, you know, we are getting unfunded mandates from agencies. So you're trying to stay ahead of the game, but the game switches on. But it makes it really hard to make decisions. And once we make a decision, it's millions of dollars. It's never on budget. And then there's 10 reasons why it's not on budget. And there's no accountability for the engineers that tell you what it's gonna cost. And this is like a around and around, and it's like swimming around a drain. It's exhausting. I think what would be helpful is, you know, through all of the mush, so these are lists, they're one-dimensional lists, but there's no prioritization says must have or whatever. Nice to have would save us money if we did it now. This can wait 2 more years. You know, because I don't know, what is it, a total capital request of 36 million?
That includes the DRI.
Right. So, well, okay, and that's gonna change, but so far it's been totally not on time. Not our fault, but it's like, you know, we depend on other people. So, interest rates are gonna go up or down, who knows? I don't know. You don't know, you're just estimating. He doesn't know what the EPA is gonna do tomorrow and, you know, it keeps shifting. So I think prioritization would be helpful so that if we say, you know what? We're not doing 36 million. We're doing 20 million. What can we do for 20 million and what are we gonna buy? We're not buying 60 new cars. We're gonna buy 8 new cars because, you know, the other ones, too bad. They're gonna wait. I mean, the only way to make decisions, or the board may say, we can live with 36 million. Because you've already calculated it, right? You gave us a tentative budget with all these calculations in them. It's really hard for me. It's easier for Manny, but for me, I can't really sit here and tell you that project A is more important than project B until you explain to me. I don't really need to know the details. It's interesting. I just literally, it's not my understanding of things, you know, I can do chemistry in 8th grade. I'm not going to start now. So I just think that it's easier to say, look, we have to do this, because if we don't, this could wait, or we have to do all of them. But right now it's too flat. It's a lot of stuff and it's very flat. And when I look at what other municipalities do who have much more money than we do and much wealthier communities, they do not take on this much stuff and they are doing just fine. So we have to get a perspective because we have to explain ourselves and why we're approving things and why we're not, which I can't do based on this. You know, and I don't care that a car's 20 years old. I drive a 20-year-old car, it's perfectly fine. It has to have a reason for why we're getting rid of something, replacing, why we're painting something and why we're not. Does it have to be this year or can it wait till next year? And what the cost, and that I think would be helpful from a decisioning point of view. A lot of the details for me personally, and I've been sitting in this chair a while, is just not my understanding. I don't know, like, I have to trust you guys, but you guys have to help with number 1 project, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, and which are connected, because 2 or 3 of them are connected. If you're gonna do 1, you might have to do 5. You have to prioritize. We might approve everything, we might approve nothing, we might approve 50% of this stuff. You know, but we have to have something to work with, because right now, I'm just looking at a whole bunch of stuff. It's a lot of stuff for the water. It's a lot of cars and trucks and, you know. So I think that would be helpful, if that's possible. That would be helpful.
Yeah, I agree. We do our best to, you know, prioritize, but not to the point where we'll come in and present to you with our fingers crossed, like, oh,
Right.
we'll do it next year because we hope it makes it. You know, there's a level of responsibility of is being proactive with your budget. We should
Yeah.
get, even though the truck still runs, do we wait till the middle of the year, like with the sweeper, for example, we were talking about earlier? Then we put it on the road another 2 years. We just
Well,
need
just-
something money into. And
Just so we're clear, it is my belief that everything that you gave is needed. That's not the question of whether we need to do this. It's prioritization. It's the same thing you do in your home.
Yeah.
You have $10,000 in the bank. You need $48,000 worth of projects. They're all
you gotta
important.
pick and choose, I understand.
You gotta tell me, or you might be able to find the 48,000. I get that. It's it's really that simple.
And
It's
it's
really
jump in
that
a
simple.
little bit with, I understand, Andy had some things on here that are kind of reoccurring and,
Yep.
for lack of a better way of putting it, he just didn't get to it yet. The one thing that separates this community from most communities is we're a purveyor, right? We have our own plan. Not a lot of. Most communities don't, right? They're either part of a district or it's run by a separate entity. Or they're-
Third party.
They're either in northern New
Yep.
or southern, when you're doing water work.
Mhm.
They don't have the purveyor responsibility developed in their public works department. So that's, that's another big thing that you guys see that a lot of boards don't. They basically get a water bill and can't combat it.
Yep.
And I'm the same way, where I live, but here it's different, and it's nice to have the control. Because you referred to it as the cash register earlier, but it is nice to have your ability to control that, because really we run it as a net zero. Right, we charge what it costs to run the system. So, we might ask, but if the money doesn't come out of the system and it gets rolled over into the next year, it won't get reflected in the water fund, we try to run it that way.
Yeah.
Keep our rates in check too. So-
Like I said, for me, I can't undo and redo and rethink what people do here. It's, I'm gonna take you at your word, but we need some prioritization so that we can make decisions. And it might be that we'll do everything. I don't know. But it's hard to do it this way. And that's the same thing with the cars. It's hard to say yes and no for a car. We have to look at the whole thing and say, I don't think so. I'm gonna do 70%.
Yeah.
And we don't actually have to explain ourselves all the time,
So
but we have to be able to agree on prioritizing.
Absolutely, point taken, and we will.
So that'll be helpful, and I
I think
understand.
it's not just goes to you projects, please understand. I think
Oh, yeah.
we're talking about all
All
capital projects.
Dale
throughout,
got that. I'm looking
So
at
I
the
think
bottom.
that's the bottom line.
Yeah.
So Dale, quick question, out of the capital projects, I know a lot of this stuff did not happen in 2023. Because the total in 2023, is that the same? Did all the capital projects that we sort of approved as part of the budget last year? How much of that has gone to effect? If you want to call it. More or less. You don't have to give me that number right now. Take a look at it and then.
Can get done, right? No, seriously, that's 70 grand. Huh?
70
Yeah.
kind of now 114. I
So
don't think that
it's-
was it.
It's still projects that may have been approved are still in flux.
No, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I want to know how much of those, more or less has been utilized. You can just send me a text or an email, be like 50.
Dale, what else do we have?
whatever.
If you do send a response to trustee Casada, it's better if you just put it in a email to everybody, so that everybody didn't answer, like
Nobody has- not everybody has
Everybody
one.
gets the information, because I think.
She
that
always
is
does.
helpful.
Yeah, she always
Yeah.
does.
But when you said text, I just think it's better. just
Well, you
to-
can text
all of us.
everyone on the board.
Dale, what
How
else
about
do we
that?
have?
I don't
It's
know.
11 o'clock.
I have your number.
It's 11
I have
o'clock.
One question for Andy.
Yeah.
This work that you want to do out here for this valve, is it adaptable for future upgrades?
Up at the aqueduct you're talking about?
No, the valve that we're talking
What do you
about.
wanna do about The
The branch header?
better.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what's going on there, it's an adaptable thing.
Yeah, what did it, we can't change and modify the one that's installed right now because we need it 24/7 to feed the plant. Someone had good foresight 40 years ago to put 2 blind flanges to have us do that. I think no matter what, that should be approved. Whether the board approves putting the potassium permanganate, a building, a SCADA, and having the ability to feed if there was a manganese situation, that's a different story. But to have even if we were not building the plant, to have backup redundancy if there was a failure on that line, so we can feed 30,000 people water.
Right, so therefore you can prioritize this for us.
That could be reduced to handle this.
That's what I was gonna say, that changes the number.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's
Okay, but-
drastically,
Yeah.
drastically, and that's a different story. I want to bring everything, to you guys
Mhm.
ahead of time, as soon as we know it. Just like the filtration plant, right? The filtration plant was designed for 4 million gallons a day. And when it goes over 4 million gallons a day, we have to make sure that we're on our game to make sure that we're getting the right disinfection. Anything above 4 million gallons in the wrong circumstances could be an issue for boiling water. Have we gotten there recently? No. Have we tightened up the distribution system and caught as many leaks, bringing the leakage from 40% down to 18%?
Well, that was huge.
Yes,
That was
but
huge.
we are right there. And the plant is almost 40 years old, useful life. If you were to say, what do you have to do and drop everything? It's the filter plant, it's the branch header working back to the tanks, to the distribution pipes.
And just don't get me wrong, I'm always being in favor of getting this done. To me is obviously, as you said, engineers and architects and anybody in that field kind of look, the design itself, just to do stormwater is 100 years. Sure, that was always the concept. You want to look ahead. You want to try to be prevented to that. Sure. So when you said someone thought about putting another branch in here 40 years ago, that's the type of stuff that I want to see. So when we started this design, for me, and it's not you, Andy, it should be the engineers looking holistic, the whole thing, and be like, this is something that we have to do. Not that we need to do, we have to do to make this work, and kind of try to think in the future. So that's the part. Not that, for me, that, like looking at the budget and looking at the number, and I'm like, okay, that could have been avoided being part of a separate project and be included, and you could have all this stuff that you're asking. That's all I'm saying.
I'll take the blame for that, because we pulled that out of their scope years ago. We wanted a different firm to do the branch header. And let's leave it at that. We wanted a different firm to do the branch header and to deal with the source supply. Why? Because we used their scientists to analyze the water with us, and we wanted their opinion. Hazen was hired for the filtration plant because that's what they do. They do the filtration plant work. I did not expect us to need to put a permanganate system up at the aqueduct. I did know that we needed to put a branch header no matter what, but not, and I was thinking at one time, just have them do an approval and us do the work in-house. It's a little bit too much for us to do the work in-house, but that's what it is.
Not to rush it, but,
What else?
Yeah. What else do we have?
You have the Snowden Avenue water main insulate and rust blocks for 400,000.
Yeah, so
The water main project that went underneath the tracks, that did give us some expansion, but did not make it fully under the tracks because we had bad information from Metro North. We have an active water main that goes over the tracks, over the Snowden Avenue bridge. There, if you drive over the bridge, you'll see 2 blocks, thrust blocks, where the pipes come down. They're kind of in really bad shape. And if there's a catastrophe, we have to make sure we mount that correctly. And we change those. There's these vibration dampers. You can see they're rusted, and it's a major weakness. When we did the job originally last year and we tried getting the water main underneath the tracks, we had an option to spend another $500,000 and run another chase, and we decided not to. It was a guess. It's like a roulette table. Is it black or red? The information that's given to us from Metro North is terrible. We were very close to hitting the main power line that feeds the whole Metro North side. And then where the pipe did go across the tracks and made it within 10 feet, went into shoring, and that was not on their plans. So basically we use the money in the project to extend the water main on the west side. We put in valves and hydrants so that in emergency, we could run a line across the bridge and feed the other side of the tracks, feed the west side of the tracks. We also have a water main that's active that goes under Quimby, but it is a weakness for that, the two pipes you could see that are hanging there. And it's just thinking ahead, whether it's this year or next year, we need to get the permits and we need to have that designed and shored up. And you can see like the water main shakes as someone goes across the tracks. It's kind of very unsettling.
Want to address the water treatment plant? You need another additional bond resolution. But I plan on writing a memo for that. We're willing to do that.
I don't want him doing that, no.
Okay. Very good. That's it. Thank you.
All right, folks.
Thank you, everybody.
Good night. No? Yes, well, I'm thinking for a minute. Like, getting my thoughts together. Yeah, that's it. So, I have this here. So, yep, it is. Okay. We have tomorrow also.
We, well, we moved everything up so that, you know.
Oh, you can't make it here at 5, is that?
I'll be here then after.
Okay. Yeah, that's actually a problem. Did you already tell everybody to move it up?
Well, given the amount of stuff that we have for tomorrow, we, you know, it's even without sort of, it's, you know, we've gone through the, we still have recs and we still have to go through the fee schedule and the capital plan again, and I think that we need that time. Otherwise, I think you're gonna be here till midnight. I'm gonna be just perfectly honest, based on.
Oh, we still have Friday.
Okay, so, you know, you can get it Friday if you want. I think it's probably better to do it at 5 o'clock.
Okay, so this is coming to an end. It's about 11:09. And we are back here tomorrow from 5 p.m. And hopefully we'll be done by 10. We'll see. If we move this along, but 5 p.m. Same time, same place. You got this Zoom, everything's been sent out. Thank you, folks. Have a good evening. All right, let's get these mics.